Guten Tag! Okay, I don't know why I done that. What is up? Happy Tuesdays. Oh, we even came in a little bit early. Wow, that's very responsible of me. That almost makes up for all those times I was late. But yes, hopefully the week is treating you reasonably well. We are going to be checking in on the pros on the ladder. Goddamn, I just realized how many games we're casting on average and how many I'm uploading is getting out of control. I have so many games in a backlog, I may have to consider a secondary channel or just a playlist of unlisted that never made it to be a pushed release. I'm going to have to figure something out. I mean, I'm literally looking right now at 30 plus videos just sitting here, and I regularly delete a bunch of them. A bunch of them don't even like make upload. That is how many Age of Empires 4 matches we are casting. It's a little bit ludicrous. But we're going to be starting off with some Louis versus Zerton. Okay. Maybe. Or we might just wait for an absolutely live game from him. Because he was hopping into a game between him and... so it's Atri versus Mongols. So we can maybe look at that one. Or we can just like catch absolutely pure live, which I definitely prefer. Better than not having anything to watch. That's true. Although, admittedly, I think we need more pros coming to the scene. Would be nice to see, because obviously we cast quite an exclusive list at the moment. Wonder if it's worth exploring doing different time of the day for certain streams. So that we have, like, because I really like catching live games. That's the thing, right? I hate watching replays. The problem is, even when I don't mean to, I might glance the length of the game or who won the game or whatever, and it's like, it sticks in your brain. Do I know what happened to Lean Octopus? I don't really know. It seems like a kind of silent retirement. I don't think he plays anything anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he hasn't streamed in a very long time. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but I'm pretty sure he's just gone. Which is a heartbreaker, man. One of the most wholesome people we actually had in Age of Empires. I don't think he's gone back to StarCraft as far as I'm aware, but maybe I'm wrong about that. No, as far as I can tell, not returned to StarCraft. Doesn't play AoE4 anymore. I think there was a Reddit thread a few months back about this, asking. Actually, we've got one here. So let's have a look and see if there's any insights in this particular message, or Reddit thread rather. Okay, so he could be playing an alt blah blah blah. No, I don't think he's playing an alt. Most of the pro players from Asia Oceania have stopped competing AoE4. That's not true. There's a new generation. He's thinking of StarCraft type people, but I don't think that holds true. Outside that, what we got? Why don't we start with EGC's choice of 16 GMT, because it's proven to be peak time. I don't like, so I feel bad for like the Asian players, not as much for the American, just they're fine. Definitely the Asian players, but I'm gonna be totally real on this. You're talking about an English-facing broadcast from an English tournament organizer. Of course, they're gonna look to target peak English viewing hours, right? Add in the fact that Age of Empires is a European, primarily an NA secondary facing game. Asia is catching up for sure, and it's no surprise that Europe gets priority. And people might not like that and be like, "Oh, well, that KP, there's maybe an audience to be made in Asia." Great. If you don't have an audience already, go make that audience. That's the tough part you have to realize here, right? Is like, it's much harder to build an audience than cater to what is already there, especially if you can do a good job of catering to what's already there. Like, I'm having this issue right now with free-for-all content, right? Where it's like, I quite like the idea of free-for-all content, but because people now, especially because people now have quick match, the experiences I'm creating are polarizing to what they're used to. And what I'm really doing here is I'm not building a free-for-all community. I'm attempting to, on the side, build a modding community. And that is very difficult to sell, especially if it's not a forefront of the game, right? That's why most of our content is still 1v1 based, is because otherwise you're just shrinking your community, not growing it, sadly. But that's something to try and work out long term. So yeah, that just thought I'd explain because I see this coming up all the time. It's like why are they always choosing European hours? Because they want the viewership. They need the viewership. I'm pitching sponsors for them. How do I pitch sponsors? Because they're getting peak viewership. I wouldn't be able to I wouldn't be able to attract a sponsorship when, by the way, our next tournament's going to be in Asian hours, so expect half the viewership. GG. Team GP, the entity that's running pro gaming teams in South Korea, including AV4, became defunct earlier this year after allegations about payments and other controversies. I didn't see this, but I will say I'm not surprised. Do you guys remember when there was rumors about a Korean LAN? That crap was shadier than sunglasses. Like, I can't believe how chalk that sounded. The buy-in prices for tickets and everything else alongside it, dude, it sounded like a scam. Honestly, like you know, anyone who sits in and goes Web3 is a scam. Like, dude, if you then simultaneously sat there and didn't think that this sounded like a scam, like, this is Web3, you can make some money potentially. But like, this crap was nah, dude. That was just cash burning. That was crazy. But yeah, I think he's just gone. Now, funny that we're on the Reddit thing, actually. We're going to let people just slide on in because we've got a few minutes until we should start our next match as Louis is queuing right now. But this, we got to talk about this. And I'm going to be very careful about what I say because I uphold NDAs. Because nicely enough, what I really need to like drill in on sits right here, publicly. Hey all, a quick note from the team. Honest game reviews make us better. While content creators will always be allowed to share their thoughts on Age of Empires games openly and candidly, we do have two expectations of our creators. First, uphold NDAs when given confidential access to programs and information. And secondly, abide by the code of conduct and Xbox community standards. Violating terms of either of these guidelines may lead to removal from our partner programs. Often on a temporary basis. If you have questions on the policy or its enforcement, please reach out to our support team. I had a glance through here. I will say this went down as well as I expected. I have tried to reach out to one of the people involved in this process and tell them that, you know, sometimes you've got to eat humble pie. This was a time to eat humble pie. Age of Noob is a long-time content creator in the Age of scenes. He hasn't come in yesterday and you're just getting rid of a new scourge. Whether you were legally within your right, like this is something that usually gets lost when people whip out the NDA laws. Don't get me wrong, I wish NDAs would be respected so like those of us who have signed them can actually get info behind the scenes on, like, for example, when are we actually getting a LAN outside of the King of the North for Age of Empires 4? That would be nice to be able to know. But here's the thing. Whether you were legally right, what matters is if you were ethically wrong. Were you socially right? Because here's the thing. You can throw whatever law you want out. But there's a thing called the court of public opinion. And without going into too many details about what is being said here, I can tell you they lost the court of public opinion on this one. In fact, this was the thought I had when I read this. And I don't know if anyone else goes there. Like, let me know, because it's kind of insane. Hey all, a quick note from the team. Honest game reviews make us better, right? And then all that blood follow-up. It reminded me of this from The Office. Right? That's all I could think when I read it. I shoot to my partner. I was like, I instantly am thinking of this scene. It legit reads exactly like that, right? And we all know that that was really, really about actually just hating on Jim, right? Getting him back for one, right? That's how it feels. Whether that was the intent or not, it doesn't matter, right? That's now the implication. That's the assumption. And I usually say assumption makes an ass out of you, but the problem is when you're a publicly facing company with a community that you need to entertain, keep engaged, as well as content creators, like what I'm seeing right here as a fellow content creator alongside Noob, I think he got shafted, really. I do. And I know I'm not alone in that. I know a lot of people feel he got shafted. This, to me, is a simple way of saying we don't care. You can't read it any different than that. It's a we don't care. The funny part, by contrary, is actually that this guy goes on to say he's just a team accountant. I think he means the team account user, because accountants shouldn't be doing social and PR. But like, he goes on to say that he thoroughly enjoys Age of Noob's channel and thinks he's a great content creator. So great, right? So like, don't hate on this guy. He's clearly just the messenger. I think the accountant part is adorable because people are going to misunderstand that. But like, this is a message from up high. Like, this is the angle they decided to take. I'm just going to say it very simply again. Hire me to consult on your marketing. I really want to help. Like, for the love of God, I put 3 years into this one Age of Empires game. I clearly am committed. I want you guys to get these messages right. But to be very simple about this, and I'm not going to go into anything that is NDA related because I don't want to get removed. I really don't know, if I'm being bluntly honest right now, what I'd miss out on if I was removed. This sends the wrong message to all your content creators. In a time where you're already sending the wrong message for a lack of messages, you are saying, you content creators. That's all you're saying. Which is a dangerous thing to do when, and I don't mean this in an arrogant way, I mean it in a symbiotic way. You do need us. We need you, but you need us. That's real. That's reality. Like it or lump it. We may not control the checkbook. We may not be in control of X, Y, and Z. But if you think there's not going to be a big hole missing, if these type of things happen, and all the creators say, all right, I'm moving on to a new game tomorrow, you're delusional. Do better. All right. That's what I've got to say on that matter. I don't know, maybe people don't like that. Like, they wish I'd just stick to casting games or whatever, but I can't, dude. Like, I consciously, I can't. It's sad to see because I know they're capable of better. I've seen them do better. Rarely. Recently, definitely rarely, but they do. I know some of the developers. I know they care, right? I talk to them on a reasonable basis. Not as much at the moment, but in the past I've talked to them loads. Played games with them. Drank drinks with them. They're wonderful people. I remember, dude, one of the developers, we were quite a few beers in, and we were just like, we were talking about his love life. Like, dude, like, we met that week, and we were having a deep conversation about how he, like, gets to where he wants on a relationship and love basis in his life, right? Like, you don't spend time getting into conversations like that with someone if you don't like them, right? But someone, somewhere, is controlling a valve that is turning emotion off and turning the mute button on. And big shout out to Iceman. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. We're just talking about this absolute travesty that sends a very clear message that content creators don't matter. The TL, like, go back and check the VOD. I don't think we need to go at too much. Like, I'll respond to anything that's said in chat. But, like, the simple takeaway here is do better. It's not hard to do better in this situation either. Treat this like a human situation instead of like a lawyer situation. Because the moment you start lawyering it, like, it's been proven time and time again, that communities in gaming do not respond well to lawyering. They hate lawyering. This is 100% lawyering print. Their post was very amusingly bad at hiding what they were trying to do. Yeah, like, I don't know who like approved sending that, because it, like, I actually, like, I said I wasn't gonna go through the absolute details, but what I will tell you is, like, if this got posted in both AoE 2 and AoE 4, and it was poorly received in both, right? Yep. All this, I'm sorry, his stuff was well intentioned. I don't like. Wait, sorry, no, that was his comment, right? Yeah. Yeah, this guy was very much not happy. And there was other ones. Let's go see full discussion. I look like an old lady trying to go through interwebs. Yeah, shame. Context. I don't think I saw a single person in these threads being like, Noob was wrong. Right? So you've lost the court of public opinion. Which now means you have actually, like, you've lost the argument. And this is a very dangerous thing to do. when you consider that, like, right now, the community is a little bit riled in certain areas. I've talked to some AoE2 creators, and apparently the broad opinion is that the last 3 expansions weren't very good. I can't speak too much in depth to that because I haven't played them myself, but if that is the general synopsis, that's kind of worrying. I know AoE 3 just feels like they don't even get talked to. And AoE 4 is in a similar position. Like, there's some very obvious things where we aren't getting talked to, right? Like, everyone wants to know if there's a Red Bull. We still don't know, right? These are the, like, so when you how to put this, it's kind of like, I'm not gonna say there's a war, but like it's kind of reminiscent of that whole idea when everyone's just like in the Cold War and everyone's like worried the other person's gonna shoot first, where like the tensions are high. Like, obviously it's not Cold War, but the tension feeling is where a lot of people are now in a position where you're seeing, for example, the 3D Clan are looking at Zero Space, and Lucifron and Vortex are looking at Stormgate and Zero Space, right? And all these different people are now looking around and probably reassessing, like, what do I do? Where do I go? What's the future of the scene? What's the future of these scenes? And what you need to be doing right now is reassuring them that A, you've got the best interest of the game in mind, but B, you've also got the creators' backs, because if you want to keep them loyal and still going, you need to prove that. Talking about the devs' love life probably broke the NDA. Oh, crap, they're coming for me, GG. All right, guys. Wait, the stream's going to cut out in 3 seconds, and I'm just going to become, I don't know, like, what do we become at that point? What RTSs are there left? We'll go old school. We're going to become a Total Annihilation streamer. Red Alert 2 streamer, actually. Yeah, GG. But, yeah, I don't think this needs much more said on it, because, honest to God, when you put a message like this out that is so trimmed down to be emotionless as possible, there's nothing to assess here. It's very blunt that you need to do better. For those just coming in, this is like literally, when I read all this, this was what I thought of straight away. I was just telling people who got in a bit earlier. This is exactly what I thought about. Not this part. This part. That, dude, I could not read this part without hearing that in my head. Honest game reviews make us better. And it's just like, all I was like, okay, you're now Ryan. Like, Microsoft is turning themselves into Ryan, which you don't want to be Ryan, guys. Wait, you can't, oh crap, you can't hear it? Oh, thank you. I like how last time someone lulled and then just didn't respond. They just knew. That's brilliant that someone just knew. Okay, here you go. Thank you, Philly. So here you go, guys.
Well, you care about your job. And honestly, if you spend...
So this part here, hey all, a quick note from the team, honest game reviews make us better. This is exactly where my brain went.
I'm sorry, is this because I talked to Wallace about your website? Because I really didn't mean to go over your head.
This has nothing to do with that, all right? I always appreciate constructive criticism about my job performance. I thrive on it.
I'm sorry, then do you mind explaining it?
Right. Now you see it. You will not unsee it when you read this in the future. It's just, I don't know, man. Like that's my take, though, dude. It's a heartbreaker as well. There's nothing wrong with admitting you made a mistake. There really isn't. And even if you felt like legally, let's say you feel legally, and let's say you're 100% right, I'd have to read through like the specific NDA that he signed in particular on this. But let's say you're 100% right that like you broke the NDA. Okay, that still doesn't absolve the wrongs. Like I always like to point out, something that's legally right doesn't mean it's morally right. Those things are very, very different. And the sooner you clock that, the sooner you will get much further when it comes to marketing and public relations. Full stop. It's also someone who cannot handle making a direct response. Well, no, it's clearly a response from someone who's been given a directive on how to respond very specifically without much extra detail. That 100% was written like a lawyer. And that's the problem. You can't. Like, you're talking about someone's livelihood, dude, as a content creator. And what, like, you know, I don't think Noob is wholly reliant on this, but like others of us are. And the message that sends to the whole content creation environment is like lawyer up asshole. That's pretty much how it reads. Did you break all the NDAs of the expansion? I mean, I'm not going to like target BC in particular. I will just say over the years that I've been involved in AoE 4, I have a lot. I do not have enough hands to count the amount of different people that have broken NDAs in different locations. So, with that in mind, it makes it feel even more like that Ryan situation where this was the grudge. This is because of the criticism, right? Like, I genuinely at this point I think there's less people with signed NDAs that have. I think there's less people that have not broken NDAs than there are that have broken those NDAs. Like y'all, you know what a golden example is? The council must disband. What's the council? Right? Wait, why is there a line here? Oh, hold on a sec. Did the thingy break? What has happened here? Yeah, it looks like... That must be the NDA. Let me check with Cal. It doesn't matter. I don't need his UI right now because I'm not doing tournaments, but just checking in case he doesn't know. 9% of people who signed NDAs didn't even read them. Yep. I mean, well, dude, like that's sassy. You can replace that with 90% of people who sign contracts don't read them. Dog, I've been working in esports since 2018. You know the amount of people who don't know all the things they sign when they sign for a team, sign for an org, sign for anything? Sheesh. I'll tell you, like, I can probably count on my hands the amount of people in those situations I know that actually have a lawyer looking over them. Most people don't even know what they're reading and they sign it. Sheesh. All right, shall we get to it, though? It's time from Legends. Wait, they're not words. It's time for Legends from the Ladders, folks. And one of those legends is, of course, the infamous Louis on his Chinese. The Chinese prodigy playing as what was his original... Dude, words today. What the fuck is wrong with me? I think I got like a slight ringing in my ear. Oh no. Shell shock's coming for me. Let's try this again. We've got Legends from the Ladders here, folks. Louis MT, the Chinese prodigy on the Chinese himself. I don't know if you guys knew this, but this was his OG Civ, actually. Like, this was his signature Civ when he was rising through the ranks as a fledgling player. On the other side, I don't know if I would have said that this was Zertan's, but this really is the OG Civ, isn't it? We've got English on the other side of this, and it's an interesting matchup, actually. On Lip and Evil maps, we've seen that the English have a capability of just ending the game insanely fast up against the Chinese. And you'd think this Abbey of Kings build would make that harder, right? Like, the whole idea is that English could beat Chinese if the Barbican placement can be good. You just Lombo spam them down, GG them out, they can't do much. However, the funny thing that I've been seeing at the moment is the Abbey of Kings builds make it even easier to execute your longbow builds. Because you've kind of got this old school longbow effect where you have the campfires now with the king, right? So curious to see if Zertan's going to take a boomy approach or an all-in. I can see an all-in making a lot of sense. And I love this from Louis. This is an interesting divergence compared to what we've been seeing recently. Barbican dropped first. Quite often what we're seeing is the Imperial Academy dropped first to be optimal. But the reason he didn't want to do this is presumably for food. I am a little bit surprised that he didn't try to Barbican drop maybe here to hold this choke point. Because then he could have shoved the deer in afterwards. And the king and longbows can't do anything. Instead, you had to go for a more defensive format where your mill is close to the TC instead of on the berries. So a little bit of an interesting detail there, because I know it makes you a little bit less optimal in terms of your gathering rates for your Song Dynasty timing, but I really like the idea of just having 2 villagers here to build a Barbican here, because you'll definitely get up in time before the Abbey of Kings gets the first king out, right? So yeah. I don't know, though. Maybe I've got some Chinese aficionados in the chat that can nerd me out on that one. Personally, I think it's worth the extra resource bag you get, because if you luck out on the sheep, then you're kind of screwed, right? He did get 13, which is decent. In fact, Zertan, where the... Wow. Well, all I'm going to say is that right there is China in a nutshell. the extra vision has allowed him to get an insane advantage on food. We're talking about 13 sheep to 5 right now. There's probably 2 more missing to be picked up. And remember, they've both been clubbing the sheep, so it's not one of these matchups where the other person goes berries first. So tech out complete. Zern has got that king queued up already on the way out. Now, the funny thing about this king is he's actually super effective against the Chinese defenses. Those hand cannon slits aren't really that relevant against a 210 HP knight that heals for 2 health a second out of combat. It's very easy to kind of cycle charge in and out regularly. And the awkward thing for Louis as well is he's going to have to get some sort of defense up quickly, because when you play Chinese Song with 2 TC, you're going to end up moving out from safety quickly, because you typically drop the TC at home. You're going to end up moving out from your initial resources onto berries and deers a lot quicker than you're going to feel comfortable with it. Other side of this, Zertan should be able to get a looser TC, one that is a lot more desirable. I'd actually love to see one here on the ford near the deer and the berries. You could even then consider setting up, say, some Lombos later. It's probably likely that we're going to see a defensive TC, though, on the gold. And in fact, with all these villagers here, you can guarantee that's exactly where we're going. The reason for this is if you go for a ford TC that deep, you can't get a white tower that protects everything. And also, you're frontlining your TC when you actually want to be in a situation where you potentially can frontline your primary TC and your white tower, because those 2 defenses have a lot more health, right? This also gives you efficiency on a fast castle build now to get that white tower quicker. Whereas if you go on the food, your gold gathering is still pretty far off, so every new villager running there is quite a trek. Oh, have you got a Puppy Paw versus Phil's Burger game for me? I might have to check that out later then. So Imperial Academy now on the way. Second TC has not been dropped yet. Louis did go for the stone first. That was a clever boy move, right? Remember, you're going to be up that king, so if you do the stone second, you're going to die. It sucks if you want flexibility in builds. There are some civs that actually are going to be really hurt by this king detail because of that. For example, like there's certain civs in an English mirror, you might want to consider a longbow all-in instead. So if you go for the wood, you have the flexibility to go TC or longbos depending on your opponent's moves. If you go stone first, you don't. This is a matchup where you're never going to go all-in as a Chinese player. You're always going to look to be greedy here. Zertan has already got a better timing on his TC. Song Dynasty only just complete. So Louis is behind on raw eco village account, but the beautiful thing is with the Imperial officials, you tend to move ahead very fast. Courtesy of the fact that the Imperial Academy lets you produce them without sacrificing villager production, this build always feels insanely good. Like it's very difficult for me nowadays to find a game where you will see no Imperial Academy. I have very, very rarely... I don't think I've actually seen a Chinese game that didn't have Imperial Academy in it in a very long time. Potentially on water maps, that is the one place, right? Because you want the Barbican instead of Imperial Academy, because the Barbican means you don't have to build land units to defend. But outside that, like any land map, it's always going to be IA. There's question marks on whether it will be a Barbican as well, but it will always be the Academy. The weakest Civ Mongol doesn't mind the king? Really? What? Oh, well, because of Keshiks, right? I mean, I don't think the Spearman is a good enough detail, because you can't outpost rush, right? So, and you're building Spearman into Lombos. Presumably, you're highlighting the fact you can build Keshiks. But I feel like the king still gets what he needs, right? He draws attention, he distracts, and then the English player can go to Castle Age and 2TC, right? The alternative is the king, if you're trading, he can still raid you. Like, he's not a bad raider. He moves quicker than Keshik, so the only way that you can stop him is if you set up outposts quite early. And what is up, Handicap? Thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome to Swarm.
K-Pig more, K-Pig
Love the
more.
interception here, He's just messing with the deer before they can get shoved in. Really smart move there. Louis now going into the horseman. Interesting choice. I assume this is just about the king. There's no other reason why you go for the horseman here, because Zertan doesn't really have a reason to attack you. And you can see he's not going to attack you, right? He's got double farm cluster already. What? Dude, Louis' game sense is kind of insane. How does he even know the archers are coming? Because to me, this feels like a fast castle build for English. You have to be pretty content with that idea, right? You go fast castle, you start spamming knights, and it's very hard for Louis to kind of shut you down. But Louis' game sense is off the charts here. I mean, this is really smart as well. The timing is going to be beautiful because Zertan is rotating north side when the horsemen are on the south. It seems like this was just genuinely about taking out the king. And now it's beneficial to him because of the fact that Lombo's on the way. This was like a bit of a mistake by Zertan. He needs a Rax. I don't like the way he's kind of blind punting this. He should see this as well. Like, he scouted the stables. If this is not an immediate Rax drop, it's a mistake. And there we go. My boy Zertan knows exactly how to cook. Villager also being pulled. This is too early from Zertan. In fact, he's going to lose that Villager. Yeah, I don't like that he done this. The moment he saw the scout, he needed to pull the Villager back. He's going to be lucky if he gets an outpost up here. And King, in the meantime, has gone down. Wait, was that a misclick? There's no way you'd send the King in there, right? Okay, that's wild. Heavy, expensive loss there, especially for a guy who's now building longbow spears. And you see he immediately has to re-queue it. If you're wondering, like, why does Zertan now care about the King? Because you built longbows and spears. Before, it could have just been a distraction you shrugged off. But now, because your spearmen and longbows need that ability to heal between fights, it's a non-starter. And Louis isn't even starting with this game. He's ready to finish it. Look at what's happening. Astronomical Clock Tower's on the way. Zertan is nowhere near a tech up. I think Zertan's read on this was wrong. He forced Louis to wall himself in. The easiest play in this game for Zertan would have been Fast Castle into double Monastery drop with 2 or 3 knights down the line. Because then you would have blocked your opponent in, you would have beaten him to relics, and then you could have played into the late game. But now it's undeniable, man. He's going to be a mile behind. And what the hell? Wait, did that just pop back up with the overlay? It must have done. Let me do that. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. For Farm Cluster now coming in. Louis will not really be able to dive the English area like this. He's just trying to block the tech timing a little bit. And I say that. Even one villager kill feels like more than you should be getting here. This is always the annoying thing about diving those farms with lightly armored units. As you just saw, the short bows come out, and all of a sudden it's pain. And Louis, this is exactly why I wanted him to go for the relics. If Zertan didn't do it, I knew Louis was going to do it. This is really, really bad for Zertan. His army isn't exactly scary. The first few knights can easily push this back. And remember, Louis can supervise to get those knights out quicker. In fact, he really should be doing that right now. Waiting 35 seconds is the one way I could see you definitely losing this. Either you supervise the racks or you supervise the stables. Racks probably makes a lot of sense here because it's mostly spearmen you're up against. Zertan, at this point, he's going to have to go for the tech up. He might get some pressure in here. Like, this is the whole logic is, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. At least try to find some value out of this play. Problem is now, with just a few pass guard, everything here dies. So I don't want to see Zertan playing long feudal. Long feudal is now a mistake. Even if you build your men at arms, it's a mistake. Especially when Louis queues this up as well. Nestaby's on the way. This is really smart by Louis. He's looking at the state of the game and he's saying, okay, Zertan is clearly committing a decent amount to infantry. This is a free win for Nestaby's. There's no easy way for you to dive the choke points and kill them. You've got spears, you've got longbows, right? You have one knight to your name, and that knight has worse stats than a normal knight. Hello? Wait, what? Such an unnecessary delete of the spearman, but okay. So good now on the relic. There's still a safe relic which is being picked up by Louis now. Nestaby's has been built. Double palace guard. I mean, this should be good enough to push this back. I don't think Zertan got a lot of damage done for this. What he did get, however, is a lot of greed. Because this isn't a white tower. This is pretty absurd out of Zertan. Most players in this position would go for the white tower, but Zertan's made an interesting pivot. You see, because he built all these military units, he doesn't feel like he needs the extra strong defense. I'm inclined to agree, and I can't believe it because we never get to see it anymore. I'm at a point where I usually believe that free TC is a throw. It's a quick way of dying as the English now. But credit to him, he's against an opponent on a map that's very defensive, that doesn't really have many units to attack with. And he's already walled the western flank. So with this trickle of troops, it's going to be very hard for Louis to get in. Louis needed to get out ASAP. Wow. This is a heavy commitment to skewer food. Makes sense, right? He's only at 65 villages. He actually needs to play pocket resources. Nestaby's in the meantime. We'll be able to stay alive. if you're wondering why doesn't Louis just make farms, you can't. At 60, 65 eco, it's way too low. You need about up to like 80 eco, 85 to feel comfortable about this. It's unfortunate because now he's in a pretty sticky situation. Zertan, I kind of questioned the aggro, but I think he noticed the food, right? Like, he has missed one detail, which is on that flank. I think he tried to raid there, but now there's 4 outposts up, which is why he's building the ramp. But he noticed the forward food. This was the thing that I wanted Louis to push in, and if you remember very early on, Zertan blocked that. He came here with the scout, with the king, and shoved all the deer around. He doesn't know about that food. He's back over there now. This is going to be rough. The longbows can easily guard the ram, so if you try to torch it down, you're going to lose villages. Zertan is now 8 villies ahead, and the relics are still being denied in this game. Wow. You know, I was skeptical. I'll hold my hands up. I was like, I don't know if you want to try to feudal all in on a delay like this, but Zertan's read was impeccable. He clearly noticed the food situation. And credit to him, right? Like, if you look at it now in hindsight, there's just stone in the back. And a sheep. You would have loved to have had that. But all of the food is forward. This is something that English typically does really well with their lombos. I think it's why a lot of people have had bad experiences on the ladder against them. Is if you get bad spawns where it's 40 your base, it feels like a GG. Louis is able to clear this up, though. Now up to 10 men at arms. This is going to be the breakout point. Very important. He needs to get out onto the berries, onto the deer. I'd actually love to see him move forward a bit and try to maybe wall this central choke point. It's just difficult because of how much ground there is. But he needs to find a way. The other one would be on the berries. Double berry patch basically on one screen and a very wallable area. You send one IO out here, is a jackpot. And Louis seems to agree. 28 villages now on the way. Okay, Zertan, good pressure on, but question mark is what's the next move? We've got, what, 4 farm clusters? I'd actually love... Make that 5. Okay, yeah, I'd definitely love to see him just start saving up towards Imp as efficiently as possible. Build a few walls to slow your opponent down. And just kind of play off the back of Lombos and maybe Spears to defend. Get 1 or 2 Springolds. The problem is, right now, he's just trying to play Mass Knights. And I feel like that's the thing that can get pushed away. And if it does, this eco lead you've built isn't going to hold. Song Dynasty really is that strong. We'll torch for attempts in the meantime. Louis MT continuing to scale up that pass guard count, and the walls are coming up. So it looks like Louis is not going to be running out of food. He even goes more gluttonous with the wall placements to secure the board as well. Spearmen are going to push this away, so no dice on Zertan's breakthrough. Yeah, this is why I didn't like the Knight idea. Because you know the walls are already up, and you haven't got that many. You're not going to burn through walls quickly. And because you don't have the white tower, you don't actually have an insane boost rate to your production, right? He added double stables in, but you know, I've seen builds with white tower where the timing is insane, as you'd expect here. Because when you have white tower plus double stables, you can be up at 12, 15 knights if you can afford it. And this is definitely a game where he could have afforded it. What I would have preferred in this situation is Zertan to just say, I should go Imperial now, right? That would have actually given him a lead. Right now, playing this longer in Castle feels detrimental. See, because what I worry about, guys, is if this continues in Castle Age, it's much easier to counter these knights than vice versa. And over time, what will happen is this Palace Guard count will get very big. And then they'll both go Imperial anyway. And I don't expect the Knight count to survive as long as the PG count. The Palace Guard, once an Imperial, feel a lot more usable than those Knights. Looks like there was a sneak through. Walls didn't actually go up. Walls? Oh no, Louis. Well, luckily he has got some infantry around the area, so should be able to keep himself alive here. Nesta Bees might not be so lucky though. Clutch repairs! Not good enough from Louis. The Conga line continues. Zertan now moving towards the base of everything. There is going to be a wall going up behind him, make sure that the Palace Guard cannot leak in. New Nesta Bees is on the way. Both players starting to macro up for Imperial. You know, it's funny because Zertan said after the stream yesterday, he blamed me for all his games being long. I guess I kind of knew what we were in for when we got into a Louis Zerty game with English Chinese. But what I love is Zertan is just trying to go against that statement made about him. He's like, I want this game to be quick. I want it to be relentless. I went feudal aggression. I went castle aggression. KP, what more do you want from me? I want you to win the game before 40 minutes. You just might have a difficulty with that with Louis in the game. Nice little raid on the villager count, though. All of a sudden, Zertan with almost a 20 villager lead here. I mean, this has to be it. This has to be Imperial Age. You could double down and chip damage here, but I think Imperial gives you the real win condition. I think it's naturally going to happen at this rate as well. Even though he's producing a lot of longbows and knights, he's still holding an insane reserve. And also, the other thing is, like, he can take either approach here because Louis hasn't gone for the farm transition. That's why Zertan keeps adding in more troops. He's looking to block those farms. For now, Louis is staying alive off the back of finite resources here. Berries, deer, on the flanks. Those aren't going to last much longer. And when they're gone, he's looking to catch Louis at the most vulnerable point in his game. However, at the end of the day, it is an inevitability. Imperial is definitely going to be on the way. I hope this is a Wingard. I actually think Berkshire is a throw. It's just so unnecessary in this type of game. There's no pressure coming your way, right? Your opponent has Palace Guard Spears. It's not really a rush comp. And in general, I think Wingard should be in the majority of games now. Berkshire is critically overrated. Berkshire is only logical when you're being attacked. I think of Berkshire the same way I look at... Oh, for God's sake, he's doing it. Okay, I'm really going to go in on this. That I look at Berkshire the same way that I looked at it in Mirrors years ago in English. If you had to build it, you done it because you were forced to. If you're doing it and you're not being forced to, unless it's in the enemy's base, I don't agree with it. And although this secures an 8k gold vein, I gotta say, Wingard would have given you a lot more. It would have given you a lot of surge potential, which you can afford with 2,000 food income. It would have given you premium units, which makes you pop efficient in the late game, which is an important thing when you're against the Chinese, right? Palace Guard plus hand cannoneers. There's just no logic in the Berkshire anymore. At least in these situations. If this was a game where Louis had an army that was 100 big, and your army was 50, it would make sense. But this is not that game. It is completely and utterly illogical. Louis, in the meantime, has decided to build a painful-looking Great Wall Gatehouse. So farms are going here. There's no doubt about that. I hope they are, anyway. Oh, wait, did Louis do the... Oh, I think Louis might have done the correct build, which is that you tap the center wall and then build the Great Wall Gatehouse with, like, 30 villages. So both in the Imperial Age. Zertan has got the majority of gold. That's the one upside I can give to this Berkshire placement, is it's taken away one of the fat 8Ks. Night Raid in the meantime, and this should be enough to start torching through the defenses. So Louis gonna lose more food access on the flank. Admittedly, he'd taken this already, but now he can't sneak around towards the berries in the boar, right? He's just hard stuck here and likely to die. Longbow's gonna go for the trade up against the spears. And Louis has quite an awkward situation now. The food income has once again plummeted down to practically nothing. Spearman. Palace Guard will be able to chase this away. Zertan should be prepping for a direct siege here, though. Like, what I want to see is mass men-at-arms and double bombard going down the center. This is a very strong timing for him, and he can easily get the bombards immediately into the enemy base, courtesy of the Berkshire. Remember, this is a production building, not just a keep. No network of citadels either. A little bit surprised by this, considering he's got 2,000 stone in reserve, as well as enough gold to afford it. I kind of get it from the gold perspective, right? Like, typically, you're going to want to get your eco upgrades, your elite statuses first. Really, he should just have a lot more gold coming in, but I'm wondering, did he actually have the level 2 mining tech a minute or two ago? The numbers feel like he only just got that. Louis' food is kind of bad. No. Yakimo, you're being way too kind. Louis' food is atrocious. All right, Louis' food income right now is an ad campaign for feeding the world, right? You know, kids around the world die every day because there's not enough food. Like, this is what you show them right now. This is painful. Farm transition's coming in now in the northern corner, but the problem is now this Great Wall Gatehouse feels worse. I'm not a big fan of what he's done here. As long as he stonewalls this side, it's not too bad, but I really was expecting it here because you always want to keep the Great Wall Gatehouse close. If this was the plan all along, he probably should have dropped it here. But I think, one, the issue was space, and two, the issue was the pressure. He was worried that Zertan was going to all-in him. So, yeah, ended up with a pretty rough one here. Now, Philosbo speaks American and not English, so I'll translate for him what I really said. Now that you've got the Berkshire in the center of the map, you might as well turn it into a production building to get some value out of it. Because otherwise, it has none. We forgive Philly, though. He can't track how more than one civ functions at a time. I've checked his data. He did try Mongols again recently. I think he lost with them. But outside that, it's Byzantines all the way. Men-at-Arms have arrived at the bad news that this wall has gone up. So, no quick dive into the eco. Ancient Techniques is coming through. This game looks pretty rough, but I wouldn't say Louis out of it yet. Mainly because of just how absurd China gets once these farms are online. And they are now online. Zertan is getting a lot of gold off the map. That doesn't exactly mean that Chinese can't play, right? They've still got a 4k gold back here, down to 2.5k. And on top of that, taxation is an insane beast. So there are ways that he can still compete, but it's definitely an uphill battle now. The army tactics now on the way, so this should just be the dive point. In fact, once again, like if this Berkshire wants to find some value, oh, look at that. He's building bombards out of it. Huh. And then on top of that, he could just build Raxus here. Like, this is the one way you can at least justify this even being here, is you could build a little proxy base to get production on your side, right? And then it's not diveable. Keep dropping the east side. It's almost like this could have done what this done. Zertan is prepping the rounds to break through. The tough part for Louis right now is he doesn't have a way of setting tempo in this game. He now has to defend for several minutes before he can even make a move. And the problem is he's nowhere near his peak, really, if you think about it. You know, Ecotech's coming through, Palace Guard as well. His military count, like, he hasn't really got the reserves to start flooding Palace Guard and replace them instantly. That being said, Crazy Lad has somehow snuck through. I don't even know how that happened. This wall, Zertan was meant to have built this wall a very long time ago. Never did. Stone wall now coming up. Zertan is not going to be able to get it in time. However, raids are trades. And it's time for Zertan to make his. Love this. Straight away goes after the houses. No max population for you, sir. Longbows in the meantime are going to move towards the backside. And unfortunately, because of the location of this Great Wall Gatehouse, it doesn't protect the farms whatsoever. This many Longbows should be capable of one-hitting any villager they target as well. Palace Guard have been mirrored out by the Men-at-Arms. Villagers are being thrown out to their death, but don't worry, folks. If those farms get seen, it's going to be a bigger deal. Longbows, Zertan. Whoa, boy. Let's not dive into there. Yeah, he just noticed where the farms are. Whoa, villagers. What? No way. Louis. What? He walks past a dozen units to build this keep, and I'm actually skeptical. Because it's China, I think this still goes up, but it's not going to be worth it. GG gets called. Zertan. Aggression, aggression, aggression. It's amazing the lengths players will go to prove you wrong when you tell them they go late game too often. Glad it's working, though, because Zertan pushing pedal to the metal is what I came for. I can't believe he ran past that many units to build a keep. That was depressing to watch. Also, White Tower's arguably a lot better than Bark. Yeah, it's obviously better than Bark. Like, I'm telling you, Berkshire is just critically overrated. But the reason you build Berkshire is if you're being attacked. Like, if you're being attacked by an all-in, a White Tower is not going to protect you at 200 pop, right? You need the Berkshire as well. But, like, he wasn't being attacked. There was zero reasons to build a Berkshire. Stand by that. He would have been absolutely fine with Wingard. In fact, he would have had an easier win with Wingard. And once it's given some flack, he doesn't even play AoE form ranked. Nah, dude, I just spend all my time watching, like, the best of the game. It's almost like I'm just stuck watching this perfect gameplay instead of Pepe handing over my own. So 2 reasons for you to make Berkshire, but there are a lot more than 2 reasons for Wingard. Yep. Wingard is winning. Dude, I'm telling you, Berkshire is literally just being built because of bad habits that built up over time. Because people used to do it, they now do it. You can mark my words on this, dude. Next S-tier tournament is going to be Wingard most games. It's that good. Footmen are insane. Like, Footmen are ridiculous. Especially when you consider that if you don't need to necessarily go mass men-at-arms straight away, you're saving 700 gold and 300 food. Because you don't have to get Imperial Age elite status, right? You just get armor-clad. And Footmen are the most pop-efficient unit you can have as the English. I actually think it's dumb that Footmen don't have a castle version. Like, I think Wingard's going to have to be tweaked for that, by the way. Like, it's absurd. Same with Rangers, right? If you ignore archers your whole game, you can now save 1,000 gold just by building Rangers over time. And the Rangers one, by the way, isn't even being fully leveraged yet, but it will given time. The reason why the Rangers one is even better is because Rangers, when you get into that late game, like, if you build Footmen, there's a risk you lose them because they're your front line. Your Rangers are your back line. So it's much easier to reach critical mass without needing to add in any normal lombos, right? Wingard's always been kind of sick. Oh, I agree. But it's like the fast castle, fast imp build fell off Baltoon. That's why it wasn't looking good anymore, right? Like a lot of English players struggle in castle and we're trying to win a feudal. So it's like it's a change in mentality and way you play. On top of that, there's some small tweaks around it. I think they increased the production rate on, was it the Footmen contract? I think. But what I find Comedial is actually the worst contract that you can now get out of... literally the worst contract you can get out of the... I can say contract as businesses. Out of the Wingard is actually the one that used to be the meta, right? The Wingard army is actually the worst. It's not even close. Because Trebs suck. Did you see the update on creator guidelines? Yep, you can check the start of the stream for my take on it. We went over it already. So I'm checking who Louis up against. Do we watch another Louis one? This person is 63rd in the world. We've been watching a decent amount of Abbasid Iabids. We could check for another play if you guys want. I've also got replays lined up. So I think we had Voldemar versus Lash. We got Recon versus Lucifron. Dinky versus Faye. That game's all about critical masses. It's impossible to reach critical mass on a 5 units every 5 minutes. Late game units die fast. Wait, I'm sorry. What is your APM if you're building 5 units every 5 minutes out of a Wingard? Are you building those Wingard armies I told you not to build? It takes you 45 seconds to get 6 Footmen out. And if you get the Military Academy, it takes 30 seconds. So you get 6 Footmen every 30 seconds, which equates to a 5-second production rate. So it's like having 5 Raxes worth of production. And you get better units. I mean... I don't want to make the NA math comment, but I kind of got it. And also, here's another one for you. If you want mass Philly, go for the Wingard Raiders, because Wingard Raiders is still the easiest and quickest way to win a game. Was it? I think it's like 22 seconds to get 6 cavalry units. 22 seconds. And that's before Military Academy, right? Pretty sure it's before Military Academy. You just Zerg them. You just Zerg Knights and Horsemen. There you go. Wingard is insane. It has so much flexibility to do different things. If the game is slow, you build Footmen or Lombos. If the game is fast, you build Cav. Yo, what's up, Carlos? Thank you. Yeah, dude. I was proud and depressed at the same time in comparison to The Office on it. I was like, they legit have just they've been watching too much of Ryan. Dude, they're channeling mass Ryan energy. No one should want to channel mass Ryan energy. I'm trying to think if there's a worse character to be from The Office than Ryan. Probably not. I feel like more people would rather be Creed than would be Ryan. And the last one was won by Zerton. Ferocious Feral, we did not catch the first game between the two. We might check back in on it later. But Baltoon has spoken, and that is all I care about. He went, I really want to watch this game. All right, this one is for you, boo. We got Louis MT going up against an unidentified Chinese player who's ranked about 60th in the world right now, so this is a very high elo game. Live from Iabids versus Abbasids is actually a matchup now where I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Iabids get curb stomped by Abbasids. There's something really delectable about these new builds, and I'm wondering if we're going to see it again today. The build that we saw the other day from Core, Culture Wing. I actually think Culture Wing Fast Castle was a bloody good build for the Abbasids. I wasn't sure if it was going to be quick enough against the Ibid's tempo timing. I'm hoping we're going to see it experimented with it here again. The other opportunity is to go military wing. A lot of players taking with the Abbasids. I just don't think it's as valuable. And what has happened to this game? I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. Has anyone else ever seen this before? Huh? That was weird. Should we try this again? Let's try this again. Let's see if it freezes out on the timer again. Yeah, dude, I feel like I discover a new bug every day as well. Okay, so that's where we're at. All right, let's resume this. Looks like we are working again. So yeah, as I was saying, there's an interesting build now that I'm actually a believer in. I think Core made me a believer. The Culture Wing has been a dead build for the Abbasids for a long time. It's been a meme. It's been worthless. I actually think there's two ways now you go as the Abbasids to count the Ibids, and it depends on the opening choice. And I think it's worth waiting a few seconds to make your own choice. If the Ibids go for the Desert Raider, you need to go for Culture Wing. If, however, the Ibids go for Growth Wing, I think you go for the Trade Wing. And we're going to find out in a second. I'm expecting this to be Desert Raider. Desert Raider is pretty atypical. About 90% Ibid games, it feels like at the moment, have settled on Desert Raider into Growth. Unless they have Desert Raiders being hard counted or need to play a bit of a longer feud, in which case the Growth is better value. But in most games, everyone's always looking for the Desert Raider into the 8 villages. Other side of this, Louis just needs to hold off. The problem is we're very scouting right now. It looks like he's just going to make his blind leap of faith. So we're probably going to be seeing Culture. If you don't know what your opponent's doing, Culture is the safe way to go. It's a shame, though, because I actually think this would be a good map to prove my point about Trade Wing. He's got a back-spawning trade post. It's not insane, but it's doable. He can even walk to the corner to get a decent distance trade. But Millie Wing now on the way. Other side should be the Desert Raider. This is decent if you can find that Desert Raider. Double Archer, double Spearman can be annoying. The problem is, all that you need to do as Purple here is drop an archery range, build 3 archers, and then pressure alongside the Desert Raider. And that isn't a bad thing, right? For a start, you're against a Civ that can't rush Castle Age. This is usually why Abbasids have suffered against Ibids, by the way. Ibids is possibly the peak definition of a tempo-based Civ. They're all about timings, right? They're all about specifically hitting their timing. But on the other side of it, I think Ibids can do a lot more damage by slowing their tempo. Just by going 3 archers, which you know you're going to upgrade later, you can still get an insanely aggressive timing that Abbasids can't contest. If, however, somehow, someway an Abbasid player can somewhat mirror your castle timing, at that point, that's where the pass of the baton occurs. That's where I favor Abbasids in this matchup because of things like the boot camp and the composite bows that just outclass the Ibids every day of the week. And before anyone says Camel Lancers are the way, and they are godly, I'm going to have to back you away from your keyboard there, dog. Don't know if you guys know this, but Camel Lancers get absolutely annihilated by Camel Riders. It's not even close. It's not even funny. So outpost going up. It's definitely going to be no commitment to military at all. Which is actually good for Louis. There's an opportunity to do some damage. I think it's a little bit tough to usually get enough damage done with just 2 spears, 2 archers against a Desert Raider. But if there's a slight miss micro, if he oversteps, comes a bit too close, and those spears get 1 stab each, that's the point where you're going to lose your initial Desert Raider. I do think that this landmark choice, by the way, for the Ibids is broken. It's not well designed. You get a Desert Raider straight away, which I take issue with. And I know there's going to be a counter-argument right now coming out, but KP, you get 4 units for the military wing as the Abbasids. Yes, but that's a one-off. I only get them once. As the Ibids, every 2 minutes now, you're going to keep getting a Desert Raider, right? So like this keeps returning value over time. I personally think this should go the same way as the Shinobi and the King. I don't think there should be a full production delay, right? Because they take 30 seconds. I'd say 15 seconds is more than reasonable. Crossman coming in. Louis, did he actually get enough here? Oof, just about. 365. So second TC will go on the wood line. Makes a lot of sense because now you're probably going to build 2 to 3 more archers to just defend against any Desert Raider spam. But you're going to have to prep more than that because you know it's going to be fast tech up. Love what's happening here, by the way. Louis MT, this is a big part of why people will still go military wing even when they don't want to attack. You can use those military units to shove deer in. This is going to give him the food eco he needs to rush Castle Age on 2TC. When you add these deer in with the Golden Age and the fact that he's got fresh foodstuffs, it should be quite easy for the Abbasid to catch up about 2 minutes behind the timing the Ibids. The cool thing is, in the meantime, any sort of eco lead the Ibids would have seen from going for the Growth Wing is going to be offset by the fact you're now 2 town centers. It's kind of funny, actually, that there wasn't any interception attempt, because Purple did scout this. I would have expected the Desert Raider to poke, because you might have been able to like kill an archer or 2, or you would have at least been able to slow down the shoving. Instead, Louis is going to get the full-fledged value of this. A lot of wood being gathered. No production bonus committed to just yet. I think Louis should be doing production, though. There's no downside to actually building archery ranges here. Archery ranges is going to be the backbone of your formation, because it's actually the secondary phase of the Ibids. So really, all you need to build if you're Abbasids here is archers and spearmen. You can actually win with that alone. I still like the idea of camel riders, but it's really expensive at this stage of the game. That, by the way, is another reason why I'm a big fan of military wing in Castle, is you get 2 camel riders straight away. Those 2 camel riders counter everything the Ibids do at the start of their age up, right? The camel riders will counter Desert Raiders, the camel riders will counter camel lancers, and they'll also counter dervishes. It's actually brutal just how good Castle military wing is. Outpost now going up as well, so that's just secure the gold for the rush up in age. Makes sense as well. Like, it's double Desert Raider now. If you rely on the 2 spears, 2 archers, you're going to die. And Louis clearly wants to slow down any sort of escalation into military in favor of that economy. What interesting choice here, though. What do you guys think of the Camel Archer choice? This feels new. I don't think I've seen a player do this in reaction to the Ibid build before. Well, that's not entirely true. We've seen mass Camel Archers, which is actually really good, even against Castle Age Ibids. I'm wondering if this is that from Louis, because if he's going to mass Camel Archers, he's not going to get a good Castle Age timing. So this feels more like it's going to be maybe 1, possibly 2 maximum. The whole idea is like 1 Camel Archer can poke and prod down these Desert Raiders. And it's comical, like if the Desert Raider can get close enough, it'll kill the Camel Archer. But the cool thing about this Camel Archer detail is you never can come close because of the spears. So yeah, pretty cool little design twist there. Louis now should be looking to pile some pressure. I'm expecting him to block relics. I just don't think this is a game where you can do more than that. Second Camel Archer. Yeah, it's kind of impressive, actually, that he's still got this type of food haul, even though he's producing Camel Archers, but that's the power of fresh foodstuffs, right? Like, if you actually do the maths on the savings, you're saving yourself 108 food per minute. It's over half the cost of a Camel Archer. So if you just add 1 in per minute, it makes a lot of sense how he's still able to skirt towards the castle. In the meantime, he now has the units to chase down these Desert Raiders. You see what happens when Purple tries to turn around immediately. And this also now authenticates the Camel Archer build. I'm not a big fan of the Ghoulims. This is the type of game where actually, and I can't believe I'm going to say this because anyone who's watched this stream more than once knows I always flame the Camel Lancer build. The Camel Lancer build would have been better. Unless you want to now drop triple archery range, it makes no sense to build Ghoulims. Ghoulims alone will get kited and killed because these Camel Archers have very high base damage. Tech up on the way, let's give him the Culture Wing. Pretty standard choice here, right? Like, you'll always see Culture Wing if you're rushing Castle. because at this stage in the game, you don't have much eco upgrades or any blacksmith upgrades. In fact, you can see he's got nothing but wheelbarrow. Means you're going to get an insanely good bang for buck out of preservation of knowledge. I also, by the way, think that medical centers is pretty underrated now. If you're going to be the defending player, medical centers is really good. We've seen the effect of it recently when people die with TC. This is like having the Imam AoE aura for the Ottomans. It's actually surprisingly good. I also like the idea of like just having camel archers anytime some get injured. Because they're a cav, kill them and send them home. It's like what people used to do with Abbey of Kings builds with mass cav. Purple needs to get the dervishes. Wow. I know you're against camel archers, but not getting dervishes here feels like a critical blunder. He doesn't even have undermesh. And you already noticing the damage these guys do. Like, yeah, the Ghoulims aren't insta-dying, but remember, these are premium men-at-arms. They have more health than standard MAA do. Just a handful of them. Shouldn't be able to dive too deep into this base. Louis already has the tech up on the way. Has some reserves being saved up. Has the outpost to try and defend this. Interesting choice for the Desert Raiders to try and dive in on the south side. The only thing that can dive right now are the Ghoulims. Villagers are going to get clipped, though. A little bit of a miss micro there by Louis. It's going to cost him dearly. But now, with the Camel Archer count reaching up to soon 6, I don't think this Ghoulam mass works. Purple made a bit of a mistake here. I think they built too many Raxes, not enough archery ranges straight away. Or rather, they didn't have the archery range production high enough. And all of a sudden, Louis, now with that tech up advantage, this is where things get scary. Level 2 range tech immediately gets queued up. Pokka's on the way. Undermesh is only coming through now. This is hurting way too much. The other issue you have is these Camel Archers, not only are they fast, they're actually quite chunky against Ghoulam spam. 140 health isn't bad, especially when Purple's trickling troops. This is a really cool build out of Louis. You know what I love is for all the memeing that's done about Camel Archers, recently we've been seeing more and more games that have been doing them justice. Camel Archers are the one way a Bastards can play in Age Behind. Because any other comp you go for, right? Like heavily armored units going to screw you over. Spearmen you can argue against Lancers, sure, but like if your opponent goes Ghoulims like this was your only option. We've actually seen this strategy used by players like Killjadi up against BC's Order of the Dragon, where he was up against men-at-arms in Feudal as well, but he just spammed Camel Archers to snipe them down. Similar logic, right? Your opponent is way too slow. He can never reach you. A little bit ambitious with the interception here, Louis. We'd love to see him actually just upgrade these archers. I think once you have 6 plus Pog, it's worth it. And the damage increase, I think, adds in like an extra 3 or 4 damage. Not to mention the fact that you get the extra health, right? I think up to 170, if I'm not mistaken. Instead, though, looks like they'll be focusing on the infantry comp at home. Mangonel has been built. Ghoulam's getting ready for a dive. Purple. Not the best of dodges there. Firearm is not going to be good enough to keep this alive. Villagers are going to be exposed. In the meantime, it looks like the Camel Archers are actually going into the back of the base. So Ghoulam's will have to intercept that. And that is slowing down the bulk of forces diving Louis' base, which is problematic, considering Louis already has a healthy amount of crossbows and archers. I think Purple has some big problems, guys. It's like he's completely forgotten about dervishes. I think you should be going for them at this stage. There are a few Camel Archers left over, but realistically, it's worth the risk. You're in a game where it's 2 TC versus 1. You either build a TC or you go relics. If you do neither of those things, you have a cutoff point of 16 minutes to win. If you don't win by then, or do substantial damage, the game is just basically over. Camel Archers are at least going to be finished off, but I think they serve their purpose. Louis MT now has more military in the field. He's also got the Mango to play with. One throne is on the way, but you're going to need a second one to feel good about this. And now the Ghoulam switch comes in. And this is where things get ugly. If this game now turns into Ghoulam Archer versus Ghoulam Archer, Ayyubids will never win. And it's because of this tech here. Boot Camp is going to make it impossible. Mamluk's Bravery is kind of debatey. You might think it's good, but then you've got to consider composite bows, right? If I have the choice between more health and better attack speed on my archers versus 25% more damage, 20% more movement speed when X unit kills enemy unit, I'm going to take the former every day of the week. Like, Mamluk's Bravery is kind of cool, but it only really works when you have an advantage already. It feels very underwhelming when you're behind, because it requires you to win more. It's kind of like the idea of a Kurtai, right? Like, Kurtai, to a degree, requires that you're in contention. If you're losing, you're just losing more. And that's exactly what's happening here. Unfortunately, Purple made a mismicro. He walked away with the Ram there. Several troops going down. Things are swinging against him. Archimaster is going to stand the ground for the time being. Mango moving to the back. Sprion shots are going to come in. Mango's going to be taken out, but Sprion in return. Now the Goom's on the back side of this. This is looking over. I just don't see the way. I mean, Purple... This might be the first time I've seen an Ibid player several minutes into Castle Age still not bother to go for dervishes. And I'm puzzled as to why. I get the Camel Archers are scary, but there's got to be a point at where you reach for some sort of greed, because failing to do so this deep into a game versus 2 TC Abbasids makes it impossible. I'm trying to figure out whether this is just Louis playing really well or Purple severely misstepping. And I think it's a combo of the two. That Camel Archer detail really threw Purple off. You can tell they had some clear ideas of their build order and execution, but to me, what Louis show you is that sometimes if you force a player off their preordained plan, everything falls apart. And yeah, funnily enough, this is not really a mirror. Ibid Abbasids may turn into a mirror like this with Gulam Archers, but if it does, the Ibid player feels bad about it. These civs play quite different, a lot more different than you'd expect. Mass Archer's going to stand their ground. Gulams have been cleared, and at this stage, I think it's fair to say we're close to GG. I mean, Louis has a 40 economy lead, and it's about to get bigger. Gulams and Archers are now reaching in. Villagers are not responding. I don't think Purple even realizes it. The moment he sees what's happened here, that his villagers have become fertilizer, he's going to realize it's done. I mean, there's just no more food, right? GG gets called. Louis MT showing you that the Abbasids no longer have to fear the other Camel Kingdom. Yeah, that's really cool. So we're seeing more and more of those type of games. Let's see what else we've got. So, let me quickly name that game. I think that one's like decent to upload. God damn, that mango energy drink is so tasty. So, we're not going to cast Cow, because we don't cast trash. You want a mango drink? We have to wait until I'm sponsored. So you can use my code. Can't tell you who they are until then. I don't want to miss out on sales. What's up, random? I can take a glance at your build. I wouldn't say the very tiny specifics of build orders is what I focus on. I'm usually like macro strategy. As in not your eco, but like wider, larger strategies, but sure. And people, wait, I think people were asking earlier, weren't they? There's someone that's being asked. I think I responded to everything. And yeah, the matchup is definitely a Abbasid favored the later it goes. It's crazy how much better it gets the deeper the game goes. I think most people have just actually agreed at this point that like one of the best solutions to dealing with the Ibids is just to build a second TC. And the Abbasids is one of the best civs to execute that strategy because they get cheaper villages, right? So it's more cost efficient. Just having a look, see who we've got live on the ladder right now. Is it more difficult to reach Conk 3 with one single civ or Conk 1 playing random civs? Probably Conk 1 playing random civs. Depends on the civ you're selecting constantly. If you're playing Ibids, English, Byzantines, I think getting Conk 3 will be easier than Conk 1 randoming. The logic is that, like, I think just generally having a good build order, you can reach Conk 1. I feel like that's quite doable with reasonably clean execution of the first 15 minutes of gameplay to 20 minutes. The difference, though, is that when you do random civs, you don't have this perfect build order you're executing every time and you're just winning with, right? You have to have a good build order that you understand how to execute well with all the civs, because you never know what civ you're going to get. Now, where this could get quite interesting is the idea that, like, when you get high ranked, you're going to get maybe some more sweaty people that check your data and see you only play one civ. So that might be where it gets a little bit... But I think if you blitz it, if you rush it, you could probably get Conk 3. Sustaining on one civ is the difficulty. Sustaining it is going to be the bigger challenge. But then I say, like, if you just play Byzantines, you've got a good shot. If you play it well, right? Okay. We looked through, right? We didn't have anyone? That's fine. We've got games we can cast. So, there was a Recon versus Lucifron game. Let me get that. Oh, Cal's fixed his UI, his overlay. Very big pog. Good lad. Cal's always so quick. So... Let me find the Lucifron Recon game. I think it was 4 lakes. Ooh, we can just about watch it. Oh, it's a Japanese mirror. Okay, so I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I feel like Japanese mirrors is one of those ones where I make an exception because it has very interesting twists and turns. And the cool thing is the floating gate makes them very aggressive, like very quick, right? Compared to others. You're kind of like all mirrors, you're a psychopath. Okay, there we go. Didn't expect such a detailed answer? Oh, dude, I'm always happy to help people. Hopefully that gives them some insights and gives you some places to start if you want to make that grind. My recommendation, though, like truly my biggest recommendation to you, just before we hop into this, don't focus on how you can cheese to a rank using a civ. Focus on how you can improve as a player. Because the moment that something changes in the meta, your cheese fails, right? That one strategy you designed fails. It's better to learn the game, understand the base mechanics, and understand how to execute on them. From a macro perspective, transitions, reading your opponent's moves, counters, scouting. These core concepts will get you a lot further over time as a player than just use my build order and win in 20 minutes, right? Because once that build order changes, you are no longer independent of the requirement of what was taught to you, right? And what I mean by that is, if I teach you, right, if I hopped in a coaching session with you and taught you good scouting pattern, or taught you, you know, understanding transitions and timings, you would get much more of that repetitively over the coming months and years as a player than if I sat down with you and show you a beastie build order and show you how to execute it, right? Like, show you, like, told you these details and you went through it, right? Because that's not going to be permanent. But the base knowledge of understanding these core concepts of RTSs and matchups will. They'll keep with you a lot longer. So yeah, don't look for the cheap tricks. Look for the permanent improvements. I cringe every time I see like these coaching sites where there's people's like tricks to help you get diamond, right? And it's like, great, so they're not teaching you how to be better. I will always be against the coaching types that basically sit there and say, hey, do this trick and you'll make it to Conk next week. That crap is temporary. I want you guys to get permanent improvements, which is why we look to dissect all the itty-bitty details when we watch absolute masters of the game like this. Lucifron and Recon going up against each other on 4 lakes in a Japanese mirror. Now, this is one of the best mirrors I think that exists in the game because it has a lot of different branches to it, because a lot of the units that you can opt into feel viable for the Japanese when you reach Castle Age. I think Castle Age is still the optimal target, but on water maps, Shinobi play can work as well. However, upon arrival, you're going to see an interesting diversification here. Sometimes you see the Mounted Samurai, sometimes it's going to be the Onimusha, the Onibigisha, the Samurai. They all kind of squeeze in. You might say, well, KP, we can see that in any Japanese game. But the way that I appreciate it more is the way it kind of gels together when you're playing the same Civ. There are some matchups where I'd say mirrors are pretty depressing. French is probably a good example of that. French mirrors are typically you build knights, I build knights, and we keep going all night, right? And you're basically waiting for someone to make a misclick in a fight to GG. With the Japanese, because of the Yorishiro and the floating gate timing, I find the game becomes more about transitional play. Transitions are quite difficult in RTSs. But something that I find amazing about the Japanese with these Yorishiro builds is how smoothly they can move from one unit comp to the other. Opening, though, we're going to have to see a little bit of Dark and Filet shenanigans. Pawns are already being secured on each side, and I am wondering how quickly in this game we're going to see an aggressive move. One thing that I find quite intriguing about Japanese mirrors here, actually, is the fact that when you're on a water hybrid map, there's a lot of griefing you can do on the pawns. Not just because of Shinobis, but because Japanese is actually one of the best civs on maps where you can test water at the dock line. The reason is the arrow slits. By gathering gold, you get the stone, right? It's more optimal than most civs in the game. It's actually why I think the 2 best civs on Holy Island right now are Juji and Japanese, and it's not even close. No mirror is worse than English mirror. I mean, dude, English mirror should just end the moment you lose your king, right? It's like regicide on horseback. If you think the Khan GG is bad, I can guarantee you us English people got a bigger, deeper root in the whole monarchy crap. Not these days, I don't give a care in the world about them, but OG English back in the days. That's how they should be decided. Kind of like the idea of more of these type of leader units in the game. What if we had a Shogun for the Japanese? Let me know what you guys think about this, because here's the problem. When I see, a leader or hero unit, and people immediately think on the level of Zhone, I don't think it necessarily has to be that far. But the idea of something that comes in really late in the game, like maybe it's an Imperial Age unit, that sits somewhere between what the Khan does and what Zhone does, it's a pretty cool idea. You make an expensive unit, but it kind of reminds me of Rise of Nations. You guys remember Rise of Nations? If you played it, it had the generals that could buff up your whole army, right? And if they get sniped, you lose the buff, right? That's the balance point. As it always has been with Khans, and is meant to be with Zhone, but doesn't always work out that way. So tech up should be on the way soon. I'm expecting a double Coca Township here. I'd be shocked if we saw alternative to that. I think there's only one player in a Japanese mirror I've seen do the Kura Storehouse build, and that's been Dumu. Credit to him, actually. Dumu won that particular game. I think you can find it on my YouTube channel. I do feel like he was in a position where he shouldn't have won, and his opponent overextended, though. And Lucifron's build is way faster because Recon has gone double pond. So there's a difference in ideas here. The logic for Recon is he'll tech up later, but he should be able to invest more workers to do so. So I'm expecting Recon to go with 8 or 9 villages when he goes for attack. Most of the food should be coming back soon. In fact, might be worth just sending back any full boats you've got to get an optimal timing here. Because this is starting to turn to kind of a worrisome trail. Recon might be looking to sneak a dock, by the way. That would make sense of his build as well. In fact, oh, come on. He sees it straight away. Wait, did he get the swing first? I think he did. They are almost pitch perfect on their timing. They might both die at the same time. A scout should be on the way. No, second villager from Recon. And I don't like his build. Coca Township for 4. That's a really big lead now for Lucifron. Now, the good news is that he's at least blocked out the dock. I love the fact that he sent villagers. Okay, this is a bit funky from Recon. Sending villagers everywhere like this is very expensive. And it's going to be a village switch, so there you go. Now, what you want to do if you're Recon is you want to likely move across and set up a dock in the northern corner. The problem now is because it's a Coca Township this early compared to yours, you won't be able to protect your ninja investment, right? fact, I wonder, do you like try to set up an outpost on the enemy dock first? That could be interesting. So you set up an outpost here so that the shinobi can't kill you, and then you build a dock. Because I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret here. Outpost counters shinobi pretty hard. Yeah. Turns out, doesn't really matter if you sabotage a building that doesn't do anything other than shoot you in the face. We've actually seen this. Best example I can think of is on Golden Heights, where Vortex has this really sick build, English versus Japanese. Whereas the English, he just builds an outpost the moment his opponent techs up. And then you can't do anything to the dock. It's a little bit different on a map like Four Lakes. And instead, it looks like Recon has gone the way of just multi-docks, which means that the initial shinobi can't do anything. This western dock is still a little bit vulnerable, but something I'm starting to not like about Lucifron's build is he just has less raw eco power right now, because he only set up the one. Oh, Recon? Oh, sorry, wait, I'm an idiot. I don't know why, I inherently just thought that was a blue dock. Okay, we actually do have a problem here. This is Lucifron's dock. Oh no. How did he get this up? I mean, there's no way that he should have got this dock. Considering that Recon had a villager here and the scout. That's wild. First shinobi comes out. Shin is not going to work. Okay, he has a problem. Now, the good news is, with the Sabo coming through, Recon should still be able to win. Unfortunately, the shinobi are drawing fire here. And somehow getting away with it. I can't believe that. Barely any HP left over. They stay alive. And it means now this galley fight is evening up a bit more. But what's really happening is a win elsewhere for Lucifron. Because he's only investing in galleys here, right? Because he wants to snipe eco. His real goal is to now reach Castle Age. Yeah, Recon's build doesn't really make much sense anymore. He's investing pretty hard into Shinobi, so he's looking for an all-in kind of timer, but he's out of position for that. Look at where he is on the map. His Shinobi are nowhere near the enemy base. This is not the way you play this. If you want to try and shut your opponent down before he techs, you need to be heading towards the base, not reacting to his Shinobi. Okay, that was sick. How the... You should be proud of yourself. Do you see the way he just, like, shuffled his belt? Like, I am done here. Guy be styling. Unfortunately, he's about to get styled on. Lucifron now on his way up at the floating gate. And this is where Recon's plan lacks clarity. Right? He's been forced to react to these docks instead of forcing reactions. And that's the problem with the later tech timing, is if he teched up first, he could have been sending it to Lucifron's side of the map, right? Because he teched up second, he had to turtle first. And Lucifron has played this textbook perfect. Shinobi needs some buff. Are you high? This unit's crazy. The only thing Shinobi need is they need a way of being produced in Imperial Age. Like, I actually think Koka Township should unlock Shinobi production through keeps. So actually, just give them to him in Castle Age. Maybe Castle's too strong. It has to be an Imp Tech. But there should be a way of scaling Shinobi production. The reason they suck is because you have one building that produces one every 23 seconds. That's bad. Shinobi now marching in. If he Shins the tree line, he could actually do a lot of damage here. Can he read this? Recon. Yeah, actually goes for the gold. Wow, missing opportunity there. And now the dive underneath the TC. This is terrible. Okay, I don't know what he's doing anymore. Like, this is what? That may have been the most valueless dive ever. Okay, he gets something at the end. So the sabotage there is really important because that's the Yoshiro stables. So you're going to miss out on free Mountain Samurai, right? Still, that was such a waste of Shinobi. I'm baffled. Especially considering that this is a map where your opponent wants relics, right? He's now just got the central relic for free. If you think about it, actually, Recon, this play makes sense if you send one Shinobi to the stables and the rest to the relics. Look at where they are. The relic spawn is insane on this map. And somehow, despite the fact they're all close together, Lucifron just blindly ran out and got one. Damage already being done, right? We're in a game now where Lucifron barely behind on economy. Going to be ahead, really, if you think about it. And he's only now setting up the second dock. I really like this build. Like, when you're in this matchup, this is all about timings, right? When you go for a second dock, unless you can find a way of really pressuring a Feudal, I think you fall behind. I've got to agree with Luciferon's perspective of just going one dock for eco is better for a fast castle build. And this matchup is all about fast castle. Like, I don't think there's actually any way you can play a Feudal all-in against another Japanese player. You just don't scale quick enough. There aren't actually many civs that can contest the fast castle build of Japan. Sneaky dock attempt. Luciferon will not be able to get it up though, so good catch there with the galley. Tech up is now complete. Recon immediately queuing up the Mount Samurai, but he's already behind in the count. Walls are at least going to slow down any raid attempt, but the problem with these walls is they don't really protect the real win condition, which is the relics. This is already one relic, second one coming home. He's going to have a second Euroshiro dropping now, and then we're going to be seeing rapidly 4 relics in the base of Luciferon. Something how you can sacrifice 5 Shinobi but be fine because walls take too long to die? Not really. I think it would be stupid if you could build 6 Mount Samurai and break through a wall quickly. Do you want to know how you break through a wall quickly? You take the resources you put into 6 Mount Samurai and put them into 18 Onobugisha or Samurai. Walls are fine. Walls are meant to counter Cav. It makes complete sense. Smash coming in underneath the TC. No undermesh yet. And also, melee techs are coming through from Recon. That's a bit of a blunder by Luciferon. He hasn't got a single melee tech level yet. Otherwise, he'd be dominating these fights. Numbers are still inside, though. And behind this, as we highlighted, the real win condition is in the mid-map. Only 2 relics left up for grabs, and Recon yet to move for a single one. Daimyo upgrade has come in. I'm expecting this to be mirrored. The way that this comp now goes is you want to usually go for Daimyo, and you want to go Uma Bannerman to buff your whole army. But I think Luciferon's going to try to be a crafty bugger here. Because Recon has to now do this, right? It has to be Archery Range as your second Euroshiro, and Onimusha. If Luciferon just goes for Spear and Onobugisha, he wins. Onobugisha annihilate Onimusha. Kaburia can kind of help you a little bit, but still, you've got this issue where you're a glass cannon that attacks way too slowly. And your movement speed difference isn't good enough permanently to stay away from Onobugisha. Flash in the base. Uma Bannerman not winning out. Just numbers against them here. Love the snipe down. That was sick micro. I love the fact that he's just targeting all the low HP ones, and look at the difference it made. Luciferon getting away with several of these Mounted Samurai at Death's Door. Oh, this is brutal. And this is now probably going to encourage the Onimusha play even more, right? No. Recon actually goes Spears. Okay. Well played. That's actually not too bad. I was expecting Onimusha after that fight, because here's the thing, guys. When you see a fight like that, it's like when you watch these knight plays, right? And your opponent starts microing away one knight at a time. You're like, wait, come back. You wish you had range units. So Recon still has that problem. And his opponent already has the correct Bannerman, right? Recon went into an Uma Bannerman again, but the winning play here is Katana Bannerman. And yes, Recon has returned 1 relic, but 4 to 1 relics. I mean, you don't need to be a mathematician to know who's favored here. Luciferon is in a very dominant position. Spin Flash coming in. Can we spread the lines here? Looks like it should be a good hold, though. Recon does have the defender's advantage. I think Luciferon needs to slow down a bit and get his techs. He's got Undermesh coming through. He still doesn't really have the melee techs in, though. He's only got the first level. Meanwhile, it looks like Recon's got the 2. Yeah, that's kind of wild, actually. If you don't have the level 2 melee tech yourself, at least, you are going to lose these fights. That's insane. Remember, the Spearman, like, you've given Uma Bannerman versus Katana Bannerman. Katana Bannerman, even if you didn't have the melee techs, gives a bigger gain than what the Spearmen get from Katana Bannerman. Yeah, Uma Bannerman rather gives a bit too much Bannerman talk. Uma Bannerman is better than Katana Bannerman because the base damage is way too low, right? So you're +2ing. With the Bannerman, you're like +2ing max. Uma Bannerman is going to +3 or +4. So yeah, great read there by Recon. Dive into the main now. And Luciferon, a bit of a blunder here. He needs to get a lot more production together. I'm a little bit surprised we did not see Onobugisha being added in instead. Actually would have been perfect against the Spearman play. In fact, like, I'm a bit baffled it wasn't under Bagisha on the basis that he already had Mountain Samurai lead. The most logical approach for Lucifron would have been Bagisha because it counters all the things that Recon has to do. He either has to do Spearman or he has to do Onimusha. And Bagisha will beat both. And considering you've got this much food income, it's not like you're not able to build Bagisha. More than capable. Nice burn down. Talk about optimizing for it. That was adorable though. Recon even brought the Shinto priest with him. He's like, I'm gonna get a relic. Oh, buddy. Not today. Lucifron was really quick on the time there as well to guarantee that didn't happen. So that's at least 3 relics on the ground though. So right now, like, gold difference between them isn't very big. And thus the eco difference isn't large. And Recon right now has a really powerful timing ahead of him because Lucifron is in the middle of a transition. If Recon keeps piling pressure on, I think Lucifron's dead. And what the Okay, that's actually kind of wild because it is good here. Your opponent is building 2 unit types which get countered by Yuumi. Spearman and Onimusha both get countered by Yuumi. It's difficult the Onimusha build gets too big, but that's why you keep adding in Mounted Samurai, right? So they can't get big. Dude, that's crazy. Another one of the shrines just being sniped down. Recon. I think Lucifron dropped the ball here. His timing was wrong to go in for that main fight. His techs were not there yet. He had the 4 relics. All he had to do was slow the hell down. Instead, he makes the mistake of overextending. And since then, Recon has been making all the right moves. Another reason I like Yuumi here, quicker unit to get to the front line, right? 1.38 movement speed compared to Slowers. He could have probably went Onimusha. That would have worked as well, actually. I'd say Onimusha would have been the safer way for Recon. But considering how big his front line is, Yuumi should work. Now, the Bannerman aura is better now for Lucifron, right? He has got Katana Bannerman for the Onimusha. Flash is going to come in. It's a Spear Melee Mosh Pit. A Spele Mosh Pit's a new one. I've never said that before. Block on the goal on the left side. Reinforcements are coming in. I just don't see a way that Lucifron wins this anymore, though. The game's out of his hand at this stage. It would require Recon to fight consistently underneath the TC. And even then, I feel like that wouldn't be good enough. Great Clash is coming in. Lucy only really left with Onimusha now, which means the Mount Samurai are going to be even better here. Villagers also being targeted down, and the Yuumi definitely getting their bang for buck. Recon, honestly, at this stage, just go for Bagisha yourself, right? Only Bagisha and Yuumi win this. Because your opponent's hard stuck on infantry now, right? He could potentially switch Samurai. I just don't think that's feasible with his gold access, especially with these raids reaching around the flanks. Wow. You know how Recon had that reputation as a bit too defensive of a player? How about now? I do think he was awkwardly defensive to a point, but the moment he had an opportunity to break out, he has not stopped. I mean, think about the Recon of a year ago. The Recon of a year ago would not have built Yuumi here. The Recon of a year ago would have started building Samurai, and he would have been slow. Too slow. But this Yuumi detail has suffocated Lucifron. Love the fact he's now just taking the fat cave veins next to his opponent's base. What a difficult position for Lucifron to now break out of. He's trying to switch into Samurai. Now, this is important. Recon needs to scout this. If he sees it, he can actually just pivot Onimusha and win. Very simply. It's very critical that he notices this detail, though, because if he runs in to 25 to 30 Samurai with Spearman and Yuumi, he'll die. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? I feel like Japanese's production rate into Castle Age is kind of what I wish we saw from more civs. I wish it was feasible across the board. I think that's a big part of why I love Japan so much, is the escalation point once you're in Castle just feels so much more visceral than most civs in the game. And I feel like it should feel that way. It's a difficult balance, though, because if you lean too much into that idea and it focuses around Castle Age, then Feudal play no longer works, right? But maybe Feudal should have that sort of accessibility as well. I feel like the game would be quite interesting to see with maybe production rates being upped a bit, and then the trade-off being that you can't keep production at pop, and then having the villager start be at, say, 9 or 10 villages instead of 6. definitely an experiment worth looking at. Oh my god, dude, this one Mount Samurai? I mean, he's going to die, but 10 seconds of out of time for 24 villages is kind of worth. Recon has now prepped those Onimusha. He's got all the right reads on this game. Nice Samurai on the way from Lucy, but the problem is if this Onimusha count is even half of it, it's enough to turn the tide. Odachi Tech is coming in. Lucifron is going to be forced to fight. There's no waiting now. Rams shuffling into the base. This is difficult. That Mango actually does a lot of damage against this clump, right? And you have no way of quickly reaching around. Meanwhile, the Mount Samurai are getting ready to go in. And all of a sudden, the Samurai feel pretty bad here. The only option he has is to take the main fight. Lucifron is going to march out. Mango hits coming in. Onimusha going to start targeting down the Samurai, though. And the Mount Samurai are into the back of the base again. Lucifron falling further behind. Looks like it's going to start to break the front line. Second Mango has arrived, but I just don't know if there's enough left to break through everything here. Even if you do, the eco damage is starting to add up, so he needs to mop this up quickly. Mountain Samurai are coming back now. Recon is apparently allergic to Micro. He hasn't moved the range units at all. What? I can't believe that. Aura's now gone, though. And at that point, you can already see the damage falling off for Lucifron. I can't believe Recon just stood his ground with Onimusha Yumi against Onagigisha Samurai and made it look so stupidly simple. But he's done it. The Trash Panda ain't looking so trashy anymore. Instead, he's going to put Lucifron in the bin. This is big as well. Like the Yorishiro, racks, and stables going down to a Ram. It's like a punch to the groin. You're about to protect it temporarily, but I think it's undeniable at this stage. The food income just isn't good enough to reboot an army now. Love that switch in Onimusha. Dude, the archery range usage in this game shows you exactly why I love Japanese mirrors so much. It's the matchup where you're actually going to see archery ranges used the most. And what I love so much about that is it wasn't just about Onimusha. Yumi showed their role as well, and they actually carried their load in this game. Happy to see Recon back on the grind though, man. I feel like he's been missing recently. I was gutted with his performance in the EGC tournament. I know he was feeling ill at the time, but I'm hoping we're going to see a different sick type of Recon in the upcoming tournaments. This is definitely a good sign though, right? Lucifron definitely no pushover whether we meet him on the ladder or in tournament. And I do believe Recon has the potential to whoop Lucifron's ass. He's proven it in the Hidden Cup, right? That was ran last year, the small one, where he dismantled him. And he's proving it here again. Scrappy early game, definitely room for improvement there, but Recon, with that killer instinct in the mid game, able to annihilate one of the best on the ladder right now. Let me know what you guys think of these type of mirrors, by the way. I don't know if there's a more interesting mirror right now than the Japanese one. It's one of the few that I look at, nod my head, and say, let's go. Whew. What do I call that one? Okay, there we go. What other civs are good mirror Byzantines? Biz, not so much, because Byzantine, like, if you basically just end up going Jav contract. Sadly, it doesn't have as much diversity as you'd like. The cool thing about Japanese mirrors is you can keep making transitions at a very aggressive pace, whereas with the Byzantines, the choice is permanent, right? Sup, Jarman? How's it going, buddy? You have no idea you watched BC playing Marlians 10 consecutive times in the tournament finals? Huh? What cringe format are you watching where you can get Marlians that often? I think Marlians are actually trash, by the way. They're like a B tier civ. They're not that good. Okay, let's see if we've got some more live from the ladderers. Lucy on? Lucy. Do you mean Lucy owned? Was what you were going for? I'm guessing. Or Lucy Dunn. Oh. Look here. I do like live games, so I always try to catch them if I can. Is Philly still around? Or did we scare him off when we smacked him down? DNA math. You said you had a Wham game, right? So there's a Philly Wham game we could watch. Who is Sexy Gazelle? Oh, this is Dimmu, right? Wait, no, sorry, it was Conk 2, wasn't it? So it isn't Dimmu. I don't know who Sexy Gazelle is. Yo, what's up, Jar Man? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome back to Swarm. Say welcome to the Swarm. Get cozy. Hopefully a permanent member. So let me have a look at this sexiest of gazelles. Okay, the account is only just started getting active again. It's not ranked yet. From Lithuania. Okay, no. No one we know then. And then, who's this one? Is this Louis? No. Maybe CSO? I think I added CSO before. Dimmu plays FFA at the moment. He doesn't just exclusively play FFA though. He's been doing some 1v1 still, right? Oh, who is Myriad against? Let me have a look at this. So I'm checking to see the rank of this person. Oh, it's the one that I think Louis was up against. Was it Louis earlier? The rank 46. Should we do this one? Myriad versus whoever this Chinese player is who's ranked 46th in the world. It's not bad. Any top line female players? The most highly ranked female player would be Faye. Faye is the one you're looking for. I don't think she streams as much at the moment. She used to stream fairly recently. I think she's slowed it down a bit recently. Otto's Japanese. Myriad on his most filthy serve. By the way, apparently I'm having lunch quite late today, which means we won't have to have a lunch break. We'll just plow them through. Apparently I'm going to be eating... So I usually eat 3 hours from now. So apparently it's going to be like 4.5, 5 hours from now. Not bad. She streams on the 9th for the state time. Does she still stream the same number of days she used to? Or is it a bit less now? Okay. Patches may change, civs may come and go, and some can go from OP to underpowered. But one thing will remain consistent. Myriad's love for the Ottomans. That's right, this guy. English Ottomans is his bread and butter. Seems like at any given point, one of his civs is OP. Unfortunately for him, he's on the underpowered one right now against a civ that is no pushover. Orange ranked 46th in the world, playing as the Japanese on Gorge. Now, the Ottomans might be underpowered, and the Japanese might look good in a lot of matchups. But do you want me to let you all in a little secret? I baited you a few seconds ago. The Japanese aren't good here. This is actually one of Japan's hardest matchups in the entire game. I'm trying to think if there's a civ that hard counters Japanese more than the Ottomans, and I'm coming up dry. You'll know why, right? Like, I've got 20,000 ELO geniuses in my chat. They'll all know why. Funnily enough, Ottomans, even though they're a bit weaker in Feudal Age, they have a unique element introduced to their comp in Feudal that makes them insanely good against the Japanese. It's the meta. the meta with the +2 melee armor is the #1 reason why Japan struggles against this civ. Because think about it. Their biggest edge is melee and extra melee attack. The Ottomans completely offset that advantage. And if that then forces a later phase of the game, Ottomans aren't too bad in the late game. The early game got nerfed, but the late game is actually quite strong. And also, in this particular matchup, Sipahi plus Janissaries will shred practically everything. So, yeah, a pretty intriguing matchup to say the least. I've been trying to figure out where Japan is best suited in this matchup, and I still think it's the first 2 to 3 minutes of Castle Age, where you have to get a lot done. Because you can Castle Age rush quicker than the Ottomans, you see. Ottomans will not be able to contest your timing due to the Tawara, and then eventually Takazaiku giving the better gathering route and berries. So that's probably going to be where Orange is going here, as quickly as possible into H3. Looking at the sheep haul, they've got plenty to get them there. Practically every sheep has already been sourced from the map, and it is going to be a favorable split, 12 to the 11. And remember, because you're going on the berries that are so good, you'll definitely have enough sheep to get into the age and do a lot of damage. On top of that, Kura Storehouse makes it so simple. Now, it's probably going to be Madrissa on the other side. I'm not expecting anything too out of the box from Myriad here. The problem with Gorge is I think Gorge takes away any sort of idea of being creative with the Sultani trade network, simply because you can't get maximum distance trade, right? You don't spawn opposite side. There you go. Safest Madrissa you can imagine. Now, another problem for the Japanese on this map is like Gorge can usually be kind of awkward because you can't reach out into resources. But this is why I think a lot of players like Ottomans is because Ottomans don't need as many resources. They can just kind of camp at home and get passive production going, right? So defending with this civ is, I'd say, more doable than a lot of other civs on Gorge, even if you don't wall. Just looking at the relic spawn, one important detail I've been checking for more and more recently on this map is whether all relics have been scoured. So it looks like he's checking the north side now. He should know where 4, if not 5 relics are in this game. And an interesting pullback out of Orange. I don't like this. He's going to build a production building. Please don't. Oh, no. So, this can still be a good thing. If you build 2 on a Bagisha, kill the Spearman, and then run to the enemy gold. That's how you justify this play. But you have to be very careful now. Remember what I said about the meta and the melee armor? You're now going to build into the worst unit you can build. Ona Bagisha are genuinely the worst unit you can build against the Ottomans in Feudal Age. Because it's impossible to spam them, right? They're just not cost-efficient traders, and you don't have the economy to get scale. And the melee armor completely negates your damage output. So we'll probably see double Ona Bagisha to clear up the Spearman. I feel like Orange could have just made this easy on themselves if they went for an outpost. All they needed to do was get a very early outpost here, and Myriad wouldn't have been able to do anything on the gold tool. Instead, you now have to go for Ona Bagisha, which opens the door for Sipahi to count you out. Probably going to be archers. The reason is if you go for Sipahi, your opponent's already built a Rax, right? And then go Spearman. But I wonder if instead of even doing that, does Myriad think this is a big enough advantage to go castle? Because he's gathering an absurd amount of gold right now for a guy who hasn't even started queuing up techs. It's a little bit bold, but it's definitely doable here. Who would win? 1 Ona Bagisha or 2 Spearmen? Funnily enough, the 2 Spearmen should win, but it would be insanely close. Now we're being 2 Ona Bagisha versus 2 Spearmen, it's not even close. I actually think that Ona Bagisha are one of the best units of Feudal Age. It's just the problem is you need scale to make them the best, right? And that's just not often doable unless you're getting good trades to begin with. Now, this isn't too bad for him, though. Like, considering that Myriad is doing passive production, he's built spears, he's going Sipahi as well. The Ona Bagisha will be good. The downside is Orange needs to run fast because this is most definitely a fast castle build, and he's already got almost all the gold he needs. The outpost is now on the way up. That's unfortunate. I think Orange made a blunder here. What they needed to do was send 2 Ona Bagisha to the enemy base straight away, and then send 2 Ona Bagisha up to the gold afterwards. You should have staggered this, right? That way, the Ona Bagisha could have arrived before the outpost came up. Now, things get really hard. Because this one outpost can easily stop these guys. Or rather, these gals. And you're about to see exactly why I don't like Ona Bagisha spam in Feudal. 2 to 4 maximum is the way to go, but you need to be quick about it. all of a sudden, game just got a lot harder for the Japanese. It's weird to me as well because, you know, outside the necessity of clearing those spearmen, I don't feel like there's any reason you should want to play Feudal Age here. Because here's the other stupid thing. Even if you talk about the idea of Bannerman, Bannerman could usually seem really strong, but at this stage of the game, where your base damages being what they are, getting a Bannerman basically offsets the meta aura. That's not exactly what I'd call an advantage. Myriad already prepping the Imam points. I believe he did go for Anatolian Hills, right? Let's have a look. Yeah. Wait, no? Actually, no, that makes sense. Yeah, sorry. Of course he hasn't got Anatolian Hills. Because he hasn't built a single unit. This is cool then. I like that. We don't actually see this very often, guys. Right now, about 80% plus of Ottoman games are Anatolian Hills beginning. The reason is you get 2,000 safe food and a better gold gathering rate. But in fairness, it wouldn't have made sense for Myriad's build because you started on the gold. Uh-oh. This is awkward, though. That is a greedy Mehmed. Cancel it and build it next to the TC. Dude. Chill. What? All right, this one should be fine, right? The TC will protect. But that was very greedy to begin with. Orange is a little bit of a psycho here. The fact he started torching it is so funny to me. Yeah, this is not going to really achieve much. Orange, he's trying to save up for Castle now, but you're not going to see him hesitate anymore. Myriad is going to commit fully to the age up. Imam should already be prepping to move out. In fact, he's sneaking them out on the wide flank now. So, just to reiterate, guys, this is how you don't want to play Japanese against Ottomans. The lesson you take away from this game is, look at what Orange done in the end. If they'd just done this in the first place, they would have saved themselves 320 resources in units and 150 resources in production building, right? They would have teched up first. Like, there's no doubt about it. They would have been castle ahead of their opponent. And the cool thing is, like, you could have flooded units quick enough to block the imams. Now, Myriad's going to get 2 relics. Feels very hard to deny that. Even if you now drop a stables, right? Your tech up's going to complete in another 15 seconds, and then Yorishiro drop comes in. So you're looking at like 30 more seconds until you get a night out. And then it's going to take him an extra 10, 15 seconds to reach targets, right? So even if you snipe this Imam now, if you read it right, he's going to get back to like here before he dies. Orange is sensing something is up though. Unfortunately, I can't believe... What? I can't believe the luck on that. Wallow's going to come out. Orange is going to be able to run away. So green is going to end up losing the imams, but the point is that the relics are now being dragged towards his base, right? It sucks that you spent a Vizier point, and you're probably going to lose the units you spent it on, but getting them this close to the base is really important in this matchup. This matchup is all about the relics now. So first imam goes down, Sipahi are now going to intercept. Second one can still keep returning these, though. And unfortunately, it is an Ona Bagisha flood against Ites. Really? So this feels pretty tough. I actually think the correct call for Japan here was to drop a Stables and go for Mount Samurai. Mount Samurai will always beat Lancers. Because Mount Samurai absorbed the Lancer shot, so that ends up being a 36 damage difference already, right? And then your melee tech is always better. Now, what may be going through Orange's head is, yeah, but if I do that, my opponent will just build Janissaries. Fair point. But on the flip side, you just built an archer range. There's no way in hell you're going to build Yumi out of that. Exactly. You're building Onimusha. So this logic of, oh no, Janissaries down the line is why he's not doing it, doesn't hold up. I think what happened here is Orange just built the racks and was like, well, I already built it. I want to get value out of it. That is bait. That's a very dangerous trap to fall into. Sometimes you just have to accept that this early production building can be a question mark for your opponent. We've seen great examples of this, actually. I think Anatan is one of the best players at doing this with Japanese. He'll drop a Stables, he'll get Daimyo, he'll get an Uma Bannerman. He'll force a Spearman commitment, and then he'll tech up and immediately drop a Rax and spam Ona Bagisha. What has he done there? He's achieved a counter advantage. This is not a counter advantage. Weirdly enough, the Bannermen are going to win out because Myriad decided to take a fight he's outnumbered in. But In the coming minutes, I don't see how Onagigisha is going to win this for you. Night count is almost the same. And behind this, Relic game is being won by Myriad. Mangonel also getting decent value. Knights are heavily injured. However, Orange is committed. A bit too committed for my liking. Relic race is on. It is looking like it's going to be a 3-2 split. That's actually pretty good for Myriad here. Yeah, Mango was kind of thrown away. I mean, the Mango isn't really expected to do much here when you're going Knights, right? Like, I actually think that Mango got a lot more value than it should have, considering you're up against Onagigisha. This Relic... Wait. No. Okay, that's not going to work out. Yeah, Myriad needs to actually get a meta. I think this is a bit of a throw right now. Meta makes this really easy. If he had a meta in all these fights... Not even all these fights, just the more recent ones, right? Like, the Knights just don't die. They'll have 6 melee armor against a 10 damage unit. It won't even be close. Like, it's only close because of the melee techs. Onamusha just trying to snipe out what they can. Looks like the Onagigisha are starting to fail a bit, though. Sick heal there. Myriad, he pulled them all back and healed them all up. So great patience shown here. Means he will win this follow-up skirmish. Relic is being yoinked home, though. That needs to be intercepted. And I think there's already a Knight getting ready to peel for that. Kabutoya proving a little bit annoying. I can't believe this. Is he actually doing this? There's no way he gets by with this, right? Orange, like a thief in the night. But not sneaky enough. Yo, this guy's clearly a full-out player. He's got 25 sneak, trying to sneak into a ghoul nest. Ain't gonna work, dog. Should just turned on your pit, boy. So nice play there. Myriad sensed it, read it, intercepted it, and now he can make it a 3-2 split in favor of him in a game where actually the Japanese don't really have any big eco upside right now. There's no second TC on the way. Archers also now coming is problematic for Orange. It means everything gets countered by one unit. Vigisha and Onamusha will both lose to mass archers, especially with the attack speed aura. And by the way, this is the point where I'm okay with him being on attack speed. I think now switching melee would be a mistake. The attack speed is more important so archers can win the fight. Before, when it was just Onagigisha, melee armor is too good to pass up. Yeah, if I had to like highlight one criticism I'd give Myriad, I think he played this game really well up to this point, except for that meta detail. If it seems like I'm a meta fetishist, it's because I have watched the Japanese Ottoman matchup. I have weeped for the Japanese players. Genuinely, that one detail of the meta aura makes it so difficult for Japan to play. Looks like we've got a TC drop on the north side. So Japan now trying to eco-inflate. Meanwhile, Myriad is proving to take a more, looking rather to take a more aggressive route here, right? Stone gathering did occur, but notice there's no TC drop coming in, right? Like, this is not about TCs at all. It's about getting passive production online. I actually don't think Orange needs to be that scared right now. His army's a lot more dangerous. This Onagigisha can flood the Mangonel. The really big problem that Myriad now has, when you go cav like this, you don't have an efficient front line. Like, look at the width for your front line. You can just go around it. Right? This doesn't protect anything. In fact, these Onagigisha should be proving that. Instead, they're just going to dive on in and shred the Knights. Oh my god, Myriad, no, not like this. Mango goes down straight away. As soon as the Knights fall, so does the Siege, and now the chase is on. Mugisha should be able to just chase this back. Archer count is not good enough. He lost the meta as well. And this is getting a bit worrisome. Sapai, if he had a lot of them, I could see them maybe working up against Onagigisha, but he most definitely doesn't. He needs them, though, just to intercept the Onamusha. This game is getting very tough now. Kabutoya making it so difficult to even stick on your targets. You guys, I think Orange has got this. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether this is just Ottomans really sucking now and the nerfs being good enough to make this a favored matchup for Japanese, or if it's a misplay by Myriad. I actually think it's a misplay by Myriad. That meta detail hurt him a lot. And also the rush out, right? Like, he was paranoid about what the Japanese were doing. He moved out with a very slow army. This game looks over. I just don't see the way now for Myriad. He's mismacroed on the gold, hasn't got enough food. Really needs to double down on Sapahi. He just doesn't have the numbers anymore. And just a handful of Onimusha getting in the back here is a devastation. Barely any archers left over. Villagers are about to be idled out in mass. And from there on, it's hard to see any way that this pivots back in favor of the Ottomans. Yeah, sick timings by Orange. And this is the thing, like, yeah, to the point of Myriad losing a siege, it's because he's rushing out to try and counter his opponent, right? I don't think you can rush with the comp you went for. You leave archers at home, send knights to attack. But this Onimusha switch up caught him off guard. It's crazy how different this game would have been with those first few knights if he had a meta. +2 armor would have meant that Big Ishi had done nothing to him. Instead, they done everything they needed more. GG gets called. Ottomans no longer having as fun of a time against the Japanese. Crazy to think all the difference that this Vizier Point nerf in particular has made to many matchups for the Ottomans. Any tips for beating Ibids as French? I think you can just go 2 TC straight away. You just fast TC, right? Because like the optimal route most players are taking against Ibids right now is you just get a second TC. And your TCs are better anyway. I don't know if I'd say all-in. All-ins are very difficult because your timing is going to be too slow. Maybe double archer range opening for the French. That's kind of funky, and I don't think Ibid players would expect that. And then because you teched up a School of Cavalry, you scout for when they go for the horsemen, and then you just build knight. Even with the Desert Raiders, dude, if you're losing to Desert Raiders with mass archers, something else has gone wrong there. If you go double archer range quite quickly, and they're only building the Desert Raiders they get for free, you can rush siege engineering and break their outposts. Depends on the map, of course. But if like they got afford gold, I think that can work. The safer way is definitely just... Oh, sorry, do you mean in response to the 2 TC? Yeah, dude, you just go really fast 2 TC. What you're trying to do is optimize your TC timing because you don't want that first knight. That first knight is worthless against the Desert Raider, right? So what you want to do instead is you want to go... So there's 2 ways. You can either go for your TC gathering and slow your tech up timing. So when the tech completes, you're ready to build the TC. The safer way is you actually build School of Cavalry, you build 2 horsemen, and then you go 2 TC. Because the horsemen counter the Desert Raider. They move quicker, and they get double damage against them. So that Camelonese only negates 10% of your overall damage, and you kill them really quickly. And it's only 1 Desert Raider, right? Like, no one's going to rush a second Desert Raider there. And remember, your goal isn't to, like, be overly aggressive. You want the TC. Once the TC's up, you can send the horsemen to try and raid and slow him down. And then that just gives you bulk to a night dive if you're going for that afterwards. Okay, so let's have a look live from the ladder, see what we've got. Yeah, I think French can, like, they're not the worst civ against the Ibids because as the game treks on, you get stronger, Ibids get weaker. Right? Arbitria are really good in Castle Age. And then once you get Imperial, I don't know what Ibids do against French. Like, your units suck there, right? Because Arbitraire will be everything. Just having a look now. See if we've got any known faces live. No, not noticing any familiars here. Let me check Louis' data. See what Louis got for us. High views, no thanks. Whoa. He had some games against Divine. Why has he got so many high views? Oh my god, no. Please, no. Chinese Otto. It's kind of an interesting one, right? Actually, you guys want Louis MT versus Divine Chinese Otto? Or there was... Where is it? There was a Louis versus... Oh, sorry, no. There's Neptune versus Lucifron. And there's also Louis versus Divine on Highview, which was Order the Dragon versus English. Can't believe I'm even remotely suggesting we do a Highview game. Yeah, dude, I feel ill even suggesting it. We just go for the non-Highview, right? Oh no. What is this spawn? Like, actually, for real, what is this spawn? Dude, Libany is so weird. One and all, welcome back to for action. I figured we had to check in on this. We haven't watched too much Divine recently. He's playing the Chinese. I know you're all getting ready to sigh and go, oh my god, Boomy Boy, but hold on. We just recently watched Divine, and he actually ended the game in 16 minutes. He went all out. He actually out-aggroed Vortex of all people. So I'm willing to give him a pass and see what he's got for us. Especially in this matchup. Chinese versus Ottomans is not one I really get to see very often. And Louis will be the one with the Ottos. So does this turn into a late game is what I'm wondering. No. So that's the kind of interesting thing to me, right? It's like, I don't think even China wants to go against Ottomans in the late game. I think you want to go castle and then rush, right? And the cool thing about rushing Ottomans at the beginning of Castle Age is your eco should be so big, your timing so fast, that Ottos won't be fully online. So I'm wondering if Louis tries to play a Feudal Age aggro play here. Because the only other alternative I see, you either rush Castle Age or you go 2TC. And I feel like 2TC is the worst of those choices, even if you stay long Feudal, right? Like, second TC against Song TC never really feels that good. Unless you're certain, adamant, 100% that you can destroy your opponent's economy. And hello, Trash Panda. Let's get Recon's opinion. Recon, what do you think about Chinese versus Ottomans? I feel like it's Chinese favored, right? Then again, most things feel like they're favored against Ottomans right now. I feel like the way the Ottomans used to win this was feudal, but it's very hard to get your feudal comp online now. Sipahi are expensive, your passive production's been slowed down, your Vizier points take way too long to come out. Keep losing the auto so you don't know. Well, I was saying, like, 2TC feels bad, right? You can't do 2TC at all. Thank you for the gifted sub, Fatblop. 50 gifted subs to this channel. You're absolute legend. So you can't do 2TC. That's way too slow. You can't just scale 1TC feudal. I feel like you just have to go castle. You have some decent options then, right? You could rush the relics. I think for China, actually, like, the optimal way might just be rushing castle as well in that situation. And you just mirror relics, get Song TC on a delay. And yes, we did watch your game versus Lucifron. Well played, sir. You tried to be aggressive. Ended up requiring a turtley play. So let's hit the 2x speed here. The initial spearman is just going to do the dish shove. Okay, that's really smart, yeah. You don't want to dive the Chinese with a spearman because the hand cannon slits will make it so easy to contest. And what? Okay, so we said 1 TC all in feudal feels bad. We said 2 TC feels bad. We said a fast castle is probably your safest bet. We totally forgot this even exists. Louis is going for a Sultani trade network build. Why? Wait, actually, why? This is like the worst map spawn for it. Okay, so this is a passive trade build. Now, there was a lot of theories going around after the most recent buffs on Sultani Trade Network. Compared to the old one, because now you have to buy more traders, right? But if you fill it up compared to the old one, and each trader gets slightly less, but collectively, when you get the trader bags as well, I think you're getting something like 40% more gold per minute than you were from the old Sultani Trade Network, the one that stored less. So it's an interesting proposition for sure. I still think the full value of Sultani Trade Network is actually being able to trade across map. The problem is, this spawn is terrible. The matchup is great, guys. Like, if you see Chinese, you 100% go for your first trade. You scout them, and if they build stables, then you just keep your traders at home. And they built stables, and you're still getting passive gold. The idea behind this build, by the way, was all about Imperial. It was about fast teching because your gold was always safe. So what you do is you would just basically get the 8 sheep with the Anatolian Hills. That's 2,000 food. You get your initial sheep, you got your berries, and that's more than enough to get you to Imperial, right? Especially considering it's already got 11 sheep. So at that stage, you've got like 5,000 food. That can age up, age up, age up. I'm wondering if that's the way it's going to go here. I don't think there's any other way you utilize Sultani Trade Network well, right? Like, even the castle timing, if you had the choice between the Madrissa or the Sultani Trade Network, you'd pick Madrissa for the extra food eco and also the fact that you can flood knights early on. Whereas this build, I feel like gold isn't really going to be your limitation, it's usually food. It could be fast castle into relic gathering, where, like, you double moss drop, you don't go imams. That would be kind of cool, right? Because you have the gold trickle to afford double imam. And that means you save a vizier point, right? Which is a really big deal. Okay, dude, this is sick. So Louis is shoving both of his deer in. This is a bit of a mistake by Divine, though, because you shouldn't let this happen. You've got a Chinese scout, right? Like, use him. I'm kind of shocked that he isn't across the map with this. I guess he's worried about that first Sipahi, but the first Sipahi will never kill you before you return back to base, so it feels unnecessary, and guys, it's going to be a 2TC build. Okay, now this is really wild. So, I said 2TC on its own feels bad, because Song outscales you. But now, with Sultani Trade Network, you could have an eco advantage. The weird part, though, is that Louis isn't building traders. He actually has the wood and gold necessary, he hasn't queued them up at all. So I'm starting to think that this was a bait. The problem is you're against China, right? So, like, what does a bait do here? Because I feel like even if China was worried you're trading, they're still going to go Song 2TC and then fast castle, right? The final detail is probably what Louis is trying to force his opponent off. So Louis' thought process is, if I show that I'm trading or I look like I'm going to trade, my opponent is going to decide, oh, I actually need to send troops and kill him. And that's difficult because China can get a lot of horsemen, but you have Sipahi, right? The problem is the trade post spawn. Oh my god, Divine doesn't even know about it. Well, he scouted the back quarter, right? Like, that would be my paranoia. If I was Divine, I'd be like, if there's a trade network opportunity here, I'm in trouble. But if it's in this corner, I don't care. So yeah, I'm not sure this bait is going to work out for Louis. Not the way he's intending, anyway. This is where we go full Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards. Like, but the bait for the bait for the bait. What if Louis just goes all in feudal? Dude, this kid's impressive. I think you have to really appreciate this deer push, but also be fair to it that it's a combo of a good push by Louis and really bad play by Divine. Like, he should have stopped this. This one deer push is one thing, right? Double deer push is insane. He got way too much. So I don't think this is going to be a good representation of most of Louis' experiences in games with the Ottomans, but I am really impressed. That's insane. So he has got 4,900 food next to the second TC. All right, it's fast castle. It has to be. Divine's going to be looking to do the same, right? But his food sources are worse. Like, he gets the supervision, which is pretty good, but sheep and berries, worse gathering rates than the deer. All right, what do you guys think? Ones if Ottomans look better here, twos if Chinese. Because this is experimental from Louis, but it's pretty standard from Divine, right? I don't think standard is bad. Like, you know, the Chinese have more or less been figured out. They have a very clean build that works. It's very hard to shut down early on. It's very hard to address as the game goes on. In fact, the problem here is when reaching into Castle Age, Louis is still going to have to be the one applying pressure. Otherwise, the Chinese eco kind of inflates a bit quicker, right? If you let them get to that farm transition for free, it doesn't matter what we say about mass Imperial Bombards in the late game. You're not going to get enough of them together against the Chinese spat. So I think Louis' go time is more around Castle. Divine's more willing to build shield. And considering the way he's walling up, turns out this is not going to be new gen Divine. This is very much old gen Divine. Then met Imperial Armory now on the way. One of these days I'll see you in Imperial Palace. Not out of this Civ. I don't think until there's a drastic change I'm ever going to see anything but mint Imperial Armories. They're just too good. It's a shame as well. Like, the idea of the other landmark's pretty cool, especially for trade, but, you know, choice between trade and free siege, you just take this, right? So Louis now getting that first meta out. Has a few supply to work with. Divine has already got the walls up. Wait, no, he does. What? Oh, no, that's a big problem. Wall's not up. I'm shocked. I would have thought he would have had this up by now. And if Louis just frontlines with the spears, he can break through here. So he's going to back up. Divine, what is that overextension? Villager not even working for him. Good micro here. Takes one stab in return, but this is pretty cool. Like, Divine is being forced to invest a lot into military. He's going to be an entire age behind, and his economy isn't bigger. All because of the fact that Louis is actively producing those traders, going up to the total 10. And look at that gold income. It's nothing to turn your nose up at. And I'm wondering, is it worth... No, it's probably not worth the trade bag Vizier point. I don't think you go that deep into it. If you start setting up trade later on, it can, but I don't think that's the idea of this build, right? The idea of this build is, although you have to invest in it, once it's full, it's 2.5 times Mansa Quarry. Right? That's a pretty wild way of thinking of this landmark. Look at his gold income. He's up to 180 gold per minute. It's going to go, like, I think it actually goes up to like 220. So actually it's 3 times Mansa Quarry. That's pretty wild. You might get more gold in the market. No way in hell. No. Dude, you're getting like, I think it's 220 when it's filled up. That distance, you're going to get like 4 gold. There's no way sending to the marketplace gets more here. This is crazy as well, because it's like a bad map for it. But dude, it's the build we called for. Okay, I don't know. So help me out, chat. Is my IQ just increasing, or am I simply just watching too many Louis games? Or maybe by watching Louis games, my IQ is increasing. We called this, right? The double mosque into Imam's map. This is sick because it's saving him Vizier points. It cost him a landmark, but like, what did that landmark really give? Madrasa. Oh, great. Like, yeah, some food. When you go farms late game, you don't care about that. But the Vizier points are permanent saving that you can put elsewhere. A lot of these fast castle builds call for the double Imam point pool. This is a cool way around that by Louis. My ego's increasing? Bro. I've got some way to go, right? We're not at the Emerald ego levels. I don't win enough tournaments for that. In fact, did you guys know that my tournament win rate is simultaneously 100% and 0%? It's a pretty impressive record. Someone asked me the other day if I play in a show match on a tournament. I was like, no, I must preserve my win rates. And he was confused. So Louis, Relic's already coming home. Divine, I mean, dude, you need to drop the monastery ASAP if you want to contest this. I just don't see it. Divine's not the player to rush for the monasteries. He rushes for the granaries instead. This game's looking really good for Louis. There's at least one relic that Divine should be able to keep, but the other 4 are now in the purview of the Ottomans. And I'm wondering, do we just look towards a keep drop here? Maybe a staging point. I feel like the safer bet is to go Imperial Age, but this is very dicey now. With the granaries coming online, this is really going to put this build to the test for Louis. Is that right now, this is great. This has all looked really cool. Up to 14 minutes, his execution has been flawless. What do you do now? Right, because now you're up against a Castle Age opponent as well, who's going to have Granary complete by 15 to 16 minutes, right? And because he's up at 80 eco, it doesn't hurt him too much to do that. That's the puzzling pause here. That's the part of the build where I'm not sure what you do. And yes, when you get the trade bags, the traders outside the landmark get buffed as well, but the ones inside also get buffed. So I think it goes from 240 up to it would be 336, I believe it is. It's a sizable increase. Yeah, Louis is coming to the same conclusion that I am, which is that as this game goes on, your build requires attack, not defense, right? You have to go in. You can't just chill at home. The problem is you're now going to try to dive one of the hardest civs to just dent. China at this stage with Mass Spim and Nesta Beast can hold you back. So that's the tricky question mark that I need to see answered for Louis. Love this detail, though. He goes for the Sacred Site. So instead of trying to dent one of the most defensive civs, he's now looking at them and saying, you come here. And trade bags affects all traders. It doesn't require the landmark. Louis, now even with the stone walls. What? Okay, so I like the stone walls. I just don't like the position. I think you go deeper here. Stonewall here, stonewall here. Right, this stone wall makes sense. You want to protect your own base. This one's great as well. I just think he's leaving more decap options on the table than he needs to here. What a crazy game. This is really cool. This has actually got a smile on my face. It's a really oppressive way of playing the Ottomans against the greedy Civ. Divine is just going to go Imperial Age. He's not going to come out before then. But it means he's not going to have Nesta Beast to break the fight, right? It's going to be more reliant on just his units. It's going to have to be a Palace Guard Flood. And I'm hoping Louis is going to read that for what it is and just prep Crossbow Mass. In fact, as these comps are trekking right now, this isn't a bad matchup for Louis. Sipahi plus Crossbow against Crossbows and what should likely be Palace Guard is a winning fight for Ottomans. But now, though, Divine is sticking to the Spears. Dangerous choice because with the Mango count about to go up to 3, even the Spearman can die just because of catapults. Divine. Okay, whoa. No, he's not. He's going to flood Palace Guard now. Yuan Dynasty of 16 minutes. What? I would have never expected that. This build is wacky from both players now. All's coming in quickly, Louis. This is the problem I was worried about. The south side. This is exactly why building stone walls straight away would have been the right call here. The wood walls aren't going to be that great. Luckily for him, Divine is not reacting to it right now. He seems to be distracted elsewhere. Wait, are you kidding me? If he gets this full wall up, Divine has a big problem. That timer is going to take ages to get into a position to decap if he can't sneak out on the south side. So stupid. I find Yuan Dynasty ridiculously dumb. 1.8 movement speed charging. You're faster than Sipahi. Although this is Scrappy Doo looking for a fight, right? Immediately gets turned on. Second wave should be enough to scare him away, though. Louis is not going to be stupid about this, so Outpost is going to go down. The walls are still not up yet, though. This might be a bit too slow, and oh my god, it is Imperial Age. It's not the fastest we've seen, but it's pretty damn quick, and it's a Seagate Castle on a map where he can't trade. What? I'm so confused. Someone help. I don't get it. I don't. It's like the worst landmark here. No. Okay, I think Louis is just testing the build on a crap map spawn. And if it works here, imagine how good it's going to be on a map where you can actually trade. That's the only thing I can think. Okay, wait, no, guys. It's okay. I'm going to help you off the hopium. Plus 8 armor on traders makes them one of the tankiest units. So this is a tank strategy. Traders don't have a direct unit that counters them, gets bonus damage, right? Spearmen won't get bonus damage. So this is like having Arbaletrier Gambesons against spears. With that 8 armor, these vet spears do 2 damage. There you go. We figured it. It's quite a memey build. This kind of jars me a bit, because if he just built Istanbul Observatory, he would have won. Now I'm not so sure. He has got the elite statuses coming through. Divine is running out of time. We're halfway through the 6-site time mark. Imperial is only now on the way. And he is just mass spears, which is going to be a problem against Great Bombards. Yeah, there was really no reason for this CK Castle as well, right? Like, his opponent wasn't posturing to attack. There is legitimately a grand total of 0 reasons to build this over the observatory. This actually might be the worst Ottoman build I've seen based on map spawn. None of it made sense because of the trade post spawn points. You can see the idea, and you can see how it can be really good on certain maps. But here, it makes a grand total of 0 sense, and yet he's still winning the game. Biology now on the way. Divine waiting for the shot triggers. The Mangonels are going to have a problem soon. Shot triggers are already in on this side there, right? And he has got the melee armor bonus. So interesting choice up against the spears. Mango shots. Not bad on the hits. Spirion trade out now begins, but it is clocked out Spirion, so you're not going to win that one. Sipahi, you're going to have to spread out here. Archers are elited up, but being yeeted out because the Sipahi just aren't lasting long enough here. Backline starting to get walloped though. Wait, what happened? Oh my god, he pulled them back! The pathing! That may have just decided it. The Mangonels did not die. Louis MT. He should have no siege left. Instead, 2 mangoes survived the entire fight. Sipahi wrap around the back. They might even get the kill here. This is over. Divine just lost to an innovative Ottoman build played in the worst way possible. Louis is on another level, man. I can't believe this. The TC is cool, right? The trade network initial detail, cool as well. But after that, there's just no value point in this build. I can't believe he done this. And wait, where are they going? That's why! He made it good! Oh my god, I couldn't see it. Like, could you guys see it? It's so hard to see. I don't know why purple just doesn't pop more. Well played. Still, this spawn should have made this build terrible. Louis MT made it good. And Divine may feel comfortable turtling and not coming out, but this trade detail means he has to. Timer now down to 2.5 minutes, and he just calls it straight away. Sick micro in the fight by Louis. Sick strategy. You know what? Ottomans may suck with the old build, but this new breed, it's got me thinking. Let me name that one appropriately. So let's see. That one I think should be new Ottoman build. Even on the worst spawn, it works. There we go. That's pretty cool. Dude, was I the only one struggling to see that in the corner? I don't know if it's my monitor. I want to check if you guys had issues too. I barely could see that. Then again, like, you guys are seeing a bigger mini-map than me, so maybe it was a bit clearer. Like, I genuinely, like, I was looking, I was like, what? You didn't see it? Dude, it's weird how much purple blends into yellow, right? Like that. That was kind of crazy. But that was a sick build, man. If Louis wins against China, does he lose points in his social credit? I mean, I don't know. Like, technically, so wait. Doesn't that mean China still wins in that matchup then? So they keep a perfectly balanced 50% win rate? Can we watch another Louis game? Maybe. We're going to see who's playing live first. Nah. How dare you call yourself Yumi and don't pick Japanese? Disgraceful. God damn, that mango's so tasty. The cool thing about that drink is, like, it doesn't taste like an energy drink. It's more akin to a milkshake, but it is water. That's kind of wild. All right, so okay, dude. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna force crash because legit force crashing is quicker than waiting for a free for all to load. I need a new PC. I'm hoping to be able to talk to someone about sorting something like that later this week. If someone does know a PC company, let me know, actually. I definitely need like a brand spanking new one to make everything optimal. Because I also the reason why it's important to me is I want to actually be able to like stream in even higher quality. Because I want to be able to encode even slower, even like a much more quality focused speed, so that it looks even better for you guys. Same with the recordings as well. I want to be able to start uploading 2 and 4K, but on this PC it just ain't happening. All right, so let's quickly reload. I felt bad for GUA. We hosted him yesterday, and I think he was molding because his PC was just crapping itself. They definitely done something with the more recent patches. They made the game really laggy. I don't know what they changed exactly, but they definitely changed something. Yo, my boy Killjadi's online. Everyone's asking for Louis games. You guys want to see if Killjadi's going to queue? Do you want Louis or Killjadi? The thing I'm trying to be careful with Louis is like we watch so much Louis that the goal here is for this to be mixed content. It's starting to just become a Louis stream. Which is a bit weird. Okay, why is such? This is very slow. Huh? Rogan? Oh, sorry, it's customs. No wonder. I'm an idiot. Lol. Clicked wrong tab like pleb. Let's have a look here. I don't think only Rams. Are they true to their name though? All right, what rank is this only Rams person? They have got me curious with a name like that. I bet they're a lying sack of crap. They always are, guys. They never really do it. Does he actually stream? If he does it on the Chinese website. So they're a conch level player. Wait, is this someone we know? Let me have a look. 651st in the world. They are from Denmark. No, we don't know them. Let me check the last game to see if they are honestly a good-for-nothing Ram spammer. Because if they are, we might check it out. Is it Warman only Rams? No. She's called herself only Rams before, but she's not the only person who's gone for that name. A lot of people who've used that name now, I think. I am looking at his Daya. He's a lying sack of crap. There's a bunch of games here where it's 20 minutes plus, he doesn't even build a RAM. What a liar. You know what, dude? So when I eventually do that Only Bigisha challenge, I am going to call myself Only Bigisha, and I'm going to do Only Bigisha, okay? Got to be a man of your word. Okay, so what we'll do... Killjadi's not found a game. I think... Let me check Louis' stuff. Actually, I was thinking other than Louis, what we could do. Because someone mentioned he'd done it again, but I think he'd done it again, and it was another game against Divine. So, like, right? And it was high view. So, I'm kind of cringing at that idea. Actually, it was against Japan. But it's high view. And I feel like I don't want to watch more high view right now. Some of the other maps I'm already, like, I just want new maps. I am working with someone to get a new map made. I want to try to organize a show match probably next week on the new map. What we do have... Do you guys remember Neptune? We haven't watched them in quite a while. Neptune was really cool. If people do have interesting map designs for 1v1s, by the way, please do message me. I want to try to test some of these new maps with pro players and see how they perform. So the way we do that, of course, is... I need to see them. I need to test them myself. And if they're good, I'll probably try to pencil them some show matches. I might try to get one. I need to talk to them. But I think I might try to get one between like Recon and Zertan. Might be an interesting matchup. And then I might look to get one between, say, Puppypaw and Wham. Let me have a look. I'm trying to find the right Neptune. This is difficult. There's too many bloody Neptunes. They all want to be the real Neptune. Luckily, a lot of them use uppercase, and Neptune uses lowercase, so this should make him easier to find. Todke Value, you have some cool 1v1 maps? Okay. Let me know about them, dude. I'll have a look at them. I've done this a lot in the past where, like, multiple... I don't know why they trust my opinion. Loads of map creators have come to me to assess their maps before. We used to have a few different people who regularly come and ask about them. What Neptune did? Thank you, Horse. Let me have a look at that then. Wait, no, it won't show up because it's Elazar. Elazar is privated, I'm pretty sure. So we won't be able to look through that. Maybe, is that Luciferon account privated, actually? Let me have a look. It might not be. Damn, different Luciferon. This should not be this hard to find. At this rate, we'll have a live game with Killjadi instead. Yeah, so that Luciferon account is privated. The Neptune account, it is a lowercase. I must have missed one of the lowercases. Ah, this one? No. Am I blind? It's literally the first one. I scrolled down so much. Like, dude, it was literally the first name on the list. Is the Neptune we wanted. God damn it. that is a full cack. Alright, so Luciferon versus Vortex, English versus Japanese. Louis versus Zertan game I was talking about earlier. Maybe. I'm just like, but I literally just said we've been watching a lot of Louis. So I'm trying to mix it up a bit. Because otherwise we're just literally a Louis viewing club. I'm a big fan of Louis. I think he's a great player. But like, it's nice to watch other players. Yeah. We already do too many Louis fanboy streams. Like, if you want Louis fanboy streams, literally just check the last few weeks. I think we've cast Louis more than anyone else. I actually want some new players to rise up and start doing well in tournaments. Louis Nation? No, dude, with the Louis Foundation. Boom, there you go. All right, let's get into game. Press casting button 3 times to actually get in. There we go. Ooh, this is actually a really interesting map for this matchup anyway. Japanese versus English. This is a cool one. We've got Luciferon going up against Neptune. Neptune is a player who you guys might remember from some time ago. They haven't been as active recently, but in the early seasons, they were definitely one of the best players out of China. I think they were easily top 3. But they've been kind of AWOL for a while, right? Or at least, I feel like I haven't seen them anywhere. I think their last rankings in tournaments were back in 2022, so something definitely happened. Glad to see them returning, though. And what a fun matchup to showcase on the channel. Japanese versus English against one of the still most active and most talented players we have in AoE4. On a map where actually the English are favored. I really like English on this map because if you go for early longbows into ram timing, you can break the Japanese base before they get Castle Online, especially with a spawn like this. Gold and stone on the front side. This might be a tricky game for Neptune. Let's see how he's going to navigate this. Opening scout-wise, decent haul. 14 sheep already. Wow. And guess what just happened? Luciferon, he doesn't even know that he's running in the shadow of his opponent. Okay, this is really bad, guys. These are the type of games where you get GG'd out in 10 minutes. If this turns into like an 80-20 split, yes, he's playing the English. Yes, the farms are cheaper. But that means you won't be blocking the fast castle build from the Japanese. And I actually think that the Japanese are heavily favored if they get a clean fast castle with no contest. Because they just open with the Mount Samurai, and then they can follow up with Onobugusha. Funnily enough, I actually think even if you block the castle age timing of the Japanese, they aren't completely disarmed. If Neptune sensed on this map that he wouldn't be able to get castle cleanly, then actually what he could do is he could open with stables and archery range to play feudal age. Long feudal's pretty good for Japanese. It's kind of similar to the idea of the HRE with their gap closing on their movement speed, right? What makes it quite the twist these days, though, is the inclusion of the king. Abbey Kings is on the way. Luciferon 5 villages building it up. And, wait, what? I need to find something other than your dad works at Microsoft comment to make, but like this might be the most appropriate one of the day. What the f... That's a jackpot build for the English right now. Remember, English, most of the games, majority of them, about 80% of games right now are 2TC feudal. It doesn't get more worth than that. Save yourself 50 wood on your TC build. Other side, Kura Storehouse coming in. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. The Kura Storehouse placement. I would have preferred the farmhouse was placed this side for that reason. But the idea that you want to clear berries, building the farmhouse, the storehouse next to the berries is actually good. Because if you want to take the berries anyway, you're going to clear the way for additional farms afterwards. So that's actually a cool detail. I think that might be one of the most high-value Kura Storehouses I've seen in a long time. Because he's not just getting wood gathering, because remember, this is a universal drop-off building, aka anything can be dropped off in it. But he's also getting the berries as well. Really well played. And final sheep pool, by the way, is insane. It's 19 sheep to 4. Well, this is definitely going to be a second TC on the deer. If it's not a second TC on the deer, it's too slow. And that's rough because you're going to have to build a loose TC against fast castle Japanese. That has very big risks to it. Mounted Samurai, own a biggish follow-up. Your game can basically be over before you reach castle. So yeah, this is a tough decision. Lucifron basically has to choose a slow scaling economy against a boomy Civ in terms of age, or he has to take risk. I feel like you have to take risk here. You could shove the deer in with a king. It feels bad, but like the reality is there's an outpost up on the gold. You're not going to do anything, right? So this is going to sound really weird to people, but I would legit rather he takes the king and shoves the deer in and drops the TC here, and then he can white tower to connect his base, right? Because otherwise, you're going to be a bit loose. In fact, I'm wondering, does Neptune grief the deer? So I don't know how much Neptune's been playing recently. If he's been playing a lot, he should know griefing deer is really smart here. Lucifron is about to get the last of the stone required. I just got this bad feeling he's going to do what every English player does, which is drops on the gold. Actually, Cliffside's a really good map for the deer drop, by the way, because it's so close to your TC. If you guys remember, this used to be a popular build for the English, where they'd fast castle one TC by going deer to begin with, and glad to say Lucifron's going to be going for that deer. It's the only way you can play this. If this was another Civ doing 2TC slowly, you could think about just doing 2TC safe. The problem in this game is Japan's just so quick on their castle timing that anything that slows you down, side scaling rise, is going to kill your game. And yes, he already has a house at the berries, but that's my point. You build a farmhouse here, right? Because actually, if you think about it, a lot of Japanese players will build farmhouses around the berries to gather from. By the way, little tip on that, you don't just build farmhouses around the berries full so that you can drop off quicker. The other reason it's really good is when you're against cav civs. When you build loads of farmhouses, you create choke points. So let's say I have a house here and a house here, but a knight charges me from here to here. Instead of just going like this, he has to go like this, this, and then this. It's extra runtime, which gives me more time to react. So that's another reason, on top of the efficiency, as to why you should build farmhouses around the berries. Stables already dropped, so Neptune definitely committing to the Mount Samurai. And for good reason here, like this TC is ripe for the picking. Lucifron already has 9 villages out here, that's too many. He's got the walls coming up, but the problem I see is you're not going to have to wall all the way to your TC as well. You should have enough time for that, but it is very expensive at this stage in the game, considering you need to get value out of this town center, right? You've got 2 TC, great, but you still have to get an age up as well. So, Neptune, what is the comp? Mount Samurai usually gets followed up by... I just think Ono Bigisha here. Because if you go Samurai and your opponent goes Men-at-Arms, you win that, right? Because Samurai, they deflect the entire first shot, and then they have +6 damage against your +2 armor. It's actually insane how bad of a matchup this is for Men-at-Arms spam, unless you're fully Eco-Boom. But even then, it's a tough one. The thing that makes it okay is Network of Citadels. That's why English are a bit better now against Japanese than they used to be. Is because nowadays you do the 2TC into White Tower. It means you get Network of Citadels very early. Oh, nice attempt on the walls. Unfortunately for Lucifron, not going to get the short ramp. That's a big deal. So Neptune's chances of winning this just escalated quite a bit. The aggressive timing on the Castle Age compared to Lucifron means the first Mount Samurai should arrive in his base before he gets the White Tower. Another bad thing now is this White Tower placement is going to feel pretty ugly. You're probably going to have to drop it further forward, which is going to put you more at risk. This is tough. The reason that short ramp is so important, by the way, is the difference is Stables units running straight to the base like this versus going around like this and then discovering a wall and then going back this way, right? Like, it's double the distance to cover. So it's very important Lucy gets this online. In fact, he's moving out again for it. I'm wondering, though, did Neptune see this? It looks like he didn't. Should the English King be more strong? No. The English King's fine. He sits in a good position between offensive unit and support unit. 16 damage and 24 lance makes him a weaker knight, but he's also more tanky. So when you equate the effective HP, because French knights and stuff like that start with 3 armor, but 190 health, you have 30 more. So across 30 strikes, the one difference in damage means you're about as tanky as a normal knight. But the difference in damage is particularly targeted at the fact that you aren't meant to be a dominant unit. You're meant to be a support unit. So I actually think the King's fine. The fact you get him for 3 as well is still kind of insane. I actually wonder if it would have been better to have just made the King cheaper, but not free. I'm fine with this build at the moment, though. I know a lot of people are getting tilted about the English on the ladder, but to me, I think English needed this. They were a one-dimensional Civ that had a terrible win rate in high-level play, right? So this was a needed change. What I would say needs to be tilted elsewhere, though, is I think the aura is too good as the game goes on. I love the fact that English now have a lot of diversity. There's good games for Council Hall. There's good games for the Abbey of Kings. The problem right now is it's very hard to close on them early game, and now they're getting a more efficient late game. And diving a Civ that has a 20% and then 40% increased attack speed aura feels incredibly difficult. Like, I actually think the White Tower might be overtuned. It's just too good now. Because 2TC is optimal at the beginning, you always get White Tower, and this is possibly the hardest landmark to dent at 10 minutes into a game. So Tech Up comes through, and you see the difference that timing's made. That short ramp saved Lucifron's game. Neptune up to 4 mounted samurai, but nowhere near the economy yet. Yeah, I don't actually like that Neptune's wasting time on this as well. You don't have enough mounted samurai to burn through. Dude, this is like the cheesiest and dumbest way to lose a game. You just need to go around, go in. Start sniping Eco right now. Send 2 mounted samurai to chase the king. Send the rest into the enemy base. The reason you send 2 mounted samurai here is over time this king can beat you. Because he can just run, heal, turn around, right? So very important you just get a quick snipe. Okay, what is it with Neptune? Neptune, was he a Mongol spammer when the game first came out? I could have sworn he was a Chinese main. I feel like I'm watching a Mongol main just because he hates walls this much. This is so unnecessary. Just go around. Oh, God. Well, he's idling, right? Like that's the good news, is at least you're forcing Lucifron to idle 10 villages at a time, which is his entire eco lead. However, you could be doing more than idling. You could be killing. Okay, that was just telling him to duck off. Like, there was no point in attacking with villages there other than a middle fingering to your opponent. And Neptune's now moving into the winning comp. Like, this is the thing that breaks the game. He's forced the spin reaction. He's going Samurai. Unfortunately, I do not think Neptune used his initial Mount Samurai very well. He could have done a lot more damage here. But the follow-up is what can end the game. This is where Lucifron has to hunker down and go to survival mode. He should be looking to drop double archery range, potentially, behind this to get into crossbows, or just switching the White Tower into crossbow production. Crossbows makes a lot of sense because it's great up against the Samurai, both foot and horseback, right? The only downside is if your opponent goes for Onibagisha, but I actually think the attack speed aura is good enough that crossbows can do alright against Onibagisha. They're not going to be as optimal as longbows, but the thing is, when you get that attack speed aura, you basically get the crossbow stirrups effect that the Arbitrator have. It's very powerful. Walls? I just... Lucifron has just, like, noticed that Neptune has this overwhelming hate towards walls. Now, this one was important, by the way. This tiny gap and this one. But, like, it just feels like a moot detail, right? Like, there's always been one opening. And funnily enough, Neptune is just fixated on having more than one way in. I don't think it's 100% necessary. This is a good raid, though. This location is huge if he gets through. Once again, villages being pulled. And Lucifron, with the 13-minute wheelbarrow build, not ideal. And once again, you've now got almost double-digit villagers getting idled out. Not just idled out, they're getting killed! Oh my god, he's so lucky that wasn't more. Neptune back to torching. This is a distraction force, by the way. The main army's already moving in. Like, the Samurai are the win condition. They have got Odachi tech as well. Crossbows have started to arrive, so good play there. Now, the next step for Neptune is a very interesting one. Anyone who plays Japanese a lot may be familiar with it. Anyone who plays Japanese a lot on one tricks probably isn't. You don't want to build more bio now. You want to keep building the same amount, but you don't want to scale. What you want to do now is go siege. If you get 2 mangoes, especially on a map like Cliffside, it's GG. Luciferon won't be able to fight you. Now, White Tower gives you a bit more flexibility than you usually have because you can build Springles here, but it's still going to be difficult to react to. Samurai, Mount Samurai moving in. Luciferon. What? He chased the Samurai down here. Alright, this is getting worrisome. I think what we have here is a failure to excommunicate the Japanese because they are not leaving the base anytime soon. White Tower defense is at least going to set this back eventually, but it's coming at a price. Spearmen aren't going to be able to catch up, but they're all attacking a single foot Samurai. This is grim. I can't believe Neptune, despite the scrappiness, some question marks in the build, is making this all look so damn trivial. Charge comes in. Villagers aren't even reacting. No textiles. Sheesh. The fact you're even on berries in Castle Age, I just saw someone say it in chat. It's because he had to, right? He couldn't just go farms against fast castle Japanese. This is what they do to you. This is why I was saying, like, I actually really like Japanese against English. These timings are so obtuse. Your only real play is to try and go Council Hall all in, and that can be risky if you miss time or it's a bad spawn, right? If there's certain maps, you can't even do it. I think this was a map where Council Hall would have made a lot of sense. That felt like a little bit of a misstep by Lucy. You could still go for the Abbey of Kings, but you need to build an archery range and go, right? Like, 2DC felt a bit greedy, but the problem for Luciferon is because he only got 4 sheep, he felt it was a necessity. I would say instead, you probably could have just moved villagers out onto the deer and went all in feudal. Feels like it would have been a better timing for you. Why Samurai instead of Bagisha? Good question. The reason why you go Samurai first is because your opponent could be building into Man-at-Arms. If he goes Men-at-Arms and you build Bagisha, you're going to lose because the attack speed and the armor clad. It's just too much meat on the bow. But now, because he sees that Luciferon has gone crossbows, owning Bagisha is perfectly logical. So, once again, to reiterate for people, the reason Luciferon went on berries is because if he built farms straight away, there would have been huge gaps in his unit production. He would have died to the initial Mount Samurai. He actually had to go on berries. You can't just drop farms like that. Like, you've gone 2TC, you've rushed Castle Age. Everyone's living in a fairyland if they think you could just build farms. Where are you getting this economy, right? Now, could he have been a bit more optimal in the farm transition, right? Because he gathered a lot of wood first? Sure. But he needed finite food to get through. I'm a very big fan of the deer play. It made a lot of sense. Rams now moving to the south side. Mango as well. And Luciferon has an insanely slow army. This is a problem. We talked about this Mango detail, right? Lucy should be able to react by going to Springles. That's the beauty of the White Tower. And you see it. He immediately just cancels the crossbows. We should be seeing 2 Springles queued up quick. Question mark is whether they're going to be quick enough. Rams now moving in. You can actually force a fight as Neptune before the Springle counters in position here. In fact, what Neptune needs to do is he plays the Mango here on the right side, stations the army here in the choke point, and then you can just dive into the Springle. Shifting up though, Neptune does see it, starts the micro back, and he gets away in! Mount Samurai into the back of this, and Springald is down. And now we have a big problem. Crossbow mass on the backside has to run away, but there's nowhere to run. This is it. This is done. TC goes down. Luciferon does not have an eco lead anymore. He's about as far behind as you can get at this stage. The Onibagisha catches him with his hand in the cookie jar. And that is going to be a quick stomping of the English on a map where you would think, you would believe that the English are favored. Not today. Neptune. What a thrill. What an amazing game. We do not get to see this guy very often these days, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on him because this was a sick game. A little bit of a clowny execution at times against the Wolves, but at the end of the day, he follows through and he punishes English for this greedy build. Let this be a lesson, guys. You might think the English 2TC approach is just uncontestable, but these Peak timings, these tempo controlling civs like the Japanese, their fast castle builds. Maybe the answer you've been seeking. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-da. Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. That's why I think on that map you have to go for the feudal all-in. Cause I'm just not really sure what the English do better in Castle Age compared to the Japanese. You're an infantry-based civ where your infantry are worse, and if you play knights, your opponent does mount samurai, right, and they kill you. Watch Neptune Louis Highview. Is it not a campy game? If it's not a campy game, I'm willing to look. Cheaper OP. I mean, dude, like, it is a bit skewed with that, right? He got 75% of the sheep, so he set himself up for success. But he still had to execute, right? And that's the tough part. Like, that's why I thought maybe you just go deer and you go feudal all in. English Knights and Network of Castles, hear me out. Deflective armor. And extra melee tech. You lose. The problem also is, like, that's all well and good to defend, but here's the thing. If you are blocking me getting relics, you're losing the game. So you're not playing near the attack speed. Instead, you're just losing, right? Because deflective armor is damn good. I'm a bit worried at this rate deflective armor's gonna get nerfed. I don't know if it really needs to be nerfed. I could see why they would consider it, though. Alright, I'm looking for this Neptune game now. Versus... Neptune versus Louis. I can't see it, though. Let me check Neptune's data. Is Neptune on an account that isn't called Neptune? It's not... Oh! So that's who that account belongs to. So that's Neptune. Thank you very much, Baltoon. Look at you. Snitching on your fellow players. So, it's the... You said it's the Mongol-Japanese game, right? Yeah. I got it. So let me have a look at that. Let me quickly... One sec, guys, because what I like to do... I like to tag them and release them into the wild so they can't escape me. I've done it to Baltoon's account. And now we're going to do it to Neptune's as well. They're going to have to keep using that family plan. There we go. Aaron Omar asks, how much is my PC worth? My PC... I don't think it's worth much now. I don't know what the exact mathematical number to put on it would be. But I have a 2080 RTX. I've got a Ryzen 3700X. I've got, I think it's 32 gigs of RAM. And then, you know, SSDs, HDDs, those sort of things. So, like, the core components are quite dated. 3700X is a very old one now. We're on the 7000 series. So you had the 5000 series, 7000 series. I think there was a 4000 series as well, actually. Don't ask me why they jumped from 5000 to 7000. So yeah, well, my PC is quite a bit out of date now. And obviously, it's 2080, not even a 2080 Super. So you had the 28 Super. Sorry, you had the 20 Super range, the 30 range, and the 40 range. So I'm quite behind. And now a 40 Super, right? Although, in fairness, from what I've heard, 40 versus 40 Super is not really a difference. Basically, I need to get a friend at a PC company for a sponsor. I need to get a friend at places like Nvidia and whatnot. You're still able to comfortably stream at 1080p. That's pretty good. Yeah, well, so this is the thing. Like, you know, people keep asking for me to, like, play the game. This is a big part of why I don't. Because to record and play the game, like, I've noticed playing the game puts more strain on a system than watching the game. So that makes it tough. And I am a very responsive person. Like, I feel lag. I think most people do, but like, I'm very sensitive to that crap. I still regret the day that I moved up from 60 frame monitors because I used to be used to it on like PC and console, and that was actually an advantage. So yeah, kind of miss those days. 6000 DPI Overwatch on a 60 Hz monitor was something. I always tell people the peeps that I done like 6K DPI, effective DPI on Overwatch. I always miss out the fact that I also used a 60 Hz monitor. It's kind of wild. But yeah, like, the reason why I'm just trying to focus on getting a sponsor instead of just, you know, why am I being a cheapskate? You might wonder, why don't I just buy? Is because, legit, like, I'm already burning money per month trying to build this channel. What I do not need to then do is burn a very big hole in my pocket spending like $3,500 or whatever on a PC. I've been told if I like Japanese games, I need to watch this one because we've got 2 Chinese players going at it. Neptune, formerly, I'd say top dog for a little while there in China in the Age of Empires community, going up against the new kid on the block that has that #1 spot. This, of course, is Team Elephant's Louis MT, sitting in 5th place on the ladder right now. Neptune over here in the yellow, I think he's sitting about 48th, so typically top of the ladder, actually. And we are going to be on Highview. And you know what? I usually vomit a Highview. I hate Highview, but Highview with these civs is kind of cool. Japanese tend to play very aggressive, very fast at Castle Age. They don't tend to just boom. And Mongols can't really play defensive. We always say with Mongols, if they have to defend, they're losing. This is an attack civ. Anytime they have to turtle, they lose. Gone are the days where you saw 50 outposts and cannon placements everywhere. That's very difficult to scale into. This civ has to be pedal to the metal every single time. I have got something in the works, by the way. I'm actually cooking up something special with Kaivayu to fix this trash map. With any luck, we will have a better version of this map soon. And hopefully, for once, Microsoft will just take the perfect work we create as a community and stick it directly in the game. Because the reason I've been avoiding Highview and casting too much Highview at the moment is if it reaches late game, it's one of the most tedious maps in the entire pool. And it's all because of these trade posts and these Sacred Site locations. Trade is too easy, and Sacred Site victory is too hard. I don't think we have to worry about that here. Battlesoon hasn't really strayed me wrong in the past. If he says the game's going to be interesting, I believe him. Literally, when he recommended the game, I went, is it a boom game? And he went, no. I was like, sold. Firm handshakes all around. Remove trade post and done? No, I don't think you need to do that. You'll see. You'll see what I'm cooking. I'm going to spoil it. So Sheeple looking pretty good for Louis. It should, though, right? You're playing a Civ that has the Scouting Falcon as well as the Maneuver Speed Arrow. It should be very difficult for your opponent to get an edge, especially on a map like this. But that is an interesting edge. Did you guys just see that? Really cool detail there. Yellow scouted green going to the corner. I think he even saw the Falcon being thrown at him. So what does he do? He cuts him and then runs ahead. And now Louis has a tricky predicament here, because the remaining sheep in this corner should all be going the way of yellow. Unfortunately, it looks like Louis is going to find additional sheep on the way home through the Stealth Forest. And yellow, are you kidding me? How is it you check an entire right side and get nothing? I would feel scammed right now. That's absurd. I can't believe that. There's no sheep here at all. So even though he has the right play there, even though he outpaces Louis, he gets nothing for it. I feel bad for the dude. Now Silver Tree on the way as well. Yeah, so do I need to go on a rant about why this map is dumb? Silver Tree trade. Now, the interesting thing actually is that in this matchup, it's very difficult to get this for free because of the fast castle build. That fast castle build comes online so quickly, and the Mount Samurai come out so quick that it's very difficult to contest because you won't have YAM network across the map yet, and your Keshet count's going to be very low. And the problem that I have in this matchup for Louis is like it's very difficult to stay long-term feudal to scale that Keshet count. You can build a few, and of course this is an army that you're going to want to upgrade. I would say if you can outnumber Mount Samurai, Keshet are actually good against them, but the outnumber detail is paramount. If you are equal in count to Mount Samurai, you will lose every day of the week. So Sheep Hall at the end is going to be, what, 14 to 10. But some of that was from the pasture as well. So actually, Yellow done pretty well here. And remember, on top of this, Yellow, who is Neptune, he has the berries. He has got Tawara. He should be getting Takazaiku soon. Immediately queues it up. And this is going to allow him to search. Like, actually, right now, this is the #1 detail that is allowing insanely fast castle timings. The outpost detail is, of course, a big part because it means aggro civs can't do anything. But this gathering rate on berries, a 50% increase means you're gathering almost one food a second. It puts you at a ball gathering rate, which is kind of bonkers to think about, right? Like, you even have almost as much as a boar here. And if you think about across the map, there are more berries than boars, right? So, like, collectively, there's more food in berries than there are boar in the map, which means you're basically getting boar buff rates everywhere. It's pretty nuts. You may notice that you're seeing a Kura Storehouse, and this might feel like a weird and alienating experience because for anyone who's been watching a lot of Mongol Japanese, you don't see this land map much. In fact, even on land maps, a lot of players have been trying to just go for the Koka Township. The Koka Township, there's multiple reasons you do that usually over Kura. One is these free farms are actually a vulnerability because if your opponent comes in and burns them, he gets paid. And you just keep respawning them, he keeps getting paid. So some spawns, it's terrible. The other reason is actually Koka Township is super effective when your opponent has a loose stone. If the stone is loose, that means their production can be sabotaged. Unfortunately, that's not an option here. Louis MT has a very cozy spawn. Even though you could dive the gold, it just wouldn't have been worth giving up the Kura for. And a Rax drop. So yellow. Double Rax? Okay, wait, but this has been scoured. So the play's known about... Onibagisha into Keshix isn't very good. Not unless you have clear number advantage. What is interesting, though, once you get number advantage, is if you have melee tech lead, then you can actually melt these guys. Keshik seem really good because of the heal over time, but you always have to remember that essentially a Keshik is a knight with less health, less damage, and as a result of that, less sustain. Right, so even with the heal, the problem is if you're getting shredded so quickly, the lack of bulky armor really runs your numbers up, right? So consider this. You're in a matchup now against Onibagisha. You should be able to beat Onibagisha. However, they're doubling you up, and they're going to double up on the melee compared to you. Right, you're in a game right now, because Louis is going Silver Tree, he's not going to rush blacksmiths, because he needs to use all the gold in Keshiks. So if you now rush your melee tech, which he's doing... then you are going to have an insane damage burst here. So over 50% of the damage for the Onibagisha is going to go through. This is interesting when you do the calculations. So you hit for 8 damage. That means 5 is going through armor. You attack basically twice for every Keshik attack. So you're having 5 damage go through. Your opponent is doing 15 damage. And you cost less than half of what your opponent does. This is wild. And it's going to get wilder. He's going to go for the Katana Bannerman. Daimyo is being upgraded. So with 8 damage, you're going to get a 15% increase. That's actually going to put you an extra 1.92. 1.2 rather. So you're up to 9.2. At that point, 60% of your damage is going through armor. And it's about to get even wilder. Dude, this build is so cool. How have I not seen someone do this before? I've seen Mass Yumi against Keshix, and I really like it on 2TC. This is so much wilder. Jumps in, straight away. Onibagisha going to trade out. One Keshik goes down. Second one going to be targeted. This is a bad fight for Louis to be taking. Oh my god. And he can't back away, because if he does, the trade gets shredded. New wave of Keshik's going to arrive. So this is where Yellow needs to slow down. He needs to regroup his troops, because he's got way too many Keshiks in his face. Katana Bannerman is now being queued up. If he gets over here, this can be a complete stack wipe of what Louis got. Time being, he has to keep running away. This is another thing that's stupid though, right? Like the 1.5 movement speed, the Keshiks can't actually kill you. Second wave Onibagisha arrive. You need the melee tech ASAP. He just queued it up. Oh my god, but by the time you get it, Neptune can just block your trade. And if the trade gets blocked, Blacksmith techs, Keshik scaling's out the window. At that point, Louis will have to switch to archers. This is such a wild build. It's so cool to see another build where the Japanese can play feudal. Because I'm a big believer that Onibagisha is hard to justify in feudal age, because scaling them is very expensive. But this is the matchup. This is the way. Even Undermesh being prepped. So yeah, Neptune is stealing my heart right now. He already understands. Wait, is this Pro Scouts? He's building an extra scout. There's no way this is Pro Scouts. It might be. I don't want to take my eyes off the action, though. We'll check back in a sec. Torch is out. It's going to force the fight. Keshik's going to move faster, but they're going to want to run away with that movement speed. Onibagisha stand their ground. They've got the Katana aura there as well, so the damage increase comes in. Looks like the Onagigisha are going to get cleared up, but it comes at a high price for Louis. And then suddenly, we are seeing spears being queued up. Now, you might be wondering, why would he wait this long to get spears? I think he was expecting some sort of pivot into archers sooner, which, if it's going to be archers, then Horseman plus Onagigisha is the better way of going. But considering Louis is just doing a one-dimensional comp now, Spearman is going to catch him off guard. What is this build from Yellow? I can't wrap my brain around it. And also, why is the stable taking so long to even get these scouts out? That must have been a misclick. There's no way this is going to be pro scouts. You don't need it, right? Which sounds weird to say against Mass Keshiks, but because you've got Onagigisha, you have to think of this as like cav on cav, because it really is cav on cav, because Onagigisha are that quick. Louis has to protect his trade. So as long as you keep posturing, you can play pocket economies, and you should never get attacked. And boy, is he playing them. This is what's allowing him to fund this, by the way. If this was Deer, it wouldn't be quick enough. This is so cool. In fact, he's playing both Deer as well as the berries. He barely has any food workers at home. It's just the ones around the farms. Right? All the sheep are already gone. This is exactly why people don't usually build this many Onabagishas, because you just run out of food too quickly. You know what's wilder? If he can take out these outposts, Louis riding blind in the forest. That's dangerous against Spearman. You can just run in and suddenly find yourself skewed. Spearman have now been added in, and all of a sudden Louis now needs time to get into the archers. This timing might be exactly what Neptune needs. Whoa, okay, that was a mistake. Spearman need to lead the way, not the Onagigisha. So, a miss micro there by Neptune. Louis should not be able to win this fight now, though. The Spearmen are finally getting their hits in. And that's it. He's going to lose access to his trade. Oh, wow. Torches out. Immediately turns onto it. There's 2 villagers inside there as well. And all of a sudden, this entire eco lead that Louis has is going to disappear. 14 workers worth, not able to work. The only option is to trade elsewhere, but the other trade post is in a terrible location here, considering where the enemy army is. It's not an option. This is so cool. So, he's still got a few Spearmen locked in, but not many. It's just now Mass Onagigisha. This might seem like a furrow, but it makes sense, right? Because he should expect Neptune should expect Louis to build archers. If he builds archers, remember, Bugisha are better. Instead, now he's going to take that extra food and put it into Horsemen. What a cool build. Stable's going to have to pack up and move away. Another outpost going to be sacrificed. That's really annoying. The Yam being removed means you just have less control over the fights of the Keshiks. Also, if you somehow now snake trade, it's going to be slower to return investment. Green's got to be thinking, he's maybe going to tech up now, right? No. Neptune is not looking for a tech up at all. Bisha now starting to reach in the trade. So dive on the TC. I don't recommend this. This is a bit too greedy right now. You need to slow it down. It's a lot of Big Isha, but not enough to end the game. Meanwhile, Keshik raid. Oh my god, that's where the rest of the army was. So this is free. This is free real estate right now. The traders are in a panic. Oh my god. Oh, Neptune doesn't need to eat his heart out. Instead, he's just going to eat Louis. I can't believe this. The entire eco lead is just gone. What a sick play. And he still has 30 Onagigisha. Keshik still trying to raid on the other side to make it a more even trade. It's just over time, you're losing your mass here, right? Like, Keshik count is down to 7. He's got a few more defending at home. But no doubt about it, folks. Neptune got good value out of this raid. Correct choice by Louis, though. Like, I don't think he misplayed this. He needed to try and attack the eco. Because he understands, right? When you see this many Onagigisha, this is an important read for you to make as a player yourself when you're playing the game. If your opponent has this many Bagisha, he's definitely gone into pocket resources. Because you wouldn't be able to afford a farm transition and field this many units this early. Now, the other cool thing about this build is it kind of pays for itself over time. And what I mean by that is because you keep gathering so much gold, you're gradually getting the Daimyo levels. Right, look at the gold state. He's down to the final 1,000. He should unlock the second Daimyo level with that remaining amount, right? At that stage, 50% bump up on the farms is when you can actually afford to justify going into additional farms. Sure. Into the choke points he goes. This is a very sad-looking Mongol player. Neptune's just trying to do his part to help the Mongols get buffed next patch. Onibagisha jumps straight in. I mean, this is just a losing fight for the Archimass. Even the Keshiks can't hold this back. Spearmen are arriving to guarantee it. I think this game is over. It shouldn't be this wave, but look at what's happening now. Yellow slowed it down. It's finally castle time. What a sick game. And trade's still being blocked out, right? So that's not happening. Keshik raids are proving a little bit annoying. The problem in this game now is Louis' eco is out of balance, right? Like, he has a lot of food coming in, just not enough gold. If you get Castle Age right now, you'd be able to push this back. It's just relentless. All right. Screw Castle Age, says Neptune. Why? Who needs Castle Age? You've got Onibagisha and Feudal. Oh my god. Villagers with their shivs out is the worst thing to have to do against Bugisha. So Eco mostly survived that, but a lot of them are looking worse for wear. Keshik Raids in the meantime have at least kept things competitive, but the count is now down to a total of 6. Can't believe this, dude. He's actually not going castle all game. I'm calling it. And I think that's the name of the video, right? Who needs Castle Age? You've got Bugisha and Feudal. Oh, this is sick. And this is disgusting as well. Look at the health bars on these guys. Even just a few horsemen and spearmen do the work now. Wild game. Bugisha also... No. If he realizes... If he just drags north now... That has to be GG, right? If Louis gets caught here, if he doesn't react straight away, he's dead. Oh, I don't like that from Neptune. Leading with the horseman may have been a mistake there. If he waited for the Bugisha, that's at least 5 villagers dead. Instead, Louis dodges death there. However, you cannot dodge it for much longer. Look at the map. This is getting so claustrophobic. There's barely anywhere that the Mongols can hide. I don't think Louis played this wrong, by the way. I just think Neptune played it right. Louis has tried to force the narrative elsewhere. He's tried to send Keshiks on raiding patterns time and time again. But he's been overwhelmed, and then Neptune has mirrored those moves. This is sick play. This is showing that even though Mongols are seen as the aggressor in Feudal Age, Japan's no pushover. And are you kidding me? He's taking the food from right under Louis' nose. Oh my god, really? No. So Louis is expecting him to play the berries because he doesn't see that he's gathering the berries right next to Louis' base. Oh my god. I hope Neptune's back for good, man. I've missed this guy. This is cool, actually. Like, Neptune used to be more of a greedy, boomy player, and I'm just going to call it what it was. I think he was... I don't want to say he was totally boring to watch, but, like, he played a lot of China. And we all know what China was back then, right? It's quite a snooze fest. This is refreshing, man. This guy should just main Japan. Keshik raids are now just being intercepted constantly. Onibagisha Mass getting ready to ride on in. Archers once again after a retreat. It's so difficult to try and kite this, though. The movement speed is just too big. And I'm wondering, like, are we getting close to just going castle at this rate? It's just so much damage output. Keshiks, I don't think the number has really increased anymore. His food income is abysmal at this stage. And he's still losing more traders. This is absolutely insane. Yo, what's up, MSN? Just in time to learn how to play feudal Japan. More villagers going down. I mean, this is just getting harder and harder. I just don't see the way anymore. I said it a few minutes ago, but I'm truly convinced now. This is the way. Maybe if he runs out of food, that's the recovery point for Louis. I'm just hesitant to say he's going to have much of an economy left at that stage. He's out the deer as well. Louis is shivering in a corner. He's abandoned his main base to hide elsewhere. What could Louis have done different here? Probably getting archers a bit sooner would have made sense. I feel like I can't fault Neptune. The way he used this map, the hidden info of Highview, and the timing was sick. The way he used the map as a whole. Like, this is one of the best usages of Highview I think I've seen. And you know what he proved as well? You don't have to camp and go late game. He had no patience for it. It's so smart as well because that's where Louis wants to be. And Louis never getting there. Raid comes in on the villages. More going down. I don't know if this is how Neptune would always play it or if this is a reaction to Louis MT as a player. We know that Louis loves and thrives on the late game. He's just not allowed to get there here. Louis, I'm wondering, is he just going to rush castle? Because I feel like it's his only way out now. Level 2 Daimyo's coming in. This is what I was talking about. This is where you add in farms. This is crazy. Like, now with level 2 Daimyo, he could do this forever. Because he just needs to transition farms. They're efficient now. I don't think he's going to get that deep, though. I think this is it. That's way too many Bugichas. All my single ladies to the front line. Let's take it. Louis MT. Barely any army left over. The wild part is this is all without the bannerman now. The aura hasn't been there. It's about to arrive. Glow comes in. And now it's time to glow up everything around you. Aristote's on the way, but unfortunately they're going to be a little bit too slow. Villagers panicking, trying to keep this alive. But there's no way you can beat the Bugicha. Looks like the Keshiks are going to raid underneath the outpost. Aristote's are coming in there now as well. The way that he's willingly trading life for life here. All of a sudden the villagers have to cut and run. And behind this, still no extra farms coming in. What a wild game. You know, a lot of people just have been saying recently Japan's one-dimensional. They just go Castle Age all the time. Watch this. Do this. There's more than one way to skin this Mongol. I definitely wasn't going to call him a wolf. That's for sure. I think there's only one wolf on this map. And his name is Neptune. Floating Gate now on the way with 20 villagers. He's done having his fun. You know, he's done the 3-course meal. He's pulled the napkin up. He's dabbing his mouth. It's time to pay the check and leave. I mean, this is a restaurant where I guess they pay you, right? It's secret diners. He's giving you his review. His meal's for free. Instead, the only one paying here is Louis MT. A very fat check comes in, requiring him to pay out 25 elo because Neptune is rising up. Japanese feudal all-in with owner Bugicha of all things. I've seen a few different builds, but this is one I've been waiting too long to see more of. Oh. I think Louis is going to call it now. I mean, he's down to 4 archers, 3 Keshiks, no tech up opportunity. The moment that the veterancy comes through is when you know wave the white flag. It's just crazy that he didn't run out of food. I don't think I've seen someone exploit the map more than this in a very long time. Like, I love the fact that Louis, like, he's got to come for the berries, right? Like, he's going to, like, he has to. He has to come here. Soon. Soon. No. I think he just settled for farms. He's still gathering deer from right next to your base. And that's it. GG called. Who needs Castle Age when you've got everything in feudal? Oh, that is such a sick build. Thank you for flagging that one to me, Baltin. That was an incredible build. What do I like? So I said that one. I know what I'm going to call it. So who needs Castle Age? you've got everything in feudal. Feudal Bugisha all in. Actually, guys, what do you think? Feudal Bugisha all in or feudal women all in? Choices. I feel like people are gonna click more if they like read feudal women all in. Like, hey, Rogue. That was a really cool game. Feudal ladies all in? Maybe. Excuse me. Painting the owners like the Mona. Jesus. Dude, Neptune is bringing perfection, okay? People just don't want to admit that's what perfection really looks like. Alright, let's see who we got. Ooh, Kiljadi. Who are they up against? We've got a few minutes until they're live, so maybe we go for that one. In fact, yeah, screw it. Let's do some Kiljadi, as long as the person he's up against is decent. Let me check. And that's good. That gives me that gives us 3 minutes until live, so I can quickly grab a snack while we wait. So let me have a look here. Kiljadi. 69% win rate. Nice. So it's going to be Byzantines versus Or the Dragon. This person's 69th. Is this Neptune as well? No, I don't think so. I think there's someone else is 69th. So, yeah, actually, let's do that. Like, that's kind of cool. Or the Dragon versus Byzantines. All right, guys. So this one's going to take 3 minutes to load live. I'm quickly going to grab a snack. I'll run 90 seconds of ads so you guys don't get spammed with that mid-game. And that should be enough time for you to enter your credit card details and subscribe to the channel. Be right back. Are team games more difficult or 1v1? Team games are more snowbally, I think. The problem is, if there was a competitive scene as big as the 1v1 scene, team games would be harder. Because of all the permutations. But there's just a lot more hours in 1v1s. Let me eat this biscuit, and then we can get to this action. Y'all ready? We got a rank 69er here. Hope this is going to be nice because Order of the Dragon ain't looked so good recently. This Civ, people are still puzzled, confused, and trying to find the way that it feels good. Killjadi, only one thing feels good to this man. He's looking to touch that #1 spot on the leaderboard, but starting to slip a little. Down to 11th place right now. Unacceptable for our top-ranking Scandinavian player. How do you fix that? How do you get that quick elo inflation? Of course, you just pick out your Byzantine credit card and scan it. On a map like Lipany as well, a pretty easy-peasy pick. Definitely would favor the Byzantines here, so I'm curious to see actually what this player in the red has in mind. Just to kind of recap like what I just said there, they are, I think it was 69th. With, yeah, exactly, with 1,795 elo. Killjadi, meanwhile, has 2,117 elo. This boy is fat and inflated. I'm actually impressed with how Killjadi is quite consistently just keeping right near the top of the leaderboard. And it's not like he's doing it at a time of the day where it's free wins, right? Like, you're talking about him being active in the hours when Dimmu is always on, when Louis is always on, Lucifer, Vortex. And we've seen him take games quite convincingly against all those players. It has me positive about the future, right? Like, it's all well and good having these cool, talented players we've seen before, like Reen Lord, Beastie, Lucifer, Vortex, that dominate these tournaments. The upcomers like Puppy Paw and Wham. But I'm looking for the upcomers after the upcomers. We talk about a lot about Louis for that. But I also think it's cool to see the likes of Killjadi, even people like Numenon starting to make a resurgence. Grand Winery coming in makes a lot of sense. This matchup, win conditions is an interesting thing to highlight here. For Order of the Dragon, I think the win condition is in Feudal Age. You want to play fast and you want to play furious. There is a potential opportunity with Landsnecht in Castle. I just don't think you need to go that deep. It makes a lot more sense to play Men-at-Arms and play tempo in the early game, especially when your opponent gets a forward spawn in gold like this. In fact, double forward spawn in gold. He has got one retractor behind that might make it a bit more difficult to dent, but overall, it is your best time in the game. For the Byzantines, Killjadi's goal should be to hunker down and get up in age as quickly as possible, right? You want to commit just enough to survive, but not too much. In fact, you want to hear something very interesting? You're going to jolt your head around and give me a confused face like a puppy in a sec. I think the best contract in this game is the Eastern contract. Because the one play that can kill you early on from Order of the Dragon is Men-at-Arms. And the best solution to that is actually to play Keshiks. Love the Pocket Eco already from Red. This is becoming more and more popular. I think I just have to agree, it is the most optimal way to play the Order of the Dragon right now. And also it frees you up to go mine work, which is important for this all-in feudal timing we talked about. You feel validated for only playing Eastern now? Dude, you know Mongols have been nerfed too hard when your only way of playing Mongols is to play Byzantines. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Because the whole idea is you can charge in and then back away from the Men-at-Arms. So you dent them over time. And if you have to commit to a fight, you have pretty good base damage, some neat armor, and then on top of that, you can sustain through the fights. Now, you might say, oh, but KP, you can build a Spearman. If you start building Spearman as Order of the Dented, though, you have less dive to your comp, right? Those units aren't going to be able to get in easily. And I actually really like Archer Keshiks to defend with for the Byzantines. Rax dropped. Limitane actually coming in first. I mean, you need some sort of front line, right, to begin with. You can't just wait for the Mercs on their own. And in fairness, Limitane, they do have more base health than standard Spearmen, so they can actually take quite the walloping. I don't think it really matters much against Gilded Archers. You're going to die either way against that unit. But definitely against the opening plays, the alternative ones, it's your bread and butter. I've got a funny feeling we might be looking at jabs here. The reason you go jabs over longbows, by the way, is jabs base damage is higher than longbows. Ergo, they do more damage to men-at-arms. And on top of that, you counter Gilded Archers more easily. And it also allows you to attack. If you don't go for the jabs and you go longbows instead, you can't attack. And oh! We look at that. We've got an Eastern Contract boy on the way. It's justified even further by the fact that Red's playing pocket economy. And in fact, he's being a greedy mother ducker. This is fast castle. I don't think this is going to be a very pretty fast castle. First Keshik's being queued up already. Limitane is going to arrive. That shouldn't be enough to scare him away. Well, okay, he's going to be scared away. I'm surprised by that. I don't think Red had to run there. This actually hurts his timing that he's retreating. He could have kept gathering. He should have sent the scout to see for the Keshiks. Because if the Keshiks aren't coming yet, and there's only 2 Limitane, you can gather 1 more load before you get scared away. I think he just didn't want to get bogged down there, right? Like this classic castle age brain behavior, right? Like when you want to get castle quickly, if you have to spend time shivving, it doesn't matter that you're a very chunky unit that's not going to die. You're having to shiv 100 HP spearmen. It just feels really bad. Which mercs to the Dude, I love how people always like, which mercs can you get from the marketplace? Even though the players are never going to go for it. There you go. I'm not even going to talk about it. You can stop and rewind if you want to see. There is no way we're going to get any merc from the neutral trade post. I would love to see it. I actually think there's only 1 map right now where it feels super viable. Actually, 2. Lipany spawns where the merc house spawns close, or the trade post rather spawns close. Yes, this is not one of those. The other map where you can actually do merc house play on the trade post is Forts, because Forts spawns a trade post between you. So tech up should be coming soon from Red. They've already prepped the stables, so everything's kind of known. This is really bad, actually. Opening with stables when you already see Limitane and the Keshiks, this is going to be very difficult to get out. I actually would have preferred that Red had gone for probably just Spearman. Spearman would have got you a lot further here. I guess he's worried about getting countered by archers and age behind. But this is going to make it very difficult to find the fights you're looking for. Meanwhile, Killjadi not rushing his tech up. He's got a decent amount of olive groves already in. The olive grove spamming is kind of ridiculous. Like, I actually think the olive groves need to be nerfed. And this is coming from a person who thinks first buff, not nerf first. These farms are by far the best farms in the game. They get 20% additional food, or additional resource rather, right, via the olive oil. They get more under the Grand Winery, it's 32% actually. On top of that, for some reason they only cost 60 wood. So they're already a better farm, but they cost less, right? Let's blow your mind even further. Every time you build one of these, you get stone as a tax rebate. I think it's 12 stone, which equates to a 20% savings. And why is that stone kind of broken in this build? Because you need the stone to get the cistern levels for the gathering buff. You have this very beneficial complementary arc when you go into olive groves. It just fulfills itself over time. 8 stone. Okay, yeah, thank you. 8, not 12. 12 is... I think 12 is a building this size, right? 8 is still quite a lot, though. On a 60 resource structure, that's almost a 15% rebate. Dive coming in. Nice move with the Horseman. Oh, he actually got him as he was garrisoning. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that was unnecessary as well. Like, the Akratoy, did he delay it? I think he might have activated it slightly late. If he didn't, that just shows you how insane a Gilded Horseman is. Even with Akratoy, he dies there. Then again, this is a game where Killjadi decided not to go Wheelbarrow, so shame on him. Walls are at least going up. Unfortunately, I don't think they should be successful here. Horseman could easily snipe this villager. Instead, he's going to run by. Love this from Killjadi, by the way. He's walling in the relics. We don't get to see it very often, actually, in this particular type of matchup, but it's a smart read. Because Order of the Dragon went for Cav, right? This is the classic counter you used to see to HRE, because when they go Cav, they don't have much torch damage. The farms are uneven? What do you mean? They're beautiful. Look at them. It's like, if he now fills them around there, It's actually perfect, guys. It's like a little 8-bit character. So what is the way out now for red? The relics is a very big question mark right now. This is a terrible way to begin, just going off these type of fights. Like, he's going to clear the Limitane, but he needs to now get some healer boys out fast. That is cool. That's what I needed to see his Lance next, but he needs Spinman as well. You're up against Keshiks, you know it's the Keshik contract. If you just build Lance on their own, they're going to die to cycle charges. One issue for Killjadi, he can't stop this gold gathering. That was quite an expensive dive. A lot of damage done actually onto the Keshik. Courtesy, of course, of the mine work, getting in the Steel Arrow so early. But this is a tough game, guys. 3 mid-relics have been wolves, and the final one's being camped by the full force of the Killjadi Byzantines. He has got 2 knights, he has got a lance. If you tank the Keshiks with the knights, possibly you can clear this army, but it's so difficult. It's so much easier just to add in 2 spears. Instead, he's going to add in a second lance neck. Now, I know that I've said lance neck are the best unit. In fact, we just had a video released the other day highlighting just they are the best unit that Order of the Dragon has. But there is such a thing as a bit of overkill here, right? Like, even though these units are very tanky, if you're attacking an enemy army, you do need something to pad them a bit. I do love the efficiency on red, though. Notice that he's just topping off all the injured units. Has also got Zornhau on the way. So it's very important now, if Killjadi's going to fight, it's full commitment. It's full divide, no hesitation. You have to get a kill when you go in. Killjadi doesn't want to go in right now, so he's peeling it further away. In the meantime, Lance, go through! Oh, no! Exactly how red needed it. Wow. And all of a sudden, relic number 1 is a box that's going to get ticked. He doesn't even lose them. Keshik did try to turn around, but great micro from red again. He sniped down one of the injured ones, right? Yep. And now he's going to get the other one. Are you kidding me? Dude, Killjadi's just getting outplayed right now. He needs to get up in age. He can't hang around any longer. I don't think he's going to get a single kill. He just runs away. I would be so tilted if I was Killjadi. This is brutal right now. The only upside he has is the relics are blocked, right? But everything else is a downside. You're up against 5 Lance Neck. Building Varangian doesn't work. You need to mass crossbows ASAP. Keshiks. I mean, dude, they're not even going to get a prelate kill. For the love of God, kill something. What's in your name? Oh, God, I think it's going to be put in a jar for experimentation by red. This is brutal. And yeah, I'm there, Crackety. I don't remember the last time I saw Killjadi trade this poorly. Probably 2 years ago when he'd done Dark Age Men-at-Arms rushes, right? A long, long time ago. These days, he's known as the king of aggression. But that is not the way you can play against Order of the Dragon. I mean, this is the thing. This Civ is so efficient at healing up after the fact, right? And, oh, my mistakes. It wasn't a Regnitz. I wasn't paying attention to this. I got so distracted. So that's how he's able to afford it. Okay, that makes this all that much more cool. I actually think this was the correct play. Because if you think about it, he wouldn't have been able to have this many Lance Necks if he went for the Regnitz, right? The one downside is obviously you need to get the Prelates, but that's why you just build a Monastery. And if he goes into the Inspiration buff now, you basically juice your Lance up by an extra, like, 4 damage. Down for attempt now on the walls. Yeah, I don't know who exactly this is. Someone asked earlier who is red. We don't know the identity. This isn't the Neptune account. It's a different ranked account. I've already marked the Neptune account, so we'll always know when it's there. But this is someone else. Whoever it is, I am thoroughly impressed. Oh, it's going to be yoinked. Oh, no. That's exactly the kind of fights you don't want to have. In fact, even moving into touch those is a mistake because of the Zornhau. Just look at the damage over time. Whew. Veterancy is at least coming in for Killjadi. The problem I now have is he has to build crossbows, but it feels terrible because you're not getting bonus damage for your fight, right? Like Gilded Lance Necks, you're not going to squish them quicker. you feel like you need to go Archers, but Archers feels bad, right? Like, it's almost like if Killjadi could turn back time, he would have preferred to have had Longbows here. Then again, without the Keshiks, he wouldn't have been able to block the Relics, right? So it's kind of screwed if you do, screwed if you don't. I wonder, does Red just rush Imperial now? I usually say that you want to end the game sooner rather than later, but the way that Order of the Dragon can do that is similar to HRE, and they peak quicker, right? They reach the Imperial faster than other civs. I could see Pulse Swabia quickly making a lot of sense here. Your opponent doesn't really have a threatening army. Instead, he's going to play a longer castle. Now that is very different. Considering his macro, a lot of players would have just chosen Pulse Swabia here. I actually think that the Impage probably makes a lot more sense for him. Because I don't see how Killjadi can test him now. I guess maybe the thought process for Red is there's still Relics to grab. And Relics is important for both sides, right? Like with Grand Winery, it's what's going to allow you to scale into Mercs. In the late game as well, things like Nesta Bees, it makes a big difference. I don't think I've seen a player so quickly swatted away like a fly there. Like, this is insane. Ghoulems are now coming out the Golden Horn Tower, right? Like, you're not actively making that choice. Actually, Ghoulems aren't bad against the Lansk because you get the double strike and Lansk don't have armor. So I actually don't mind that idea. I actually think scaling Ghoulems makes more sense than Varangian. The problem is, like, you can't get that much Ghoulems together with this Oliver income, right? The problem with going Varangian here, by the way, is you can't really get close. Varangian are going to be slower than the enemy Lansk, right? So unless Red overcommits, you surround him, you're in trouble. The only way this works, by the way, the way you can use Varangian to win this is you have to pinch the Landsnecht and Berserk. Because the idea is that they'll cleave one side, they won't hit the other, and you just wall at them. The reason that's important, by the way, I actually think whenever your opponent has Zornhau, you need to Berserk. Because if you don't, what ends up happening is the poison over those prolonged fights adds up, right? Because you're now delaying the end of the fight, your opponent's actually getting additional damage over time in those engagements. What other ways could Killjadi play this? Maybe Mangonels? You just need so many Mangonels to kill Landsnecht. You remember when they give that plus 10 HP to Gilded Landsnecht and everyone thought they were memeing? Look at these stats! How do you kill it? He has 16 Landsnecht right now. I actually think Killjadi's about to lose the game. He's going in for a fight that he has no right taking. And I think it's because Red's kind of hidden his numbers, right? I don't think he knows just how big the Lance count is. Landsnecht come around the back now. He's in too deep. Killjadi, there's no getting out of this. He knows it. He's going to run south side, but there's already walls up down here. Oh, no. Clear up on the Keshiks. More like Kakiks. Oh, no. Lance moving in. Cleaves come out. Oh my god! Killjadi's front line's already gone. There's no stopping this. One swipe. Front line gets cleared up. Back line isn't very much better. That poison is just ripping through him. Anyone that somehow survived the initial cleave is barely walking for a few seconds longer. And just like that, Killjadi's entire army evaporates. I like that Moitmate brings that up. I know there's a lot of people who have been like, just give them marching drills, bro. They just need marching drills. If you give Order of the Dragon marching drills, I'm uninstalling the game, okay? I'm going to go and play Age of Empires 3. There is no way anyone is going to justify an increased movement speed on these things to me. Well, I think the balance point, Crackety, is that Landsnecht aren't meant to be easily scalable at 320 resources, 200 of which being gold, right? That's the logic. Like this is the interesting thing, actually. when you think about the Landsneck balance point, like when you think about all the Dragon balance point, the mid game is actually the best point because of numbers, right? When you get pop capped out, that's when we start to see this Civ fall off. But we're not there on either side. That's what's smart about Red. I actually like his choice to go this over Palace Swabi a lot more now that I see it. Because had he gone for Imperial Age, he would have reached peak pop, but he would have given Killjardy an opportunity as well. Now things get worse. If you thought the stats were inflated already, check this. An extra 3 damage, not to mention an extra 1 armor because of Inspired Warrior's Tech. This is the thing that's kind of nuts, right? Like, I focus on the damage increase a lot, but the armor actually matters a lot as well. As was just highlighted by Krakeny, these units aren't easily killable. +1 armor might sound pretty pitiful. It's not. And also, it's a nightmare for Killjardy, who's now getting Golems. Golems benefit against targets that don't have much armor. We mentioned they're good against the Gilded Landsneck. The problem is your opponent now has an extra +1, which is negating 2 damage. For every 1 melee, you're losing 2 damage on your strikes with Golems. Okay, guys, we found the counter. Mangonel Towers. Could you imagine if Killjardy somehow pulls this back off of Mangonel Tower spam? I don't think I would see a clearer example of nerf Byzantines, right? Like, I know it's Order of the Dragon, and everyone's like, oh, they lose anyway. But this is like the one play that makes sense for Dragon right now. There is no unit that is more optimal or efficient than Lansk once you reach Castle Age. This is wild. Horseman as well. So I guess the idea is you peel the Horseman, run straight to the crossbows, absorb fire, and then you let the Landsneck through, right? That must be the strategy here for Red. Horseman, in the meantime, burn it through. And you are correct. The Mango Towers do make OOTD very sad because the reality is in that small AoE, you're getting more focused fire damage done, right? I do think that Mangoes are kind of a bait usually against, say, Gilded Archers because it just takes too many hits to kill. So, like, unless you're in late game, it's hard to scale. But for Mango Towers, they're just such an unsnipeable defense, right? That's what makes them so damn good. This is insane, though. I'm trying to think if I've seen a game where a player felt so helpless against the dragons. Even the meta arms, Feudal Age rushes, I don't think they look this bad. Crossbows, get a little bit of a freebie and run like hell. We have actually got teardrop shields coming in. So this is interesting. Teardrop shields with the attack speed increase. That whole idea of Berserk works if you split the fight. But if you run head first into this lance, you're gonna die. What you need to do with the Varangian is you need to kind of split the tension of the lance into different directions. Such a big army on both sides. This is where the game gets really puzzling, right? When armies get this big, it's very hard to tell who's going to take the clear edge. Killjardy has a lot of crossbows. This is enough to insta-snipe Lansk, so you have to lead with the Horsemen. But if you split the formation too much, Horsemen will die to Golems. Instead, it looks like the Horsemen are going to roam for a flank. Crossbows, poking. Okay, Killjardy should know something's up right now. He doesn't see the Horsemen. He's not being attacked. Something doesn't make sense here. He just saw a bunch of Horsemen, now he only sees a few. They're coming back. He has to retreat. Killjardy. Uh-oh, maybe an overextension. Horsemen get in! And they're going to look for the body block. Commitment coming in. And he pulls the Horseman back. Lance going in. Oh my god! The health bars straight away. Oh, chopped down to half. Horseman with the recommitment. Golem's trying to stand their ground. There's just nothing left of them. And the Horsemen, it doesn't matter if the Lions live anymore. It's just Cav versus crossbows. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen 100+ military evaporate so quickly. That's it. That's GG. 3 relics versus 2. 2 sacred sites. Almost a 20 villager lead. About to be bigger. The Landsneck are on the villagers. Killjardy has no comeback to this. The opening moves made so much sense. But this unit makes none. I love the fact the Knights have been waiting all this time to finally spring their trap and go in. Killjadi, we know he's a player not to immediately give up and call it, but this is so far gone. It's unbelievable. Order of the Dented. I think people are starting to cook with this Civ a little. I think people are starting to wake up to just how good the Land Snakes are. Not just for raiding, but as we just saw here, for a direct assault. There are not many Civs that can head off the Byzantines when they get that many Varangian and crossbows together. This was it. And remember how this game began, right? With the Keshik raid coming in to block him out of resources, with the relics being walled off as they were. What a play, though. Everyone's looking at Regnitz thinking that's the way it's going to set you up to succeed. And here's Red, this unidentified player, going, who needs relics? The truest holy sanctum of the dragon has to be the Landsknechters. I think Killjadi's close to just throwing in the towel at this stage. He's got a TC behind this, but I mean, he hasn't got a standing army anymore, right? And it's now additional horsemen coming, knights as well. Like, this is the point at which you start to just seep and leak more eco. Oh. I'm excited, guys. I shouldn't be. I should be disgusted. Like, I actually should be disgusted by Land Snakes. These things were insane. Killjadi's like that player where you kill 80% of his economy and he still doesn't GG. He's going to make you go imp for it, right? We have got Rams coming in, so this is kind of annoying for Red, being forced to go into the Rams instead of just doubling down on military. Military numbers have bolstered up again for Killjadi. It's just, I don't think this changes unless he can take the gold veins away, right? Because it's not Regnitz. There's only 3 normal relics. If he can stop the 8k gold vein from being mined, then maybe. I just don't see how he gets there. He barely has any Keshiks. He's not going to have an army. He's trying to build up more outposts to defend himself, but unless you can somehow get a fat keep drop here, I mean, even that, though. Lukewarm oil won't kill these guys. Arrow fire won't kill these guys. Nothing will kill them. Like, you know it's bad when you have to target the Land Snake instead of the Gilded Knight. Right? With a crossbow. I think we're going to be checking out more of whoever Red is here. I need to find out who they are so I can bookmark their page, but oh my god. The only thing that's really missing right now for Red is more prelates. I think you chain heal here, right? He's trying to do it now, which is 2. But like, you get a bunch out here, you keep the buff going everywhere, and you just plow through. And guys, this, like, if he doesn't call GG now, he'll never call GG. If he's not going to call GG to this, Killjadi's already gotten up out of his seat and gone to the bathroom or something, right? He's basically gone to just scream into a bucket. Is it wrong that I want more Civs to kind of have this type of power in fights? There was something so enjoyable about how quick that was. And yeah, the keep drop now by Killjadi. That's it. He realizes he's late to the party there. GG called. This may actually be the most dominant Order of the Dragon game I've seen against one of the best players in the game right now. And you know what? I'm all here for it. We've been seeing Landsnakes on the rise. We've seen them for eco-sniping. Now, we've seen them snipe the unbeatable army of the Civ, considered to be most OP in the game right now. And they made it look so simple. Oh, that was a dream scenario for OOTD, allowed to scale Landsnakes and fully clumped army in a choke. I mean, yeah, but like, you can't easily dive them in a rush, right? You're saying that's a dream as if he didn't, like, force that situation. What are you going to do? Are you going to build Varangian against Landsnake opening? No. I don't disagree with Killjadi's play. I just think the Red's play was a good counter. What do we call that one, dude? That was insane. 100 to 0 in 10 seconds, maybe. I need to Landsnectar. I always forget how to spell that. Tony Landsnectar is OTD's final form. Probably, yeah. As a new player, how do you start learning OTD? Watch that replay. That was crazy. Bloody Massacre doesn't quite justify what that was. There was a whole lot of war crime in that one. God damn. What a cool game. And you know what? Like we could have easily glazed over that one and be like, I don't know who this guy is. Let's move on. Glad we didn't. Not watching a Delhi Mirror, that's cringe. As a new player, bronze player, how do you learn OTD? Oh, I mean, at bronze, dude, you can just build men at arms, you'll win. They're the bane of the existence of low elo games. Order the Dragon have a really good timing in Feudal and Castle. Those are your peaks. Those are what you target. Focusing around Landsnake is a really smart way of playing. I think, what was it? Drongo, I think he had that comment in one of his videos that people didn't like. Where he's like, what was it? It was who said that they're basically Order the Dragon for people who don't have the mental capacity to do multiple things. So in some ways, I don't know if I fully agree. Like, you actually have to think about your Civ in a different way. I don't think it's that simple, but basically you have less to manage is the idea. So the reason I'm snacking is because my food isn't going to be cooked for another probably 2.5 hours. So we'll probably just go through till we're ready to stop streaming today. We won't like stop for a lunch break or whatever. There's a Myriad game on his Elazar account though, right? His Elazar account is privated, so we can't watch that. Let me have a look, see who he's up against. Is he up against Neptune? Rank 103 account. We might be able to watch that one. Delhi versus Byzantines. Or I need to clear some of these games we already cast. Who's Killjardy got? Let's have a quick look. Dunno. Who's this? Wasn't this quite a high rank account? 88th. Do we do the Myriad versus whoever it is, or do we do Killjardy versus this American? Who is this, actually? They were ranked 63rd in Season 4 and Season 3. I knew Faye was going to freaking do that. Just banner. Get her out. Don't know. I opened the door for that one. That was my own fault, to be honest. One sec. Sorry, just send a quick message. This campaign I'm running with some influencers, and the dates keep shifting, so I'm getting final confirmation from them. You know me, guys. I'm always looking out for the creator. Oh.
Here, Warta.
Oh, did I miss anything in chat? Quickly check. Dude, my brain just needs a moment to relax after that last game. No news on Wallalow yet? I haven't heard anything. Let me have a look at the official Discord. I'm pretty sure they haven't said anything. Nope. No updated messages, nothing coming out. We are in, what's it called? I forgot the word, not rotation. We're in flight pattern, I can't remember what's called, the word they're saying. We did have news, an AoE2 trailer with nothing AoE4 related. Face, shut up! Alright, there's going to be another recording in a week's time with Marine Lord in the other tower. Did you not notice that castle had a second tower? Clearly, Marine Lord is going to be standing in that one and waving at us a week from now. With his smug little smile and his beautifully punchable face. Hopium. Alright. And so, instead of focusing on Wallalow, let's focus on something that's likely to happen here. Byzantines getting clapped! It's possible because we've got English up against the Byzantines. Either way, someone in the chat is going to be happy here. And that is how you beat the English. Jesus, that guy dodged out of there quicker than Faye in a mirror. Woo! Ruining my slick intros. English lost, someone in chat's probably happy, probably. Well, that didn't go according to plan, did it? What just happened? I mean, I don't know if he missed out on sheep or what. Didn't like something. Oh, that's true, right? Like, he's clearly well, he's an English main. Because I think I checked in his account. They play a lot of English. So, clearly, they are trying to get English buffed. There we go. And he's going to get Byzantines nerfed. So he's making someone happy. Let me quickly catch up on YouTube chat. Hopefully you're all okay over there. If you are on YouTube and you want to talk to me, I definitely recommend the Twitch side, just because it's much easier to watch Twitch than YouTube chat. Seems like the contrast on my screen's turned up to 11. I don't know. I think people seem to like it. So, let's have a look here. Maybe someone else to check out. Let me see who Dudu's up against. He might be up against Kyo. That could be a fun one. Oh, my ankle. Oh, wait. What? Wait, isn't this the same goddamn free-for-all from earlier? It's still going... No, it's a different one. Okay. But same people. All right, we are... Like, oh, I've got to force crash my game now, haven't I? Jesus. Bliet. Let's force close that crap. Maybe we do one of our replays. We do have a Voldemort Lash. We do have Myriad versus Neptune. Have a look here. And we have got Louis versus... Was this CSO? No, that's Neptune. Okay. Wait. Oh, no, we already... So that's Ottoman versus Japanese. Nah, dude, that one's gonna be impossible to win, I think. 1 sec. Let me quickly restart the game because for some reason it wasn't letting me. Is there a bot to bring YouTube chat here? It's not allowed. You will literally get banned by Twitch if you do it. They put it in the rules. It's one of the most dumb rules. It makes no sense, but they have a rule for it that you can't do it. It makes no sense. It's so unnecessary. But there is indeed a rule against it. You can multi-stream now, but for some reason you're not allowed to combine chats and share them on Twitch. Basically, what they're trying to avoid is having, they're trying to have it so like they're fine with you streaming on other platforms, but what they don't want is you advertising that you're on another platform. That's what it is. You're allowed to talk about the fact you're live on. You can do that, but like you can't integrate it into the experience. Yeah, unless I missed an update, I don't think they ever changed the simul chat thing. You can't have simultaneous chats. All right, let's do a quick check of live. I would like to vibe with some live games. I definitely prefer live games unless someone like flags a particular replay to me for whatever reason. Wait, no, that's what we had. We had the Felisberto Wham game. He mentioned he had one, right? Should we have a look at Philly versus Wham? It's either Philly versus Wham or we can watch Tanke versus Myriad. Philly did say he had a good one for us, so I think maybe we check out that. Let me grab his profile. Actually, why am I... Dude, I don't even need to look at his profile. I can just... Not on AoE Full World anyway. We'll just do this. Let me just load it up in-game. Can you read YouTube messages out loud? That hasn't been seen as a problem. It's the integration of chats. Yeah, it's like their ruling doesn't make sense. I mean, we're used to this with Twitch by now, though. There's some funky ones for sure. All right, let me find this in Philly's data. Faye. Ugh, no, why would you want that? I don't need 2 meme lords. Actually, I should go for the 2 meme lords in one game, shouldn't I? Yo, what is up? Free AoE. Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. That could have been free AON. He said it. Okay, so we got a game between Philly and Puppy Paw Fan. That's not the one he's on about, though, right? Where is this game that Philly was on about? I'm struggling to find it. He said he had one versus Wham. Puppy Paw Fan isn't Wham, right? Let me have a look. It might be now. He might change his name to it. Oh, thank you to being here. Thank you to everyone who tunes in. Okay, yeah, this is Wham. Yeah. It's 9th on... It's either Wham or Magic. It's 9th on the leaderboard, though. I think this is Wham's other account. So, we can do Puppy Paw versus Wham, then. Yeah, It's a Byzantine mirror, but... Felisberto plays a really, really weird Byzantine, so it's not going to feel like a mirror. Oh, zoning maps. Dude, all you need to do is tell them the stream is a hospitable zone, and that's good enough. All right, no problem, buddy. Enjoy your day. Let's get ready for this one. No, I never want to see 10k Olival again. All I know is that there's a Byzantine mirror that is not going to feel like one. We've got Felisberto going up against Wham. Now, the reason this is not going to feel like a mirror, folks, is because Felisberto doesn't play your meta Byzantines. This man is on a mission to prove me and many people wrong that System the First Hill is good. He's on a mission to prove that cataphracts are actually of some worth. I personally think he's delusional on this mission, but I respect him all the same. You know, like when someone tells you that there are aliens monitoring all of our frequencies and they are tracked into our brain patterns, and their eyes flickering, and you like don't argue with them because you're worried they might have a gun. That's how I feel with Felisberto and his Byzantines. You don't argue with it. You nod your head. You agree. And then when he's not here, you say very loudly it doesn't work. And he's not here right now. So really important to emphasize. Cataphracts, very much in need of a buff. System the First Hill, very much in need of a buff. Let's see if Felisberto stays true to his guns and is going to keep doing that. I like that I said stay true to his guns and I look across and just see that's fitting since he's American. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Puppy Paw Fam, aka Wham, is definitely one of the best Byzantine players in the game right now. I think him and Puppy Paw have got this down to an art. Other players up there right now that really impressed me is Dumu. I think he's on point with his Byzantines. Beastie is definitely leveling up at the moment. I think that right now, if I had to frame a few players as like my go-to, I think Puppy Paw is the #1, right? And by extension, you expect Wham to be up there with him, considering they spend most of their time practicing with each other. Looking at the spawns as well, it's going to be a very important detail actually in these type of mirror matchups. This is a really weird spawn for Wham. Pink doesn't have great berry spawns. That's really important in this matchup, actually. He is already going onto the mill, though, which suggests that we're looking at Hippodrome. The weird part is that for a guy who... Yeah, what? So he's going to go for Imperial Hippodrome himself, but he doesn't go for the berries early on. This is interesting. This is going to allow Filisberto to be ahead on cav count, but it also means he's going to be behind on his mercenaries. So Wham is now going to take the role of defender in this matchup and look for it slip up out of Philly. I do worry that this spawn is too good for Filisberto, though. He has his back berries as well, but his secondary is really safe. He could even think about just walling this off to stop a full rotation, and it's worthwhile. Right? This backside, also very wallable. You could say similar of Wham, but I just feel like he doesn't get as much value. Like, this wall is going to feel very weird. And also, the way you'd have to wall, let's say Archer's coming, you're going to die. So it's a slight advantage there for Philly, for sure. Both of them got 4 berries, so that doesn't really matter much. The other thing that's quite important here are the golden stone spawns. There's a lot more defensive options available to Philly in this game. Talking about the resource, like he's going to touch on this. Turtle Haven? I mean, what? If you're playing Byzantines and you're not playing olive or berries, you're high. I don't care how much of a turtle you are. I don't care if you have the TMNT theme song on repeat 24 hours a day. Are you really going to sit here and tell me you would give up a 50% olive drop-off in favor of a 20% where you have to buy the farms? You know, that's fine. We can team game together. We'll both play Byzantines. I'll take the resources. So Hippodrome coming out. Let's hit the speed up a little bit because it is, of course, going to be the opening of the Horseman. Presumably. There's no way Filisberto does that fast castle mode, right? I hope not. I think fast castling in a Byzantine mirror naked is a bit of a throw. You would need to set up outposts at least. Philly has got a decent amount of people on wood, but this should be to drop the racks for Limitane. That's kind of interesting, actually. Is Philly going to be a Western contract here? Usually I'd recommend Javelins, but if you're playing more defensive, you can lean into Lombo, Limitane, Horseman. I just feel like it's kind of giving away the game to play defensive in a Hippodrome mirror. Did you ever just age up and sell your olive oil? Because sometimes I do. Yeah, I've seen a player do that. I don't want to shame him, but he was also from America, and that's how he went out of a tournament. I think some people who watch this channel regularly might recall the Fast Castle olive oil selling System of the First Hill Cataphracts game on Coastal Clefs. Didn't end well. That was against the Delhi, I believe it was. It's an interesting idea. I just don't think it's something you want to be doing here. I guess maybe, like, okay, now I don't even want to justify it, but realistically, like, if you go Kata with the gulps, if you go System of the First Hill in this matchup and it's just cav on cav, Kata could kind of work, but I wouldn't expect it. Instead, it is indeed going to be the Eastern Mercenary contract, so we have some presence here. Puppy Paw, this is a telling moment. If he goes for the Western, yeah, so this is important. He can't attack now. Western is fully defensive, so Puppy Paw's win condition, or sorry, Wham's win condition rather, is Castle Age. Philly could try to end this earlier, but I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see Castle Rush into Kata plus Keshix. Pink's comp is about to look really bad. I dislike the fact they went Lombos. I think they should have waited until they saw the enemy unit type. Because if you were going Lombos anyway, you were choosing a more defensive path. Right? Like, I don't see a world in which Pink walks these Lombos across the map. He'll die. They're so easily pickable. In fact, he should be really paranoid about the fact he hasn't seen any units yet. Maybe he thinks that he can block the fast castle timing, but I'm a bit skeptical. Nice raid in here. We'll find a single villager for his troubles. However, I feel like you've got enough off of this. Purple should just shift onto the Jeep now to get castle. one annoying thing about being up against these horsemen that does play to Pink's favor is that you can roam with these guys, right? Like, Cataphracts can't chase you. Keshiks can't chase you. The negative is really still in the longbow detail, though. Like, if you want to play chase, if you want to play hunt now, longbows don't do that for you. Philly, nice walls. Yeah, so options have been stripped away. Gold can't be stopped, and that's really important because remember, these Cataphracts are not cheap. 150 gold, 180 food. Sheep count currently is sitting at 9 remaining compared to 13. 9's good enough here, though, with this fast castle build. It is, of course, giving the system the first seal because his name is Philisberto. Straight out of Philly, and I guess somewhere in Philly they have a hill. I can't think of any other reason why he keeps building this landmark. So, Gulpers are on the way. It's definitely 100% Cataphracts. I don't think that Pink scouted that either. This is worrisome. He needs to get spears right now. In fact, he needed spears earlier than this. I think the moment you saw the Keshiks came out, Rax dropped Limitani on the way. Possibly even earlier. This is the thing about what Pink has done here. If you want to do this build, you have to be 1-1-1. You can't be 1-1. Right? You can't just do Cav plus Lombos. Blacksmith is going to go up. Longbow's not quite able to get that kill. And this is going to be a rush towards Undermesh. Right? Just to make sure Longbows do 1 damage at all times. Because remember, Longbows start with 1 higher base damage than standard archers. Wrap around the backside, but Philly's done the right thing here, actually. He gathered a lot of gold initially, so he should have enough for double Cataphract. And double Cataphract with Triumph should be enough to get out of here. Meantime, Keshiks. Oh, boy. Yeah, Outpost is on the way. However, if he dives towards the gold now, this is going to be too slow from Pink. Does he know about it? He has definitely scouted this area, so he should understand where the gold is. Because either way, your opponent's going to be gold, whether he's going Castle Age or whether he's going all in, because he needs a Blacksmith Dex. Philly, he's going way too wide for my liking. Bring in now. Outpost is not complete. Villagers are going to need to rush it, but I don't think they can rush it quick enough here. Philisberto has been given a freebie. Double Keshik will clean this up. Right round the back in the meantime, but there you go. Nice cancel out. And all of a sudden, now an awkward situation for Pink. You can afford the Undermesh, you can afford the Steeled Arrow, you cannot afford much more. Limitane are now at least on the way. Keshik should be able to get the tower. 1 final torch would do it. He's going to go. Oh my god. Any gulpers in chat? This is a cartoon gulp right now, coming out from Pink. Oh, I don't know what I do against this. Fails to get the second gulp out there. That was a bit of a fummer. I don't... He had extras, right? I'm pretty sure he should have extra gulps. He's using on the Caddis instead. Okay, but yeah, with the Limitane now gone, these Lombos are dead. That's really important because Philisberto doesn't have good gold access, so he needs these kills. It should be a trample now towards these targets. Not the best micro out of Philly. He should not be losing villagers like this. That was a big mistake. Definitely think that Philisberto's micro has been off here. He shouldn't have lost the Keshiks the way he did. He definitely shouldn't have lost the villagers. He's now going to clear up the Lombos. In the meantime, love this out of Wham. Heads into the main. Unfortunately, just enough villagers here to start garrisoning. The rest might be in trouble. Needs to activate the Akratoy. And it's going to be Shivs out. Triumph versus Akratoy. Who would win? Oh my god. I think that's pretty convincing. Triumph wins. Luckily, the Cataphracts are here. And for some reason, Philisberto has still not used Triumph at all. He's saving up for the big one. Kada's now marching across as well. I can't believe this is working. Wham is starting to save up though. If he can just get into Castle Age, this should be a GG. Oh man, he's activated. Wait, what? Oh my god, he's got the main fight. He's got the gulp as well. Wait, what? This should not work. If he just gulps... Is he out of charges right now? Oh my god, he's out of charges. He tries to walk it away. Not going to work out here. So the Cataphract needs some assistance. Emphasis on the ass, because that's getting spanked right now. Horsemen are going to lose out, though. I can't believe this. Oh, the gulp was on cooldown, unfortunately. He'd already used it once, so he peeled away a little bit too late there. This one is gulping for glory, though. He chugs up and goes in. Limitane are just not working here. Wait, can Pink tech up? Because if this trickle of Cataphracts doesn't stop now, you're going to have to keep building Limitane that die 1 by 1. Puppypaw needs a second Rax. Also, keep in mind over time, Keshiks are going to get added in, right? There's a little bit of olive oil going into the bank here. So it's not just the Katas, it's also going to be the Keshiks. Colt gets activated again. Oh my god. The Limitane are going to lose this. And once they do, Trample's available. Micro away. Needs to get the undermesh level 2. Oh, nice snipe. I think that's the negative I'd give to Felisberto right now. He needs more gold gathering. He actually needs level 2. Also not really able to do enough on the flanks either. Rax now coming in, so Limitane are going to guard at home while the Cataphracts continue on. Nobody going for relics, right? Like, remember, this is double Hippodrome build, so there's no smooth transition there. This is kind of like having the Abbey of Kings effect on the go in a weird way. It's very weird. But he has got a flask. Wait, Philly? Like, so here's the thing. For all that Felisberto flexes and says about this build, you're starting to see the flaws of it. I think Felisberto will admit he's probably not the most micro-intensive guy. His micro historically is focused on queuing up traders and building villages out of Mongol TCs. But if he's struggling to keep track and use the flask, because there was definitely a flask available on that guy, right? Like, it was off cooldown. If he's just not tracking this, think about like how optimal this could potentially be if he's not throwing away half of his Cataphracts. Because he is throwing them away, right? Like, they are unnecessarily dying a lot of the time. And for all of his efforts, for all of his flex, like, he is now behind an economy. Yeah, so... oh, no! He didn't know about the wall. I'm starting to lose faith in this build a bit, folks. The gold boosts have been activated again. He needs to trample through, by the way. Like, this is where you trample. You want to go past the Limitane to body block the retreat. It's really bad when they want to attack you, but when they want to run away, it's really good. Triumph is going to be activated again. I mean, this needed to happen sooner, to be honest. I'm not sure it's working anymore. Wham's about to go for Castle Age. And Philly has no side play. The monastery is now only coming. This is really slow. And your opponent still has horsemen out and about. Longbow count is also getting scary. We're going up to 18. That's spooky. Although your damage is being reduced pretty heavily, keep in mind when the veterancy comes in, Philly can't really do anything to offset that. It's actually crazy as well. I think Philly made a really big mistake not getting wedge rivets quite quickly here. He would have had quite a few of these Cataphracts left over if he'd microed them out a bit quicker. If you got paranoid, right? Like, the mindset of Philly here was like, if he gets too many Limitane, it's GG. So he kept fighting to stop that Limitane count going up. The problem with fighting that way is the reason the Limitane count is going up is because of the economy, not because of the racks, right? Like, it needs the racks to do it, but it's that classic, would you like to fight the giant robot, or would you like to pull the plug that it's plugged into? Which is easier, right? Pulling the plug is much easier. When you've been playing through Fallout recently, do you attack the turrets, or do you hack the station and turn them off? Let's be totally real. No one tries to figure out those word games. You kill the turrets. But in most cases, you know, the logical way, if you're in real life, you wouldn't want to fight it. You'd want to just hack. Try and activate though. Raid on the flanks. Funnily enough, all of a sudden, it's the Keshiks that are doing the damage. And the chip damage is adding up, actually. Credit to him. Finally, he's starting to find a wallop. Cata count is up to 5. Puppypaw's fan needs some better walls. I don't think these are doing enough. We talked earlier about this wall over here. I was expecting there to be a V wall. And then if you had the V wall, completing over here is easily done, right? And then the deer are easily accessible. But instead, you have this kind of awkward game. The good news, at least, you've got some olive groves in, but so is Felisberto. So food-wise, he's starting to become sustainable. And because you're reacting instead of attacking, it means that Philly more easily plays pocket ecos. Because you've got no cav left on a Hippodrome build. I mean, Philly should actually be queuing up a lot of Keshiks right now. He's got almost 1,000. No, Philly, not again. This guy and his olive oil. Oh, you can tell us from Texas he's got way too much oil. This is absurd. He's doing it again. I mean, you just Q Keshix, right? Maybe he's thinking Golems because it is Mass Limitane. So Golems kind of makes sense. But if you're raiding, go Keshix. I just feel like he's holding oil for no reason. Saving for the elephant. No, I'm not going back there. I'm getting PTSDs just thinking about that game. Double outpost up there. Mangonel in placement coming in. Yeah, this is a bad spot to stand, guys. Really... Oh no, dude. He's sniping the wrong tower. He's going to have to leave. Philly is going to lose the villages, though, so it's still a win in that regard. It's a lead. But Wham's not going to have a harder time burning this one down. Kades going on the longbows. Trample through. Okay, beautifully done, but the pinch comes in just in time. Trying to go for glory. Triumph has been activated, but it's going to be a short one, and the tower goes down. Felisberto not able to get the defense together. And I am puzzled right now. 6 Golems would have defended this. This is unbelievable. This game's over. This was meant to be the game that convinced me that CAD has worked. And you know what? I'm going to give him credit. I'm actually, like, you guys cover your ears if you don't want to hear it. CAD didn't look too bad here. I actually think this game was lost in micro and macro. Wham's strategy looks like it should come through, but it's really hard to give a balanced call on this because Felisberto microed multiple times on the Cataphracts. You can't afford to do that. They're way too expensive. Think about your first few Knights as French. If you micro them and dive the TC and they die, it feels like you're just a mile behind. Then there's whatever's happening here, right? He's almost got enough for 3 contracts. In fact, he has, right? Because remember, Keshix are 420. So, but, oh, sorry, 400. He could have had double Golems ready for that fight, by the way, 100%. He just queued them up. This is too late. Longbows now diving to the back. The good news is it's going to take a while, and he might be able to sneak out unnoticed here. This is going to be close, though. Oh, my God. Wham. Wait, are you... What? There's no way. He just got away with that. He sneaks out. Wham. He saw the deer. He sees the deer. He knows. Oh, no. Okay, this could be big right now. Felisberto, all of a sudden, on the run for his life with a third of his economy, and no way he can stop running. That deer push gave him away. I feel so bad for him as well. Wham looked there and heard it. So he peels them off, keeps on hunting. In the meantime, the rest of the army is easily able to contest what Felisberto's got here. Oh my God. He's never going to get stopped running. Right? Like, there's no way. Wham's going to be like a dog with a bone. Even if he does manage to eventually stop running, it's going to take him like a minute and a half to get back. Yeah, never push deer when a Canadian's in the game. Do you know what it is? Canadians are just, like, these Canadians are just kind of integrated into deer everywhere. You know in Last of Us, the whole fungal thing? Like, if you touch a root or whatever, then the infected hear you everywhere. That's the Canadians with deer. They're like, oh, I felt that. Oh, and that's going to be it. What a massacre! All dead. I can't believe him caught him that quick. Felisberto actually went back. This is over. This is done. There's no way back now. You know what, Philly? One of these days, you might convince me Kata, System of the First Hill's the way, but it is not today. Oh my God. I can't believe that. Is that uploadable? Maybe. Cataphract plus system is OP. Is not a meme build? Maybe? Yeah. Oh, that's kind of wild, dude. Holy crap. Like, I actually think if it wasn't for the like subpar micro And I'm not saying this to flame him. I'm just like, you see, like, I'm being honest with the feedback here. Like, the micro wasn't on point. If his micro and macro were better, I actually think he had a decent shot at winning that. He needed to macro better to get undermesh. Is one really, like, undermesh 2 is really important there because you're against Lombos and TC. And then he needed to just be a little bit more careful with his initial cataphracts. And I think he could have won that. That's wild. What a cool build. You guys want to watch a noob? It's not that noob. We still need to free that guy. What rank is this guy? Oh, this is rank number 8. Wait, who is this? Oh, this is Vortex, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, we'll watch this. I love watching these two. Noob versus noob. Jesus, Core. What did he do to you? How many times has Killjadi killed you recently? It's clearly a grudge here. Yo, Core. Are you ready to do some cataphract System of the First Hill builds? Were you watching that game? Are you convinced? Yeah, did you not just watch the game? Like, Philly is semi-actually convincing me. You don't play Byzantines? Wait, cool. Why don't you play Byzantines? You play the Holy Roman Empire. The Byzantines are the real Roman Empire. Get with the times. Come on. Anyway, we've got more Byzantines here. We've got Killjadi going up against some noob. I don't know who. Does anyone know who this noob is? Look at this pleb. He picks Delhi. Thinks he's going to win. Oh, it's Vortex. So we have got the two most aggressive players on the ladder right now about to man up and fight up on Gorge. And this is a fun matchup, actually. Delhi versus Byzantines. Byzantines can bring the heat. There's a few different ways. Hippodrome works, but still so do the Grand Winery builds. I actually think, by the way, this is going to draw some flack. I already know it the moment I say it. I actually think that the Marlin contract is overrated against Delhi. Am I safe? Am I being attacked? I've watched a few of these games recently, and actually, Delhi's attack speed on their archers means they can beat javelins quite convincingly. Their production rate exceeds the Byzantines early on. Their food income is good enough that they can bounce into wood. I think the javelin contract is a bit of a bait against all-in Delhi. I'm starting to think that actually the Western contract is the way to go. Which is interesting because a lot of players have moved away from Western contract. A lot of players actually think that the javelin contract is just the no-brainer. And I was leaning to it as well. Like, the logic is with the javelin contract, you can chase, you can actually play aggressive more. Usually when you go for the Lombo contract, unless you're damn well certain you've got a winning number, you can't come out of your base, right? And when you play against Delhi, you have to come out of your base. But the more I've been watching this matchup, I actually think that the Mali contract might be the quick way to lose. And we've seen this recently with Vortex, actually. It was a Vortex-Voldemar game where he just completely pulled him apart. So I'm hoping Killjadi's got something different in mind. Grand Winery's on the way. Sheep Hall so far is going to be, oh my god, 10 versus 16. Great start coming out for blue. And looking at the spawn beyond that, there are some big upsides in this one for Killjadi. This is a really desirable spawn. Double deer on the right side, double berry as well. This is actually the absolute jackpot. And he also has a lot of easily wallable tree lines. So I think as long as he secures this, Killjadi has a lot of longevity and a feudal age in this game. Other side of it, berry spawns are a little bit... Yeah, they're pretty crap. If Vortex doesn't apply pressure, he's going to struggle to get berry access. And his deer are split. He has at least got one close to home, which is nice. Like, this is the one thing he got better than Killjadi. He got a back deer spawn while his opponent got a forward deer spawn. What would be interesting here is that actually if Killjadi just moves in and shoves the deer. I think it's worth it to get them in range. You could even get them close enough for the level 2 system. It means you wouldn't be getting as much olive oil, but it would give you an option to kind of go into Horsemen, which the more I've been watching Recon, I actually kind of feel like Horsemen are underrated for the Byzantines. It's a bit harder in this matchup, but the idea is that you can raid quite efficiently with them because Expilatores isn't a Hippodrome exclusive tech. Oh, I just realized this is a live game, so we can do predictions. Let's do predictions. Who will win? Just typed it out in the most butchered way possible. Go. 30 seconds. You never know with these two. I actually feel like the win rate must be close to 50% between the two. And it's funnily enough quite often because they're ridiculously aggressive. Like, they always one-up each other. It's so entertaining to watch. Usually I like watch these two clash. I'm like, man, why can't all AoE 4 games be like this? No attempt to just boom unnecessarily. Always just blood spilling. Blacksmith coming in straight away from blue. This is another thing that I like with the Byzantines. I think they're quite good against Delhi for, is they don't have to rush their Blacksmith timing because they get it so quickly with Dialecticus. And the cool thing is, because of the assistant buffing all their eco, they can afford those Blacksmith techs more easily than other civs would. So very gathering on the ground winery means we're going quickly into the first contract, and Moment of Truth is fast approaching here. On the other side of this, because it was Blacksmith's first, he hasn't revealed his comp, but this is very intriguing to me. Remember what we said about the Marlian matchup as in the Javelin contract? You can beat it by going archers. This is really cool from Vortex. Ghazi aren't going to get that much value because your opponent has Akratoy to reduce your damage when you come in and attack you back, but he also has Limitane. But what a wild read out of Killjadi. I said I did not like the Marlian contract, didn't like the Javelins. I said Western makes sense if you want to defend, but the issue is you can't defend against Delhi because of Sacred Sites. So what does Killjadi do? He goes Keshiks without Hippodrome. This is actually the correct call. And it's really frustrating for Vortex right now because, as for anyone facing the Byzantines, the most frustrating detail is you have to commit into a choice before you know what your opponent's is. That's the stupid part about the Byzantines right now. There's a few things that are really frustrating, but one of the things that spits in the logical face of everything about AoE4 is the fact that you do not know what their Merc House is doing at all. Compared to any other production building in the game, you have no clue, right? If I drop a Merc House, it could be an archery range or a Rax. Sorry, archery range or a stables. You don't know until you see the first units, right? This needs to be changed. I think the moment you choose a contract, a flag should get planted on the Merc House. That's only fair to me, right? Like, why should you be allowed to hide your hand until it's ready to be used? We're not playing poker here, right? Like, reconnaissance is an important thing. Now, because he can't recon it, this looks pretty rough, right? He's got close to 10 archers. I think Killjadi needs to prioritize a blacksmith now. He should understand the timing. The moment he saw the archers, the build is kind of obvious, right? This is a really cool build by Vortex. We don't see it very often, but Killjadi understands what this has to be. Well, looks like we are on the way for those Sacred Sites. So double cap coming in. Archer count's not really that scary if you split them like this. I think this would have been an opportunity for Killjadi to attack the Keshiks, but because he's not in position, Vortex can now get the walls up before you'd arrive. It's unfortunate because Killjadi isn't to know better, right? But like 2 Keshiks riding in against 5 archers here would kill them. It wouldn't even be close. This is a classic example of we have God vision, he doesn't. Killjadi is giving the appropriate respect, but Vortex is taking that for granted. He's basically spitting in the face of the expectations, right? Like, Vortex should be following up with some Spearmen, right? Or some Ghazi. And that's the reason Killjadi doesn't pounce. The other thing is, like, when you see Keshiks, Vortex's logical reaction is one Sacred Site at a time. Instead, he's split greedily, and now Killjadi looks to punish it. Keshiks right in. Undermesh is there. Needs to keep hitting here. It looks like he's going to lose the first Keshik. He did pull back the Limitane for the decap. I don't feel like this was worthwhile. Killjadi, the problem right now is that he's trickling troops, right? Like, he needed to wait a little bit longer. The Skull Snipe was good. However, now with the denial on the berries, things become more worrisome for Vortex. He has still got all the food at home, but now he has a much worse gathering rate. Wolves have gone up on the north side in the meantime. However, Killjadi has got enough Limitane that burning through them is quite easy. And this is where he should be marching north to now shut down that Sacred Site as well. This is going to be castle from Killjadi, I think. Like, his army is big enough now that he should just be able to tech up, right? Spend the olive oil on more Keshiks, but until you're given a reason to build more Limitane, you have no way of spending your money, right? We talked before about the idea of going Horseman. That's the one way Killjadi could play this, is double stables now. I just don't think he's interested, right? Like, why would you take a weaker timing in your game over the best timing for Byzantines? Castle is king right now for the Civ. Yes, usually running away from Keshix is rough, but actually, we may have noticed Vortex done really well in that fight because he took the injured archers and pulled back. That's the thing about trickling Keshix. Your opponent can do that more easily. Ghazi now in the mixer. This is a bit dangerous from Killjadi. If Vortex reads what's happening here and attacks, Killjadi will struggle to reallocate his resources quick enough. He only has 1 Rax and a Merc House. Tiny lead the way. Keshix gonna get body blocked out here. Shield Wall's being kept up. Like, there's some situations where Shield Wall really feels detrimental, and I think this is one of them. Keshix dropping this down, though, and he's making space. Golden Horn Tower now in the way. He just has to commit to the fight. There's no turning around. But the Keshix are getting sniped down. That attack speed proving useful in the Delhi. A recommitment comes out from the Ghazi. Limitane are just being ignored. Dude, this is such a great micro by Vortex. He's been ignoring the spears the entire time. Keshix have now been cleared up. Tail end of the fight, no Limitane left over. That is how you address this comp. He didn't care about the Limitane. And I can't help but feel, looking at that fight, Killjadi should have dropped the shields. It feels so bad to have to do, but if you do not drop those shields at all, you're never touching the Ghazi, and you're never threatening the archers. If you at least drop the shields, the Ghazi can charge in. Sorry, the Keshix can charge in, right? So then at least your Keshix trading. But because of what he done there, nothing really touched. And all of a sudden, Killjadi is going to have his tech up, but now with almost 10 Ghazi, 20 archers, and Eco leaking onto the flank with no walls, Killjadi might struggle to see Castle Age. First Rangin gets queued up. Archers moving in. Killjadi, no wheelbarrow. That's a sin. And that is going to be you. 6 villagers down. And look at the food. All of a sudden, Vortex is prepping himself. Big shout out, by the way, to Fatlop for gifting himself across the Fae. We got to get her those subs. Keshix plus Varangian now on the way, but the problem with this is actually Ghazi aren't that terrible at dealing with this, and also archers are pretty good as well. The attack speed, right? Like, this is, I think, a big part about why Delhi have kept relevance for so long, is the meta has shifted now to archer spamming. And Delhi are bloody incredible at that. Right? The attack speed aura is just something you can't offset. 20%? Like, what Civ match is this? The Ottomans on the go is really the only one. You can argue English, but you need to put an outpost for that. It's just that timing. So aggressive, so quick. Expect nothing else from players like this. Compounder Defender now on the way. 3 Sacred Sites locked in. And a substantial eco lead at this stage in the game, actually. Over 10%. House is also being torched down, so good prioritization here. Vortex just trying to find a little bit of extra value before he leaves. And now we may have a Castle Age Byzantine player, but with a lack of food surge, things are getting a little bit dicey. They've got a handful of sheep left over, 6 remaining. Farm count is sitting only 9. They need to get out onto the deer and berry soon. People regretting gambling against Delhi, huh? I mean, in fairness, Killjadi almost had him. That was so close to just being over. When I say it was so close to being over, I'm not like, man, it'll take him 5 minutes to process. Like, if Vortex hadn't been able to slow down those Keshik counts, he would have just probably GG'd. That's the type of player he is, right? Like, Vortex is almost religious in his belief about the state of the game. It's very hard to convince him that something isn't over if he believes it. Varangian now arriving, but it's the micro here, right? It's the disengage that's just so impactful. The Varangian aren't going to be able to get close quick enough. And with only a few Keshiks, you can see what the priority is. Vortex is just microing them down and retreat. They are vetted up, so they only take 1 damage now. However, the real army's coming behind this. Lance has been queued up. The Varangian is going to be a problem. I actually think Vortex needs to queue up crossbows here. It's a mistake to just do Lancers. Because right now, you're not going to be able to scale Lancers quicker than Varangian, right? Like, the base rates, they come out quicker. They cost less, but remember, this isn't just the base rates. The Varangian are coming out every 18 seconds due to the system buff. knockback continues. Decap coming through. Only on one Sacred Site so far. Warlord's going to be used. Vortex already has 2 relics at home, and a 1 coming behind this, and he has got 1 safe in the corner. So looks like a 4 relic game for the Delhi. Yeah, that's kind of brutal, actually. Killjadi, despite the fact that he got his tech timer first, just doesn't matter. This is what Delhi is so good at, because they have those religious units out in the field early. Same logic of HRE, right? They can pull prelates and feudal and be waiting. Man, the Varangian need to be able to touch something here, though. Otherwise, Killjadi might as well go outside and touch the grass. This is getting rough. He's getting kited perfectly. Veteran sees the archers about to come through in 10 seconds. The damage is going to be noteworthy here. Level 2 ranged armor just came in from Killjadi. Stand the ground at the choke point. Wololo comes out, and Killjadi has to walk away. I feel like this game is slipping away from him quickly. He's only got 1 or 2 Limitane in here, so it just means Lance is going to win out. Ghazi are also going to be able to swarm, and I think this game is just out of his hands now. What makes it worse is it's only going to snowball from here, right? It's a compounded defender build, which means in the coming minutes, Delhi are not only going to drop the Sacred Sites, they're also then going to turn that into economy. And I don't really know what Killjadi's recourse is now with the Gulam Keshik contract. The problem with the Gulam Keshik contract is you lose against Lancers in both cases, right? Crossbows as well. Like, actually, Vortex's comp is really brain dead simple. You just build heavy cav and you build crossbows. And everything Killjadi does fails, right? Because the only out from there is that you go Varangian Mangonels. But if you go Mangonels with cav on the other side, you get sniped, right? It's so difficult to play from this type of position. Well, on the flank. Keshiks. What? Okay, that's a scam. He deserves 2 units for that. Remember, when you try to snipe Scholars, they do have plus 40 HP. I still stand by my statement that you should not be able to delete units that are in wall lull radiuses. It's so dumb, and it's so anticlimactic. Especially considering they got converted and then died. Whoa. How does Killjadi get back in this now? He's gonna need a second TC, I think. But he needs to win a fight first. He needs to win a fight and then transition eco. Like, you now have to play for a late phase of the game. This matchup's a bit dicey, though, especially with the contract choice you made. I think Delhi's a lot better in Imperial. Ever since people started to take another look at late-game Ghazi, they've realized that actually Delhi don't have to be as afraid as they once were. It does still suck a bit when you go Compound Defender over House of Learning. I do think you peak in Castle Age with that build. But you're not as disadvantaged as you once were. Especially now that people that started to experience Delhi Imp more, they've realized that actually the attack speed on its own is already a big enough boom for late game. Ah, yes, Killjadi needs to just... yeah, the reverse time technology. I forgot about that one. We took that out a few years ago. You guys know there was actually an RTS where you could reverse time, right? I forget its name. It was quite a few years ago. I had a friend who played it, and it was absurd. You could basically go back in time, kill a worker that would build all their factories, and then when you came back to the future, because the factories never got built, the units never got built. So they didn't have an army. It's a quirky idea, but it was so moronic. So Killjadi has now got those mangoes we talked about, but the problem is his front line isn't very big. He needs to bulk now. He's going to have to turtle. I'm expecting him to resolve to walls here. I don't think you can shy away from this. The problem is, like, your walls are going to be very defensive. You need to try and find a way of claiming one of the sacred sites, but as we can see, Vortex, now with the keep drop down the center, he's going to be the one staking the claim. Akron, thank you. Yeah, that was the name of the game. Actually, was it Akron or Archon? Might have been Akron. Lance is also prepping a raid, and I think Killjadi... Ooh, that outpost timing. That was almost a GG dent. That would have been 10 villagers massacred. Limitane are going to brace it. And there should be enough of them to potentially scare Vortex away, considering production is close by. I say that, Vortex is relentless, man. Like, the HP bars on these guys, you'd think most players would back away. Instead, he says I can get through. Villagers now trying to defend. Akratoy has not been activated, though. What? That has to be a misclick. There's no way he intended to stand his ground with this. All of a sudden, the lead is escalating. That is now 20 workers killed. Oh, 19 to be exact. Wow, this is getting insane. Wait, what happens here then? Like, the numbers don't add up, right? Was this wasn't 2TC. I'm not sure how Vortex is only 10 villages ahead. With 19 worker kills. The math looks more like meth here. He must have missed a lot of villager production. Wait, did he cancel villager production when he teched to get the food? Because his numbers just don't make sense. Right, he should be 17 villagers ahead. He's not even 10. And it's only 1 TC. I'm guessing you got textiles, right? So that accounts for 1. That still doesn't explain the rest of it, though. There's still a question mark on 7 villies. It's okay, though. It's going to be made up for now, right? Like, the double keeps coming through. He's got village fortresses online, so that means it's going to be free TC effective. And this is why I want to see Killjadi going in for a TC. Instead, he's just going to be going into his own death. I can't believe this. The 2 Lancers in again. So many dead units. 4 more villages dying before their time. If this keep goes up, I actually think that Killjadi's in quite the pickle. All attention is being drawn south side, right? Like, he has to defend here. And that means that Vortex's optimization of keeps is perfect. He's covering the safest sacred sites to try and decap, right? Like, Killjadi, if he's in this area, he wants to play for the east or the center. The west one is so far away that even just a base wood wall keeps you from burning through because you can't afford to send troops up there. You're already outnumbered. If you send 5 Limitane, you're going to lose the main fight. So the only way now that Killjadi can look to actually decap is by attacking directly. And if you sensed hesitation in my voice saying that, it's because it's going to be a very hard fight. The raw number aside, it's the quality of units. Killjadi has trash. He's got a few Keshiks, but even they don't feel good against the Lancers, right? This raid could be the beginning of something. He needs to do a lot of damage in the next 3 to 4 minutes so he can set himself up for a chase underneath a keep. It's at least a good start. A few villagers going to be hit down. Meanwhile, wall's now going up from Vortex, so it looks like he's going to turn this into a central focused fight. Makes a lot of sense, right? Keeps him closer to his production. Killjadi now going back into the Varangian. But he knows about the crossbows, right? So I'm trying to figure out what the thought process is here. Killjadi probably feels that if he dominates the siege game, he can follow Mangoes, and then Varangian win because Mangoes crushed the crossbows, right? So this must be a double down on siege. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. The crossbows is actually like the worst thing Killjadi could build right now. His opponent is full ranged, right? It's archers and crossbows. Also, keep in mind with all this food and gold going into expensive units, there's still a very big question mark about who kills the keep. And the more you add in ranged units, the bigger my question gets. All right, what do you guys think? 1s, if it's easy peasy Delhi game. 2s, if the Byzantines are OP and somehow dig their way out of this hole. Because they would need quite the diamond-encrusted shovel in my eyes. This is an uphill battle and a half. Stone gathering as well means we've got another keep drop coming soon. Vortex is doing the right thing, by the way. There's no reason to go in. You just need to wait. You know Killjadi has to come to you. The only weak point is here, and that has now been solved. He's about to have double keep on the east flank, and then a keep drop on each sacred site. I just don't know how you beat this. If he saves the elephant transition, Bisc will win. I'll get out of my game. I really need to ban you. Oh, yes. Of course. He can get to the elephants. We just need Vortex to have a gentleman's agreement, right? You just need to type to Vortex, say, 30-minute peacetime, question mark. God, remember when people used to do that? Do people actually have any success with making that request these days? Like, that's old school lobby stuff, right? Where's the extra keep going? Because there's definitely an extra keep coming, right? Unless he's stonewalling. Because he had enough stone, right? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm blind. At this rate, he's going to drop double keep on 2 sacred sites. Unfortunately, Killjadi's going towards the wrong location. He's giving himself flexibility between the two, but it's still going to be hard. Vortex starting to shift behind the walls. Spiritual trade out. Does at least favor. Mangonels are being held hostage. Lance is just trying to snipe round. Good snipe from the high ground, though. And unfortunately, now on the low ground, it means the Mangoes can move in. What a standpoint by Vortex. Killjadi doesn't see a thing. We'll turn snipe now. The problem is the keep going up. We're 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. Killjadi has no time. He needs to peel and run north. Unfortunately, Stonewall's on the way, so he needs to be quick. Outpost coming up is going to give an early warning as well, so should be a quick rush. And you can see Vortex. This is smart. Shift towards the center, mirror the move. You have the quicker route to the Sacred Site. Step from the wall, but this is going to be a panic. You have to rush in. The only upside is your opponent doesn't have many melee units. Killjadi also doesn't have time on his side. Lancer raid, meanwhile, on the south side means more villages going down. We are now up to almost a 40 villager lead. I can't see it. Killjadi, even if he gets this decap, it's going to cost him everything. 3 minutes to go. It's about to get harder as well. Slow burning defense is coming through. Oh my god, dude. I can't. He needs rams. He actually needs 4 rams right now. If this keep stands, he loses too much army. Sprills. Killjadi quick on the trigger so far. He's actually outplaying Vortex on Siege. The problem is he's being outplayed everywhere else. Military Academy also in the way in 2 minutes. And the Ghazi switch now coming in. I didn't expect that. Against Mass Limit. Killjadi actually just looks defeated. He looks completely deflated. Siege Engineering's on the way. He basically needs to build 3 Kyro Siphons. Go. It's been a while since I've seen a Delhi game that looked this impressive. I'm just stuck for him. Like, where was the way out here? Probably Keshik raids was the one way he could recover his game. I think he needed to flank raid and just continuously flank raid. The problem is he never walled up. I think the biggest mistake in this game from Killjadi, well, there's 2, right? I think he went for his tech a little bit too quickly because he was scared of the Delhi long feudal. And the second mistake was he didn't wall the right side and prep for the tech up. It's expensive, but it would have given him the breathing room to get the food for the initial units. And now on the move in, another castle coming. Also remember, Kyro Siphons have lower health than Rams, so they actually die quite quickly to range fire. Oh my god! That's why you don't lead with the Rams. Trade coming in. Kyro Siphon could easily be sniped, but who cares? Just dive like there's no tomorrow, because there won't be. 1 minute to go. Front line falling quickly, but back line should be strong for Vortex. This is going to be raw brute force from Killjadi. Crossbow's now targeting on Limitane. Worst thing they could be doing right now. But you know, as he can't hang on the Sacred Site, he has to dive past the keeps. The Boiling Oil is in, and this is going to be the stinger that breaks him. Double castle, plus the Boiling Oil. Villagers pulled to block the decap, and that is going to be it. Both sides will lose their entire army, but one still has the real army, the castles. What an execution out of Vortex. This is pitch perfect Delhi, right? That one slip up, that one mistake, and from there on out, Vortex in the driving seat throughout. GG called. A classic, but Borderline flawless example of what the deli can do if you drop the ball just once. Whew. Was that one good enough to upload? I'm not sure. I'll think on that one. That was cool. Oh, thank you, Ready Gamer One. Did I miss anything on the YouTube side, actually? How y'all doing? Y'all fine. Don't know why I'm saying y'all. I'm suddenly American, y'all. So, let's see. We've still got probably another hour or so to go before we have to call it. So, let's plow on and see who else is playing. Oh, yes, we need to give the votes. My brain is so weird. Like, I remember a lot of weird things, but I can't even remember what color each player was. Red was Killjadi, so blue one. There you go. Boop. Enjoy your points. Thanks, Ready Gamer One. Hey, man. I mean, if you like me cast, then definitely make sure you're following on all the socials there. Because, well, this year's been a bit slow, but typically I actually cast a lot of different games. Historically, I've cast Apex, Call of Duty. I've hosted for Rocket League, and I've also cast a lot of Dota. So yeah, I get around. Oh, it's Stormgate. We hosted and casted the first major Stormgate event. Ta-da! All right, let's give a quick little filter here. Killjadi's not searching just yet. I think he wants us to take a break from him. We've got Blige versus Vortex in a Japanese mirror. Who else we got? God damn, this is so tasty. This might be my favorite powder-based energy drink. Is there not anyone else on? Maybe not. Selena Gomez! No. Heroes of Might and Magic? Hell yeah, dude. Jababa, I grew up on that game. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is a goated all-time strategy game. Top 3 strategy games ever released. Full stop. Like, there's no argument. Anyone who tries to argue, like, pff, nah, dog. I don't think it's as competitive as a lot of strategy games, but this is someone I think we get baited in. I definitely like have to rely on the idea of something being competitive because I'm a caster, so I need it for my career. But like, I don't think a game has to be competitive to be one of the best of all time. Okay, so Dudu's in game. Let's have a look at who he's up against. Best game of all time is Tetris. That's not a strategy game. Oh, but you can be strategic with it. No. You're not winning this. Oh, God. Okay. We're going to give up looking at Dudu today. He's literally just on a free-for-all binge. Let me crash the game so we can restart. Once again, I do find it comical that crashing my game is quicker to get back to menu than waiting for the free-for-all to load. Like, come on. You got to admit, like, that is quite funny. It's so weird. So what was our given opportunity, like our given option for live? It was Vortex in a Japanese mirror, right? Against Blige. So we can do Vortex versus Blige, or there is. Let's have a look, because we had some replays we could lean on. There's Voldemar versus Lash. There's Dinky versus Faye. What else do we have? Wasn't Marine Lord playing the other day? Well, I think he was only playing 2v2s, right? If I'm not mistaken. It was just 2v2s. Yes, that is his name on his account. I think these were... Let me have a look. I think those were tournament games, right? Yeah, that was his tournament series versus Wham. Yeah, so he's only been playing 2v2s. So we won't check that out. Oh, sorry, I forgot. My music stopped for some reason. Let's get the music back on. Nice background. So, who's Kyo against? I swear to God, if it's another free-for-all player. Stop with the crappy free-for-alls. If you're going to play free-for-alls, play Meat Grinder mod. It's the only way you should be experiencing free-for-alls. It's 20 times better than that experience. Looks like... Wait, why do I look like Ali G? I don't think I've ever once heard that. What? Yeah, in it, bruv. Got the bum tings and looks and ting. Just gonna visit your house, go up to your mum's room, be like, "Ear, stick it on vibrate and finish yourself off." Alright, so... True Ali G. Bruh. Yo, you know who the true Ali G of AoE4 is? It's actually Myriad. He's got the voice for it, man. Lay a brick in it. Yeah, bomb ting. Just stuff all the good stuff up there and we'll smuggle it in. Be good times. God, no, I don't. I don't want to sound Ponzi British, but I don't want to sound like that either. Doesn't suit me, mate. So, let me have a quick look down here. Numidon's playing actually right now. Somehow we just keep not catching him playing. Oh, no, it's because he just came online. Yo, so if we wait a minute, we might get like Killjardy versus Numidon or Lash versus Numidon, something like that. I think that's worth waiting a minute. Yes, surely all Ali G clone. Dude, I tell you, man, like, I can tell. One look. Next time he's in here, let him know he's now Ali G. He's got to rename, rebrand. Speaking of Ali, there he is. Who's he against? Let's have a look. Maybe he has a good matchup for us. Who's Sexy Gazelle? Oh, we went over this. Sexy Gazelle, isn't that... I think that was Dumu we said, right? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it was Dumu. Oh, no, sorry. No, they're not. It was Lithuanian person. Yeah, we didn't, like... I don't know. It's probably Pleco. It's probably Pleco. Okay, so let's have a look down. There's still that Japanese mirror. I don't know. I think we mix it up because we're about to have like 3 high-level players queuing. And I don't mind. I don't know about you guys. I don't mind waiting a minute or two for that. I really just wish there was a quick tag of their rank next to them on the ladder. So you just like, you kind of know what rank you're looking at, right? That's the tough part. I feel like I cast the same players to a certain extent, but it's because you know their names on the ladder, right? And especially when people keep changing their names, it's hard to track without like looking and Googling. Can you wear a red durag for testing purposes? No. No tests. Dude, I'm not your rat, alright? I'm a sky rat. I'm a goddamn pigeon. Starting to get difficult keeping up with all these Smurfs. Dude, this is my life. That's what I've been stuck doing. Smurf Watch, we called it, for a while. Always catching them with their filthy little blue painted accounts. Are they just all not searching? Alright, Lash is now getting into a game. I don't know if he's doing customs. I can double check though. There's an easy way. Oh, he's watching his community members' games. Bless him. So, I guess we'll hit a replay then. I thought Numidon would have found a game by now, but the matchmaking is so goddamn slow. Feels like you're gonna die of old age sometimes. So what we'll do... Let me check on maybe Corvinus. I don't think we watched some Corvinus today, right? Corvinus could be good. Oh, by the way, guys, like I find this quite comical at the moment. So the AoE4 world, like what they do is they show like YouTube videos related to like the game. But the way that it's decided currently is based on you being added to like a list. And here's the problem with that list. Do some of these look out of place to you? I have to bump onto that because it is quite comical. So like, Grubby doesn't play OE4 anymore, and also Drongo's getting that nice bump on those Mana Lord replays. Hell yeah! Hey, look! Hey, I know that guy. Oh dear. There you go, guys. Watch the embed as well as live. It's as powerful as subscribing to the channel, for real. All right, so anyway, with that little cheat of the system in mind, let me check OPA. Actually, I haven't looked at OPA's count. Maybe Wham's had some good matchups. Oh, no, he played a single game. We could catch some Blige, actually. Like, Blige is playing quite a bit at the moment, and he has been rising through the ranks. I'm just double-checking Corvinus' data, because I know people wanted more Order of the Dragon earlier, and I know where I can get it. Oh, wait, no. Corvinus is a Byzantine main now. He's definitely inflating his elo and prep for the seedings. I don't know why else anyone would need to pick Byzantines right now. Pretty much know what you would need to do with them. So, wait, whoops, what the hell? So if we have a look, we can do... Oh, we had a high rank matchup, rank 33. I don't know who rank 33 is. It's weird that they were diamond rank last season, and now they're ranked 33rd in the world. What? But anyway, we'll have a look at that. It's going to be on forts. So that'll be nice and different, actually. I don't remember the last time we got to do a forts. I feel like Corvinus is one of the very few players that doesn't actually veto forts. Right? Because I don't see anyone else on that map at the moment. So let me actually get this up. This was the right one, right? Byzantines versus Ibid, yes. Streamception? Damn right. Get that double view. I mean, it does help growing, to be honest, is the funny thing. So I know there's like, there's a very aggressive mark that certain streamers take against the idea of embedding. All I'll say on the embed meta is I get it from, like, so people think it doesn't have any value, but it actually does from a marketing standpoint, because it's like impressions is the reality, is how marketing tracks it. What I'll say is it is dumb when you see like embedding on something completely irrelevant. So like, I still remember when I was trying to make my come up with this as a stream a few years ago, and I was doing really well in Foxhole, and we'll get to this as we prep this. And this guy in Foxhole, like, he came from EVE Online, and I don't like to speak like bad streams. I'll just say like he didn't really have any entertainment value. Like, and it's not because he didn't know how to entertain. Like, well, he kind of was. He didn't talk. He literally just silent played, and he had like 4 times my viewership. And I had like 100 people at the time, and I realized it's because like he owned one of the EVE Online Wikipedias. That's what I call like a meaningless embed. What I'll say is, like, of the AoE4 world embeds, they're actually meaningful ones, right? We done something similar when I was working on a project in Diablo, where we gave, like, embeds to some of the streamers. Nothing big, but, like, it was a small perk. But the reason those are, like, the reason I think those type of embeds are okay is because the type of view you're getting is relevant to the game, right? They're not from somewhere else. It's definitely stupid, like, when someone embeds themselves on a Call of Duty Wikipedia, but they, like, stream StarCraft or something like that, right? That makes no sense. There's no meaningful conversion. But the idea of like putting your stream in front of people that would care, I don't think it's the worst of ideas. It's definitely a bit sketchy though. I need to be careful what I say about here before everyone's like, oh my god, he thinks embeds was okay, he's embedded. But no, it's like, it's a bit wonky. One of those D4 season start streams, what, that I done? Or that everyone done? That game just died, dude. That flopped harder than a giant anyway. Yeah, that game went off the side of a cliff. Its numbers continue to trek downwards. They missed the ball with that big time. Wait, Discord done an April Fool's embed your stream everywhere? I didn't even see that, man. Yeah, I'm glad to say, like, we don't have embeds here. I love that. I love that we just got, like, this genuine community that care and are engaged. It's really cool. Now subscribe. All right, let's get to it. We've got Ibex versus Byzantines on a polarizing map. This player right here is Corvinus playing as the Byzantines. Corvinus is the player we cast the most of on forts, because I'm pretty sure at this stage, everyone else has vetoed forts. He's like one of very few known players left that don't have it blocked. So when I saw that he was playing a bunch of games, he actually had like 5 games almost in a row on forts. I was like, okay, we got to check this out. Let's check out the most recent one. Byzantines versus Ibex is a pretty fun one as well right now, because these are the two of the civs that I think people struggle the most to deal with. The other one I'd say is English. Rus is like kind of a bag that you've just accepted whatever it is, and I think outside of Conk rank, the execution of Rus isn't clean per se. But Ibex and Byzantines, because they're new especially, and same with actually a lot of the other things happening like the English build, people want these problems solved. This is a very interesting matchup, because I actually think that before the Byzantine changes to their mercenary timings, Ibex just won flat out. It was so easy peasy. But now, ever since the buffs to Byzantines, with the fact they don't have to waste olive oil and the contract unlock, with the fact they get that contract so quickly, I actually think this is hard in favor of purple. And I do apologize in advance. I just glanced at the screen and realized that it's purple on pink. There's definitely going to be some sort of colorblind comment. I can already sense it coming. But this is part 1 of why I really like Byzantines. The military wing reinforcement feels like a losing play, but it's because you want growth wing so badly. I actually think that logistics makes more sense for the Ibex now. Because the problem, especially on this map, is like going military wing reinforcement, how are you ever getting on this little island? Like, exactly, this is all that Corvinus needs to do. Build 1 outpost and middle finger it. He doesn't even realistically need to come out, but if he does, he just gets javelins. And now, because there's single outpost, you can't stop him getting javelins. Folks, javelins make the world go around here, because you just jav spam, and they keep their value when you go into Castle Age against archers. You can potentially play longbows. I actually quite highly rate longbows as well. It just doesn't feel like it's got as much of a value follow-up, because if you go for the javelin contract, and then when you tech castle, you go camel riders, you basically have every counter to everything that an IB player is going to do out of your mercenaries alone, which is wild. Stables opening though. This is the appropriate way to begin this, usually on a map where things are more exposed. I think actually if Corvinus just gathers enough for an outpost on the gold, he doesn't really need to engage with this at all. It is going to be the double Desert Raider build. So I quite like this build on maps where your opponent is going to be present, but I just think that this is poorly informed. Like right now, Pink has scouted this. He should immediately cancel that Desert Raider. The Desert Raider now has no value. I'd argue that the second Desert Raider had no value to begin with. I'm not really sold on why he's going Desert Raider over 2 Horsemen. 2 Horsemen cost 60 resources more, but has a lot more value, right? Whereas this just gets countered by archers, or rather the jabs. And now, with the outpost on the olive oil, you can't stop those javelins from coming out. So, like, wait. Wait, is this Dragavan Smurf? Oh my, what? He's doing a camel-only strat. Like, what? At this point, your brain is asking the question, is this good? I'm glad I could dissect that for you. It's very different. I'll give you that. And apologies, Dragavan, you don't have a Smurf. What I'm saying, though, is he's doing the camel-only strat. We have actually got Horsemen coming as well, but this is wild. That is even wilder. What? I can... Okay, so if I take my hand right now and stick it in a salami slicer and lose all of my fingers and thumbs, I can count on my hands the amount of reasons why you go Keshiks against camels here. It doesn't make any sense. Ram's going to move in. That's the one upside, I guess, right? Like, the Keshik's going to attack the Ram, so maybe that's his thought process, but, like, you could do that with Limitane. And the Javelins would mean that the Desert Raiders can't poke you at all, right? So, yeah, this is a very weird build. I feel like the only reason it works is because this is just completely off the reservation. Weird. Right? There isn't much sanity behind what Pink is doing. Especially now with Limitane also arriving. At least the Desert Rays can pepper this down. But the Keshik count's going to go up to 4 soon, right? And with just a handful of Limitane, she better push this way. The Scout not get sniped either. That's actually a really big deal. Means you can't even hide any of what you're doing. To be honest, you weren't going to be able to hide it anyway, right? Like, it's outposts plus border settlements houses. This is another thing on the long list that makes Byzantines absurd. There's no other civ that gets this much vision so freely, right? Like, at least when you're up against the Rus, it's like, oh, man, I can push this Scout away. You have to kill a 750 HP building this early on in the game. That's a pretty big investment. But no more investments coming into the Iber forces. Looks like he has actually stopped at the 4 Desert Raiders. I think you could have stopped at 1. And we are now prepping for the Guilliman spam. Now, all of a sudden, Corvinus' choice is actually good. Because Keshik's actually handled Guillims quite well. So it's very important actually you snipe these guys down as much as possible. A little bit surprised actually that he's not sticking the full health ones into melee mode and turning around. Like, yeah, this is what he should have been doing. Unfortunately, he was too late, and Corvinus just out-microed him. If you toggle your into melee form and the distance is big enough, these Keshiks insta-die to the camels. It's trivial how easy it is. Remember, you do 26 damage per strike, and they get reduced down to 12 damage per strike. And you attack quicker. Oh, sorry, same speed, right? Yeah, camel riders are quicker. The chase across the base. Behind this, Corvinus isn't slowing down. Oh my, he's sending it. You remember when Byzantines were considered garbage? I don't feel like Biz were necessarily garbage. The early game was just questionable. They required a little bit of complacency before the update. But the mid and late game were always absurd. Their production rates have always been absurd. Like, that's the thing that I think people sleep on is, you know, if you could get past Feudal Age, they were still an insane civ. Nothing really changed around that. The only thing that changed is the Merc timing. That's, well, the eco increase helped for sure. Don't get me wrong, I'm not discrediting that. But I think this civ was always threatening as you reach Castle Imp. It's just right now they don't really have any negative. Like, I don't think there's a point in the game outside of Dark Age where they're weak. And what can you do in Dark Age anymore, right? Like, I think Dark Age, we're borderline at the point with Dark Age where you could just remove it from the game and no one would miss it and it wouldn't really change anything, right? Because I feel like the one civ that cared about Dark Age was the Mongols. Have you noticed how Mongol players have stopped doing outpost rushes? It's almost like that nerf to their stone was intended to stop outpost rushes. Ergo, get rid of any value in Dark Age. Wrap around the backside here is Bold coming out from purple. But Corvinus is just trying to deny the gold. I don't feel like that's worth it here. Growth... Wait, what? I was about to say Growth Wing's on the way. No. Alright, Caller. Go next. This game's over. I'm not even going to do it the justice of analyzing it. Wait, is this that guy? Oh my god, it's that guy. It's the Tower of the Sultan guy. It's the Industry Wing Castle Age guy. Well, this changes everything. I mean, if you wanted to build a Tower of the Sultan anyway, why even build the Ram and the Feudal Age? Just wait. Yeah, this is where you wish you had the Growth Wing villages, right? Last of the Dive's going to be cleared up. But I mean, if I'm Corv right now, I'm looking at the fact that no extra villages came out, and I'm seeing that little sign, and my brain's like, I never see that sign, which means he chose a really bad wing choice. I know it's Eco Wing because of the location, but I can't remember what that sign meant. But I haven't seen villages, so there's only one thing he's done. And it looks like it's going to be the Manjaniques. I think this is the guy, by the way, that done the Tower of the Sultan builds. Do you guys remember? I think it's actually up on my channel. I think it says like a broken new build. It was on the Himeyama. I can't remember his opponent. It was actually a decent player. And what he done is he basically just marched an army over and double built Tower of the Sultan next to the enemy base. He could have been housed. I mean, I feel like counting isn't that hard, right? I think you saw the houses with that dive. Also, you see the sign, right? The sign is unique. That's the industry wing sign. No doubt about it. He has to know. He has to know by the fact he doesn't know the sign, right? Like, everyone knows the growth sign by now. And you look at that, you're like, huh? Rogan? So now we've just basically got Pink playing discount Chinese. Spearman and Siege. Now, if I was a betting man, I would wager that a Byzantine player is now going to rush Castle Age and build Varangian. That might pose a problem for the Ibid player. Even if he gets Golems. You didn't know about the signs on the wings? Look at you, an ethical Abbasid picker instead of Iabids. Then again, are you that ethical now when Abbasids can beat Iabids? The fact that he's getting Bloomer is a bit surprising to me. I mean, you know, up to damage output, I guess. Doesn't really feel necessary here. If I was Corvinus, I would kind of be chuckling at this point. This is a very, very weird Iabid build. It's not mass Golems. It's not mass Camel Lancers. It's Manjaniques. I tried to do mass and Manjaniques together, I'm sorry. With a sprinkling of Golems. And, oh no. No, not like this. No, really not like this. Oh my god, he barely keeps it alive. Here comes the Limitone. Well, there goes, what, a third of your value of the tech up? Sorry, almost half your value, right? It's 400 wood. I can't believe what I'm seeing. He's not even going castle. Corvinus has just seen this. He's like, wait, I can fight that. He's actually queuing up a full Fuel Age army. Oh my god. And it's, here it comes! We are not worthy! Tower of the Sultan is on the way. This is really bad against Limitane, right? Because they tank so much damage. No. Yeah, I mean, that's so bad. I think if Corvinus just went Castle Age, this would be really bad. Because then you just run in with Keshix and Varangian, right? And you club it down. God. One day, this man can say that he was ahead of the meta. You know that guy? Do you ever realize that? This guy is just years ahead of us, okay? Years down the line when Tower the Sultan gets buffed, he can boldly tell his kids, I remember it all those years ago. I'm not going to try an old man Asian accent. When I done this strategy before it got buffed. And I won, damn it. Whatever, Grandpa. No one believes it. Mango should also fit in the tower. Could you imagine? Just like an emplacement on the top. I mean, we let Byzantines have a Mango in a tower. I feel like this isn't a stretch. Flash coming in. Desert Raid is not great for frontlining this. And immediately it's a, I regret this, can I please leave? You can leave the game. I think you're going to be forced to soon. Golems are cool, but when they're outnumbered like this, they don't feel great. He's just going to hide inside. Now, in fairness, that has increased his movement speed. I just don't think it's increased it enough. When is this getting buffed? Like, I feel like it looks so dumb that in theory, it getting buffed would be a mistake. But at the same time, it's so bad. Villagers being sacrificed. It's now 15 worker kills compared to 0. I mean, this game is basically over. Corvinus is just having fun at this stage. All he needs to do is tech up and then spam Varangian. That's GG. Still got food to the south side. And also his opponent... Wait, okay, so now you go Camel Lancers. Several minutes into the Castle Age, you go Camel Lancers against Limitane. God damn this game. So, memes aside, how could Pink have made this work? Step one is, I really don't understand what that Desert Raider Ram play was about. The moment you scout the outpost, you don't do that. That's step one. You'd already dropped the stables, cancel the Desert Raider, wait until Castle build Camel Lancers. And that's how you approach this. You know how Pink had to come out of his base because he ran out of food? purple's going to be similar, right? Like, Corvinus can try all he likes to just go Olive Groves, but he's going to need extra food. That's what you're waiting for with Camel Lancers. And in the meantime, for the love of God, pick up relics. We've been in Castle for a few minutes now, and Pink has been posturing the center, but you may be noticing there are no relics gathered. It's very likely now that Corvinus is going to get more relics than the Irobids, despite the fact that he waited several minutes to go Castle. It's okay, guys. It'll be there soon. Yo, do you want me to really tilt all of you? I have this little trick. Have you ever tried using follow camera on a Tower of Salt? Oh, you're so lucky. Oh. How annoying is that shake? Okay. We'll follow this one. There's a second one coming. Now, funnily enough, if Corvinus just drops the Siege Workshop, this really doesn't work. I don't think Corv went for one, though. It's okay. Watch this outpost almost die in one hit. 600 damage rams do sound quite threatening. So double Tower of the Sultan. He's genuinely just going to Varangian Berserker to death. He could have actually just done Springles. It could have made sense, but let's be totally real. If you got a Viking, you got a Viking. Don't worry, guys. He can one-hit these grow. Oh, he's just going for landmarks. He's actually going to try to landmark stuff. Please don't. This probably is one of the highest value points for Praesidium I've ever seen. But who needs that when you can just Conscriptio? Frankie moving in. Double Tower of the Sultan. Wailing on the enemy here. Unfortunately, with the +2 ranged armor, the Vikings aren't dying quickly. He's got villagers in the enemy base repairing. This is a whole new level of clown cars. Usually it's archers, but he needs repairs. Okay, I don't know why I'm saying it. I do know why, because it's kind of cool. Actually, villagers inside a Tower of the Sultan to repair isn't the worst idea I've ever heard. It's still bad because it's Tower of the Sultan, but if you think about it as a clown car effect, this is a mobile outpost you can rush repair. The downside right now is that he has half of his economy inside that thing. There's no way Corvus dies to this. Like, it's an all-in. He's pulled everything. And the village repair. The problem right now is he doesn't have anyone gathering wood. So once he wastes this 100, they're gonna die. It makes me sad because I actually think maybe if he kept some economy at home, this could have worked. Unfortunately, there's no denying it now. This is over. He's ran out of wood. He won't be able to kill enough economy. Torches are out. The Tower of the Sultan is going down. And you know what they say? When it goes down, it's time to go to sleep. Don't read into that too much. Oh my god. Oh. One sec. Tower Sultan will be broken if it gets above. No. Oh dear.
Now
Yo, what's up, my boy Myriad? Thank you for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream, and hopefully you didn't see that and didn't lose your brain cells. That was that game happened. What do I do? What do I call that one? I can't. See what? The ultimate clown cars. So you know how like we talk about clown carring all the time and how you just slap archers inside and you hop out and shoot. Imagine there's a garrison vehicle that automatically shoots anyway, so you just need to garrison villages inside to repair it. Yep. Tower of the Sultan, baby. Choo-choo. And you know what the stupider part is? Watching it, I was kind of like, I can see this working. I can see, like, little buff here, little buff there. I can actually see this working. And it hurt me that my brain was thinking that way. It also hurt me that my brain was being high-pitched like that. But, good God. Oh, my... I just can't. Yeah, I think it was the guy who always does Industry Wing. We've cast him before, but that was a different strat altogether. Who the hell is this? That name is cursed. That's Core, isn't it? I'm calling Core on this. Let's see if I'm right. Did I see Delhi Naked Fast Imp gameplay? No. What? What? Why? to Elephant? Was this solely for elephants? There's this guy who always does it. Oh my god, why? I mean, actually, why am I saying why? These are actually the people I want. They're so freaking entertaining. I'm bored of meta, dude. Like, I know the meta inside and out at this point. Give me someone new. Devs don't patch the game regularly enough. I need these characters. We still need someone who like does the wall in strat, right? We need Legends of Wall in AoE 4. There's someone called Amazed Pigeon. Who's this? Okay, I can't find this account on the leaderboards. Must be a noob. Oh wait, were they Kong 2? Yeah, they're Kong 2. Wait, so you got beaten by it and then you beat another guy over it. So there's just this whole community of people that go around beating other guys. Anyway, let's see. Let's see what we can find live on the ladder to cast. Yep, maybe there's some games for us to cast. Good. Then I just highlight on Dickonator's name. Is Dickonator still the highest ranked player on console? Or is that Viper X again? Easy E, the OG from Compton. Commie games? I mean, we could vote for it, but I got a feeling people are just going to want more 1v1s. I don't know who Easy E. Oh, by the way, actually, Mirad, good thing you're here now. Did you know that you are basically the Ali G of AoE 4? We decided it. We want more Tower of the Sultans. That's true. Dragavan, get on the ladder. What are you waiting for? Get to work. We need our dosage. I keep seeing Bing chilling, and I always hope that it's just the return of sort of, and I know it's not, and it breaks my heart. I miss that guy. Are you? That's an honor? I mean, like, you got the right voice for it, you know? They try to say that I was Ali G, but I was like, I think Mirad looks more and sounds more, you know? I was like, I'm not going to take that away from him. He's the Ali G of AoE4. That and you've got a phone that has a really strong vibrate, I guess. I don't know. What else do you want from me? If all the players just disappeared, like, oh no, KP's watching all our games. Run! Yo, oh, Pog, guys, we requested it. Dragavan's searching. Do we honor him? Do we wait for him to queue? It won't take him long, right? He's like rank 200 right now. He'll find one quick. I mean, you'd hope. Well, the dumb thing was the other day, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Vortex or someone else. It was like someone who was in the top 10. They had a game where they just ended up against a gold level player. And it wasn't like, this wasn't, oh, calibration games, that's why they're on gold. They had like 50 games and they were ranked gold. The matchmaking is wild. Alright, do you guys want the Delhi Fast Imp games? Or do you want the wonderful tales of proxy bases from Dragavan? How about We vote on it. We're a democracy after all. What proxy are we talking? Whatever you random. Oh my god. You can be the proxy random everything guy. I've already given you a name as well. You'll be called Proxy Boy. Dude, that's such a cool reputation. We also need someone who walls their opponents all the time. Oh, I got good news for the future. I think we'll look to do some low Elo Legends casts on Monday. Because I noticed someone started playing again. Papa Samba's back. Ooh. Proxy TC? Hell yeah, baby. Go for it. Wait, isn't that just the old Roost build? You just TC the ball and then build a proxy base. Alert, you are split. 3-3 on the votes. Where are we going? I don't even know what game this is that I'm meant to look for, Myriad. Is it the Highview game? The rank 88 Chinese player. Oh my god, dude. He picks Delium free-for-alls and free. God damn. Everywhere. Either Highview or the one you played on Cliffside. So Tanker or that one. Which would better, chat? Make it a two-part tale. Cast you getting your ass stomped, and then the other one. Ooh, maybe we'll have to delay that though. Proxy Boy's winning. People want Dragoman live. He's in game. Who's he against? Who's he against? Dude, he got me a Micah. Wait, he's gonna proxy with the Abbas. Sup, Calculus Wizards? How's it going, buddy? How the casts? The casts have been very entertaining. The type of cast I need. This is why we've stopped just casting like the top 10 players. They don't give you this entertaining crap. These guys are much funnier. These guys are hilarious, man. We just watched a guy tower assault and all in the enemy base, dude. That was pure entertainment. All right, guys. Because we got 3.5 minutes, what I'll do quickly. How far do you proxy? What map are we on? Gorge? Yeah, you need to sneak villagers out onto his flank and build a... Actually, no, dude, that's harsh. Against Japanese, he's going to fast castle your ass, right? You just TC right next to his base. He's Japan. He's not going to build anything. Just, like, proxy TC his deer. just build a TC on his deer, dude. And then build a proxy base and build archers. If you TC his home berries, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. If you beat him with this strategy, StarCraft players are noobs. I'm sorry. Like, oh man. All right, what I'll do now is I'll run the ads, guys. I'm gonna run 90 seconds of ads, so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in game. Cause I've got just under 3 minutes to go. If you haven't already, subscribe, and then we can just keep talking. Isn't that better? Oh, man. This is going to be good. Is this what power and influence feels like? You can just tell a player to do something, they'll do it. Because, like, the other day I told Faye to do a Pro Scouts Byzantine build, and she'd done it. She never sent me the replay, though. So maybe I'll sick Dragavan on that as well. I need my Pro Scouts Byzantine Hippodrome game. Imagine, dude. Imagine like you build scouts to kill their scouts, taking the deer, and then they just turn around with Triumph and kill you. She's pretty receptive. Yeah, but she said like none of them were good after I got her to do it, or asked her to do it. Rather, got her to do it. Asked her to do it. She's like, nah, they sucked. Kevayu, let's have a look. How we doing, buddy? Okay, so this is cool. Yo, is Mirad still here, by the way? Did you fill out my show match form? I think you did, right? I might get a few different players to play a show match on a new map. If there's any map creators and you've got maps that need to be tested by pros, send them to me. I want to organize some show matches on newly built maps. I've been working on some with Kevayu. I say working on. I gave him the concept and he is cooking it. We're gonna make Highview better. Dude, I noticed some of your maps still have the same issue normal Highview does, which is it spawns too many tree lines for one player. I don't know if there's a way to fix that, though. That's just whatever the original code is scuffed. Okay, Kavayu, the center one on the right looks like a weird-ass prairie. That's so funky. No, Mirad, that's like the cost of getting you to play in the show match. That's what that's about. So I have to find the money to pay you guys. That's what that is. So it's basically asking you what you would dance for. Thank you, sir. I need to send it around to the other players too. I think people just don't give a crap that much about EGC's new ranking system being a conflict to doing show matches. I think people just want to play games, which is good. I was worried it was going to go the other way, and I wouldn't be able to afford show matches at all. Maybe this will be doable. Need to find some funding for those. All right. We are on a mission to make this man a household name, and he is doing himself the favor and us the service. One and all, welcome to Legends from the Ladder. This absolute legend you might recall from the biggest throw in competitive AoE4 history. He has also been present for our charity challenges with his camel-only weird either builds, and we are about to get weirder with the Abbasids. His signature Civ, we gave him a challenge. He has to proxy TC the enemy. He asked us how close. I said drop it on his berries or his deer. And his opponent is no pushover. Dudu is Miyamika. Dare I say, if this works, there can be no doubts about it. AoE better than StarCraft, okay? Like, because this should not work. I don't think I've ever requested a player do a proxy TC drop. In some ways, he too willingly offered it. I asked for a proxy base, and he said proxy TC question mark. Who am I to argue with a person who has this many games on the Abbasids? In fact, let's look this up, because I never checked the number of games Dragoman has on the Civ. I know it's high. Like, anytime we do free-for-alls or whatnot, it's his go-to Civ. So, having a look across all patches, he has 552 Abbasid games. That is insane. His next most played Civ is English with 184. Then Mines with 149. There's no doubt about it. He's an Abba main. Let's see what kind of wisdom and experience that has brought him. House of Wisdom on the way. Now, I'm wondering, do you still go military wing to try and make space? What would be the optimal way for a proxy base? You could go Eco Wing just to get it quicker. That might be one way to go. He's definitely going to need Wheelbarrow early. I don't think Pock has value there, though. Other side of this, Dudu, aka Miyamika, is playing a Civ that is going to want a fast castle, right? And that's why I told him to just TC drop his ass and go. Because if you do something, like originally I was going to tell him to proxy TC the corner of his opponent's side, but that takes way too long. Like your opponent will just fast castle and kill you. So I wanted to make it feasible, believable that there was a way for him to do this. Miyamika, just going for the standard. Sakura Storehouse coming in for the Japanese. Spawn is ridiculously good, actually, for the Japanese. Deer and Berries on the backside is going to be a big problem. If Dragovan doesn't scout that and then move around from his proxy base, he'll just lose the game. So we've got 8 sheep to 14 here. You have, of course, got the berries, but the thing that always sucks about going against the Japanese is that advantage you usually get as Delhi, Abbasids, these civs that have better berries doesn't really exist by feudal age. Most Japanese players will get Tawara straight away and then follow up with Takazaki. And at that point, they gather berries quicker than you. They admittedly have less food than you, but they will get their castle age cleanly, which is all that matters. I'm not sure about 7. Actually, made that 8 villages for a tech up, though. That does feel very aggressive. I'm wondering, is Dudu planning to build archery range? Oh, God, I can't believe I said that. The logic is that usually when you're against a Bassa melee wing, you build archers. You build free archers, right? Because free archers blocks the entire value of the age. It's expensive, but it's a clean way of dealing with this. And considering the Kura storehouse location, he's going to have to do something, right? Like, he will not be able to use these farms when these archers come in. So it either needs to be an outpost here, an outpost here, or it needs to be some military units. He could go own a Bagisha, but that's very expensive at this stage. You'd have to build 3 to 4 on a Bagisha. Here we go, tech up complete on the other side. Dragoman now moving across the stone. Oh, dude, I feel so bad for him. He spawns... Wait, I don't feel bad for him. You snake! I knew he'd have to do something creative, and my god, is this incredible. He snuck
Now
out
you're
on the
my
flank. Thank you very much, Yando, for the raid. You guys just came with something special. He's pocket ecoing for the stone required, but he just got found! No! Oh my god. Guys, do you want to make it worse? He doesn't know he just got found. Did you see that from Dudu? He turned around just before the scout would have revealed it. This is going to be a Rax drop. This has to be a Rax drop. You can't just fast castle now. Meanwhile, Archer's going to move in. Near Micah. We'll be able to get into safety in the Kura house, but now you lose the farms. Like, this is why I really don't like this farm placement, because your opponent could just come in and torch down the farm. You should have built it here. The reason you want to build it here is your initial farms are safe. Now, what's going to happen is you'll just keep torching this farm, it'll keep respawning here, and then use the Japanese player and never get to use your permanent food. And here's the Rax. Dragoman! This is going to be tight. The timing is going to be really tight on this. Oh my god, dude, he's doing the archery range as well. Sometimes I say things ahead of time, and you'd think that I told the players to do it. I can tell you what Dragoman's going to do because I told him to do it. I'm just guessing. Well, not guessing. I think guessing's like an understatement. We're based on the logical counters, assessing what Dudu would have to do to deal with these problems. And this is the correct response. Ona Bagisha and Yuumi is the right way. Dragovan. I'm starting to think this might not work. He's got the stone required. He hasn't moved yet. Yeah, so he got distracted by the center here, right? And Yuumi are moving out. No, no, no! No! Dragovan! So that's going to be game. I guess we'll move on to the next one. The best part about this, guys, is Dragovan earlier on was saying, I don't have Smurfs. You really should, buddy. You're burning a lot of elo on these challenges. And, oh my god, dude, Dragovan, you broke my heart. Did he even scout it? He did. And he done it perfectly. Me and Micah outplayed you. He walked back here with the scout with all the sheep because he's looking for. And then, just before he would have walked into vision, he turned around and walked back the way he came. He snaked you. He snaked you perfectly. Dragovan, he can't even get the TC. Like, this is over, guys. There's no comeback from this. He doesn't even have wheelbarrow. He's building a TC at home now to try and get back in this game. The problem now is, like, your opponent can potentially just all-in feudal you. Oh. Sick little micro idea that by Dragovan. He's putting healthy villagers in the way to get the other injured ones out, but it's not working. The Ona Bagisha is still going to be able to hunt down. Really big shout out to him for being willing to do these challenges. My commiserations, friend. The good news is, the more you try to do these challenges, the more easy they get, because as you lose elo, you're going to get lower rank opponents. So in a way, it all works out, right? Conk 2 now. Oh, no. Whoa, this is not my fault. I asked for a proxy base, and Dragovan responded with proxy TC question mark. So, like, in fairness, I just wanted the base. He went the full 9 yards. Wait, is it 9 yards? How many yards is it? I don't know the American saying. Who the hell uses yards anyway? So, now me and Micah could easily just go castle. I don't think he needs to do more here. He's kind of done enough, right? Like, he actually has a decent amount of Onabegish to upgrade. He could actually ram rush you, actually, weirdly enough. Double ram could kill you, because he just Onabegish clown cars, right? And when you pull villagers to stop him, he's just going to jump out and slap you. Wonder what Dudu was thinking. Oh, Dudu's brain just like went into slots mode. You know that noise it makes when you like hit the jackpot? Like, ding, 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 ding. It was that and a picture of his elo and the number going up. I mean, Dudu, come on, dude. It's only fair that you now pull all your villagers to Dragavan space. Like, you know. I'm not going to lie. That would make this the perfect upload on YouTube, is if he now proxy TC'd you. I don't think he's going to, unfortunately. Too much of a sweat boy, you know? Me and Micah now moving in. Gold is going to be blocked out. Dragavan actually like has to play feudal. He has no other option here. He basically has wood and a little teensy wincy bit of food to work with. And castle's now going to be on the way in the next, what, 30 seconds? Yeah, this is over. I mean, Dragavan can't win Horseman, by the way. Like, building Horseman to Onabegisha is suicide. It's so difficult. What I respect about Dragavan in this situation is that he came in the chat and he's like, second time's the charm. And in fairness, yeah, StarCraft players, they love their cheese, man. He was paranoid about it. That's actually true. The amount of times where I watch like StarCraft replays and they're checking for proxy Raxes instantly. Like, how many Age of Empires players would have been like, oh, he scouted that side. Like, there's no point checking it. I actually think what you kind of have to do here, this is going to sound even weirder, is like double scout. The logic is that if you double scout on Gorge, he'll see your scout on one side and he won't want to scout that side anymore, right? It's like, oh, it's pointless. And then you sneak that side for the stone, right? That might work. Stack up completes, and I'm pretty sure Dragavan's just going to call it there. There's no real move left here. This is already a hard matchup for Abasses, by the way, because you're up against a timing civ. And Abasses hate timing civs because they can't match the timings, right? Like, once the Onabegisha upgrades in, there's just nothing left. In fact, their timing might be... Oh, there we go. GG. Dragavan. Keep at it, buddy. I'm sure there's going to be one person whose mum runs in and distracts them and long enough for a TC drop on their berries. Oh, no. Maybe I have to compile those. Like, that might be compilation. Proxy, TC, aggro, take one. What's up, Crackety? Yeah, dude, we already cast... Hey, you think I... Dude, a little... The #1 Louis fan club. You think I didn't already see that Louis Neptune game? Yes, we did. We cast it. So, let's have a look. You've got a video for me. What have you got? I might actually go up to 2 YouTube videos a day, actually. Oh my god, my ears. I might go up to 2 videos a day because I've got quite a lot of stuff. A lot of videos that need to be released. So, let's have a look. Wait, is this guy watching Dimu? Oh, let's have a look. Dung, 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 dung. Okay, that... I'm not sure how I feel about that transition. That transition was kind of weird. I'm not even going to try to discover better quality. You guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to discover better quality. And look. Yes. Maybe? I don't know. So this must be like Dimu highlights, I guess?
OK， 兄弟们，为了证明新版本中国是最强的，
Yeah, I like the
开把电梯。
什么光头？
但光头这个赛季已经制霸电梯了，世界第1和第2都是他的号。什么龙？但无所谓，
什么龙
？1600分挑战2200分罢了，输了一笑而过，而赢了我就会多一个视频。虽说自从我练联通以来，30把样，但总有一种莫名的自信，以至于我觉得自己强的可怕。那么我们直接使出不过光开局流程。
How many views has he got? Wait, what? No, I don't want to sign in. Get out of here. You have to sign in? GG. Is this views? No, that's sharing, right? Like, why is there no auto-translate on this? How many views has he got? I mean, it's still pretty well, right? 197 comments? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what the... Like, compared to YouTube, I don't know what, like, the audience interaction is. See on the right side? Oh, can I? Is this it? Oh, yeah. So that's, what? 24.9 mil. It's okay, right? What's this guy's name? These are different people. I mean, AoE4... presumably this is K. That's not too bad. Yeah. Ah, does pretty well. I don't know how old these are. Yeah, dude, I'm not surprised, like, right? You know, there's a budding scene there. With players like Louis MT doing as well as they are, I'm really not surprised. China audience is no joke, actually. Yeah, no dirt, dude. I mean, we ain't gonna get that Tencent money because we're owned by Microsoft, but like, if you can get in that audience, it does really, really well. They're a pretty big gaming ecosystem, actually. I think food was meant to be soon. Dragavan's in another game, though, right? He's going again. Oh no, dude, it's Dudu, isn't it? Frank the Mantis Shrimp. What the f? Who the f? Oh, dude, they're ranked 600. He's got this. Oh, yeah, we watched this. He's got this, dude. This is easy. This is Eta Uber Gigi. Alright, yeah, we got 30 seconds until it starts. I'll delay my food. We've got to watch this. Do I come back and stream more after I eat, though, is what I'm weighing up? Because this is proving to be a really good stream. I'll think about it. I'll decide after this one. Even more? Oh, okay, nice. Hell yeah, dude. So, yeah. Gotta find a way to monetize that. From a TO perspective. There's probably ways. It's take two. We're back at it again. Dragavan, it is the proxy the enemy base with a TC challenge. Tyke 1 did not go well. He came in the chat, he went, hey, you know what? Those StarCraft pros are sweat lords. They're always looking for cheese. He needs someone that's not going to look for cheese. How about a Mantis Shrimp? Frank the Mantis Shrimp is a rank 600 player. It turns out Dragavan losing to Miyamika done him a favor because now he's deranked. I think he's gone down to Conk 2. Yeah, Conk 2, 253rd in the world. He's up against the Conk 1. This is where the Abbasid proxy TC strat is going to work, surely. Especially against Ottomans, right? Like, this is not a Civ that tries to aggro you right now. Especially the Abbasid matchup. I feel like Abbasid handles Otto's aggro plays quite well. It has been a while since I've seen this matchup. Usually what happens is the Abbasids are expected to go 2TC, and the correct response for Ottoman players is 2TC as well. That strategy got discovered quite a long time ago, several months ago. I think it was like Marine Lord and Dimmu were some of the first to hit on it regularly. That you have to keep up eco-scaling, and then over time with the Vizier points, you just outclass them. Now, it is going to be the correct call to go 2TC here up against the Abbasids, because they will be going 2TC. I'm just not sure that Frank is expecting the way Dragavan's going to go 2TC. For those that are just tuning in now and missed what was happening in the first game, what the challenge was, this is take 2. Dragavan's challenge requires him to proxy TC the enemy berries or deer, and then build a proxy base and attack him. You know, if this is Naked Fast Castle, that actually might work. I do wonder if Wheelbarrow is worth getting in advance. Because last time, he didn't get Wheelbarrow, right? He sent the villagers out super early. Okay, so they've both scouted one side. The sucky part here about Gorge, I think that makes this harder, is your opponent should likely scout the other side just to check resource abundancy. Especially as a Civ like Ottomans, because if they go for a fast castle, then they're going to want to go for imams and pick the relics. So they need to see all relics on the map. So yeah, a little bit of a tough one. Is there any way he could snake stone that wouldn't be seen? Maybe if he comes right out here in the very corner, that could work. The problem right now is we can see this Dragavan can't, right? He scouted the left side. He knows about the berries. He knows about one of the deer. And you could actually send villagers out with your scout to blind guess this. Then it's not as blind, right? Like, you should see stone with the scout before the villagers arrive. And here we go, guys. So this is better. Guys, this is going to have a better chance of success than last time, because against me and Micah, the scout rotation didn't make sense, right? Like, he basically went to the side that me and Micah hadn't checked yet. This time, he knows that Frank didn't go left side, so he'll be checking left side next. And we have got some deer shoving going in. Love the fact that this is just trickling down the ladder now. The question mark is whether Dragavan finds stone quick enough. Because otherwise, he's going to have to gather from the enemy stone. Oh my god. If he does that, I will lose my mind. Nah, he's going to see the fat stone for sure. He has to. Checking the corner now. Alright, there we go. So he's found his stone. And the deer, unfortunately, are not going to be there anymore because they're going to be shoved away. Which kind of makes the challenge a bit weirder. I'm not sure what Dragavan has to do now. I guess, well, he can snipe the deer, right? Like, he should be sniping deer if he can. It's difficult with double spear on you, though. The good news, though, is if double spear's on you, they're not shoving deer. And also, the other part of the good news here is that this is clearly a Castle Age build. I don't think the Ottoman player is going to play Feudal. He's not gathering on the stone. He has got 9 on the wood. Maybe? I guess he does still have the option here. But, like, I'm wondering if you want to play a long Feudal against Abbas. I would expect 2 TC more than I'd expect long Feudal 1 TC. Stone gathering's on the way. That was smart, what Dragavan just done there. He had the spearman chase him away from where he's gathering stone. He didn't want to risk the spears seeing that corner. So now the play is masked. This is already looking a lot better than the last game. Oh no, 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 Dragon. Oh, he just about dodges death there. So he does get his sheep home. Final sheep haul is going to be 13-13. Pitch perfect. I feel like this... No, it's way too early for the Vizier point, so it isn't that. But it is going to be archers. Okay, this is where it gets interesting then. I wondered if yellow was going to try to all in. It seems he is. So the funny thing about that is that means the proxy TC actually like does have value. Because it's still you building an eco lead, right? All right, guys. One's if this is just going to be a replay of game 1 and a GG. 2's if Dragavan's got it this time. He's sniping the deer, dude. He's prepping. He's a man of his word. I respect that. A lot of people are like, I had to change the build. It just doesn't work here. Oh, wait. Ooh. Ooh. What? Okay. He got lucky with that. Unfortunately, the problem is you killing deer may have just revealed what you're doing. Frank. No. No, not like this. Oh my god. Oh my god. And here we see the ostrich in its natural habitat, sticking its head in the sand and ignoring the oblivious threats to it. I can't believe this. It's working. Frank is now moving out onto the stone. So how is Dragavan going to play this? Because this was the critical detail. We gave him agency beyond this. We were just like, we just need the proxy base, and then we need you to attack. Archers, spearmen, whatever. Right, the cool thing actually about this is if you just now prioritize wood, which he's doing, and he double archer range drops here, he can outmass the Ottoman player in his own base. However, there are stables coming. And Dragavan needs to scout this. He needs to understand that he needs spears as well. In fairness, this TC by its own is going to be really effective because there is no blacksmith upgrades. Oh my god, dude. He's actually just sending it. The rams. It must be Ramadan because no one's eating their food. Oh my god. In slow-mo. Oh yeah, in slow-mo. In slow-mo, it's revealed. He now knows. Surprise! But now what do you do? This is a giant outpost. I love how he activates Fortitude to run away. So first ram's coming. He's going to try to out-micro. He's going to try to clown car him. Archer need to be careful. It's double archery range, though. Like, this is very difficult now. What Dragavan needs to do is add in spears. If he doesn't add in spears, then he's going to lose the rams to Sipahi. You need the spears really badly here. Blacksmiths is going to be on the way. Clever cookie. So he's going to try to just steal the arrow and mass archers. We have also now got fresh food stuff on the way. That's going to allow him to put more resources into the army. This is something that's really underrated about the Abbasis with 2 TC play. Fresh food stuffs doesn't have to be eco-inflation. It can be military inflation. And let the clown car commence. Archers inside. Frank's about to get the bad news. It's a weather report. Heavy rain expected. A heavy rain of arrows. He's actually going for siege engineering. Dragavan. What on earth was that? Kind sir. He's trying to pinch with the spears. He's changed the control groups, right? So you got archers on 1 and then spearmen on 2, for example. So you can pull the spearmen out to stab. Yeah, that ram didn't really do much. He can repair it, though. The benefits of a proxy base. Because when you build a proxy base, you have all your villagers nearby to repair your rams. Look at that, guys. Although, right now, they're gathering food. He's legit just going to mass archers him. This is so weird. Now, this is the point where Frank should just build another stables. I actually don't like the ram play. It's pointless. If you just build stables units, you burn this down. Right? Your goal is to get critical mass to Sipahi, and that's your GG. Dragavan sending the ram in again. Oh, this is crafty. I think he's going to try to bait units out and make it seem like he's still in the ram and then ambush them. Unfortunately, Yellow does have the scout the Sipahi, so he saw that. Yellow does have to go soon, by the way. Because at the end of the day, this is still 2 TC versus 1. So over time, Dragavan is going to build a much bigger economy. It's already a better economy as well, right? The Golden Age level 1 is in, so it's a 15% gathering rate increase. You've got double military school, but he's got nerf, so the passive production isn't really that strong. Sipahi are going to be cheeky with the raid, though. I mean, one of these guys shouldn't be able to do a lot of damage if you get shivs out. Yeah. Dragavan's quick on that. And a cheeky little wall. I think that was a misclick, though. So easy pickings. I don't like that Frank done that. I think you just micro to distract. You don't micro for kills. Sipahi are very expensive. 160 resources just down the drain like that, and you barely achieved any idle time. Undermesh now on the way as well. So we've got Steel Tower, Undermesh. Undermesh coming the other way from the Ottomans. Double Ram now on the way in. Villager count is fairly high here, right? I say fairly. I think he's got 9. Wait, he's still got... Are those villagers garrisoned? Oh, please tell me they're not. Ram. I'm trying to fight the Spearman. We're going to come out, though. Sipahi are in. Archers are outnumbered. There's no way. This is not going to work. Dragavan. He needed just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, he is just ungunned here. He has not got military boot camp. The attack speed aura is there. In fact, it's on the ranged armor. So these Sipahi are unkillable. Oh, bless him. The little boy who couldn't, unfortunately, in this game. Dragavan. There's no way this works. GG gets called. We're getting closer. We just need to D-rank Dragavan to Conk 1 now. Take 3 on the way. Oh my god, this is peak content right now. I can't wait for this to happen on LAN. I mean, dude, you know you could just do that. You could just change the tournament to be like you give bounties to players and they fulfill bounties, they get paid. Or you just give them a strategy they have to do and the other players don't know what that strategy is. Ideas. I might have to do this. Proxy van. Dude, that... I mean, that sounds like someone else, but yes. Okay, so... Dude, I've got to eat at some point. The thing is, I'm getting this feeling that Dragavan's not going to stop until he actually does it. He could be diamond before the end of this stream. That could really happen. Wait, it's Noha now. Wait, isn't that a higher rank? Yeah, that's rank 300. So he went from rank 600 to a rank 300 now. Oh, Jesus. Someone's got to get greedy, right? Noha's having his best season right now as well. I got to change necktie? Gosh, damn it. All right, let me go get my necktie. You know what goes really well with blue? It's red, right? Red goes well with blue. Yeah. I think I just like red. It's weird because I feel like in games I identify as a blue player more than a red. So it's kind of confusing. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know if this is too comparative of a blue to wear. You know? Is this too close to what I've already got on for blue? It looks out of place. You know what probably works better? But it's probably, I just think it works better because I love this tie. There we go. Does that kind of work? I think the collar makes it a bit weird. The collar's probably going to make this not work. But we've only got 30 seconds. There isn't enough time. Time! There's never enough time! God, I always just hear that in Alan's voice from 2.5 Men. Alright. Rename the stream Casting Until Dragavan Reaches Diamond. This is, you know what this is? This is a reverse leveling. You know, like in those Call of Duty tournaments where someone does it to get low rank lobbies? Shame on you, Dragavan. Shame on you. Right, there you go. Does that work? I feel like that doesn't work. I feel like this looks bad. That looks really bad. Holy crap, that's terrible. Someone changed my tie after this one. We've got work to do. It's a really bad look for sure, I'll give it that much. Take 3. This is the one. I can feel it. Gorge twice in a row. Gorge trash map for proxy bases. Gorge bad design. Yeah. High view, though. High view is pretty good for proxy bases, guys. Considering people can't see anything. However, it can't be made that easy, can it? After ranking against a 600 rank player, Dragavan loses more elo and then ranks against a 300 elo player. As in top 300. As in 300 rank on the ladder. Not 300 elo. Oh my god, you wish. No, this guy's 1560 elo right now. Noha's pretty competent, actually. And playing the Byzantines gives him a very aggressive pacing here. So Dragavan, let's see how this one's going to go. We have actually seen Dragavan beat top players with proxy bases, right? Like, we watched him up against Myriad. That was Malians versus Byzantines. He was playing Malians, and he hit a base in the center. However, he hit a base. And by a base, I mean he built archery ranges and racks. We're asking him to build a TC. Just another reminder to people of what the goal is here. The challenge is Dragavan has to proxy TC the enemy food. He can do the berries, or he can do the deer. This is acceptable. In fact, oh my god, this is a jackpot. If he sneaks out here and sets up a base, I actually think he has a shot at ending the game. This truly could be the one. Especially if Noha takes a greedy approach, builds only a few units, and tries to go fast castle. I have decided to pause going and eat my food because this is more important. Alright? I will eat it cold. That is my sacrifice. While Dragavan sacrifices elo, I sacrifice calories. It's a symbiotic relationship. How is the sheep all looking right now? Only 5. He saw it straight away. What? I already know what he's doing. This is going to be a proxy TC, fast castle, triple racks build. Wait, what? Okay, now it's just going to be a TC crawl. I thought he might actually just go for... So I actually don't mind the idea of culturing here, guys. You could fast castle and then just bulk next to your enemy base. I guess the problem is, like, Dragavan probably thought about it and went, wait, no, I'd be building Golems against Byzantines. That's really, really bad, right? Other civs, this could work, but against Byzantines, it's a losing formula. Because Varangian beat Golems. Still, the eco-wing detail is interesting. And... oh, no. No, don't stop. No, don't do that. Okay, so this was my worry. I feel like the proxy TC has a better chance if your opponent is not building horsemen. Uh-oh. Do not lose faith, guys. Hold your breath. Believe. There is still a lot of stealth forests and a lot of options. This can work. You have to believe. Oh my, this is genius. He's going to gather the stone inside the stealth forest, right? I think that's the idea. Scout's leading the way. Did he actually get a glimpse of that? Or is he just punting? I think he glimpsed it. Okay, so there we go. He's going to be able to get the stone. And there is no way Noha's going to look for this. The one thing that worries me a bit is I feel like the highest level player would look at your base and say, where are the rest of the villages? That I'd expect out of like the top 16 or top 20 players. A top 300 player, I feel like they're less likely to instinctively think that. They might feel something's off. Like, it's one of those things where your muscle memory, your experience, your permutations, like you have the feeling, right? You have game sense. He may sense something's wrong, but I don't think he'll know exactly what it is. Stone gathering an interesting location. I would recommend Dragavan deletes this mining camp when he's done with it, because it might get spotted. Did he spot the Hippodrome? I think he did. Yeah, he came right in. He would have definitely seen it. So Hippodrome being built up. This was a very slow H2 out of Noha as well. He really wanted his olive oil timing, right? Like, I actually think Noha's build is a bit slow. Byzantines don't need to play this slow. Like, they're an insanely fast civ. You should have been in Feudal Age about 20 seconds ago. So yeah, not the greatest fan of this. Unless this is like some sort of fast castle bait. In which case, this guy's a monster. So we have got Fertile Crescent. That is going to make the timing quicker on the TC. The problem here is you kind of wanted Military Wing more because you're up against the Hippodrome, right? It's like, in theory, the Military Wing probably had more value in this game than the last. Because Byzantine versus Ottomans, their reaction is more like there's going to be archers coming from the Ottos in that situation. Whereas Byzantines might just opt for javelins, in which case your spearmen stand a chance. TC drops down the way, so this should be onto the berries, right? I mean, you just drop it right here. Like, this is perfect. Okay, well, there. Well, I guess he wants to be closer, right? You got to have a front line against the Hippodrome discovering you. And Horseman now being queued, so he's on the way to the enemy base. Dragavan's got a good optimization on his economy back at home, though, right? Like, considering how many villages were not here, there's not many berries left to gather, and he's going to get the 8 stack of berries instead. The funny thing is this has like a knock-on effect if the game goes deep enough, where Noha's going to be annoyed because he has less olive oil to extract. He has to go olive groves sooner. And while olive groves are pretty OP, it is annoying to have to rush them. This is a criminal spawn, by the way. It doesn't really matter because he already had one down here, but like, Sistan double cover berry? Ugh. Just a nice flow for him, right? Dragavan now knows about this. Wood should be being gathered in mass. And here we go. 10 villagers now working on that. He can even gather wood here, by the way. Like, he has an insanely efficient wood drop-off because of the stealth trees. So, if he doesn't need that much food here, it actually makes a lot of sense to gather trees. He'll probably just stick at home. The main reason is you have the initial chop-down time. So, if you don't want to hard commit, it's bad. But the point is, this is a TC. Over time, you can commit to more. Fresh food stuff is already in as well, so cheaper villages. And weirdly enough, he's building stables. And oh man, that's a bad fight to get stuck taken. Luckily, only one villager going down. Actually, that was perfect. That was the first triumph. That was a waste. That was not good value for Noha. You need to kill 2 villagers with the first triumph, or it's worth holding on to. Because you now reset your timer, right? And that means Dragavan now going into stables is bad. I actually think Dragavan should be going into archers, as in archery range for the camel archer. Horseman is good, but you need a camel archer. If you do horseman camel archer, you GG this comp. This is where it's going to get more difficult, though. It is going to be longbows on the way. One issue I take with Noha's approach is if he wants to attack now with longbows, this is the worst map you can do it on. Running blind through the map with longbows is a quick way to get yourself killed. You know, sometimes English has proven in the past that they can win with that strat, but those were early days when Council Hall rushes felt really hard to deal with. Nowadays, people have got a lot better at finding those timings to intercept, and I think you're just begging to lose this game now with Lombos. Archery Ancient now being set up over here. Horseman getting ready in the main base. And the Triumphs aren't going to last long, remember. It's very important. It's taking you 30 seconds to get 1.5 seconds of Triumph time. It's not going to be that impactful, especially when you're pushing into production like this. Scout. Ooh, if he jumps in right now, that's a snipe. Dragavan's not paying attention, though. Unfortunately, when you have two bases, it's quite easy to miss a few details. Okay, dude, no, this is actually sick now. I can't hold in my excitement. This is the one. I can feel it. This is a really big deal. Noha is likely to now all in him because he has gold advantage, right? So he can get blacksmith techs and push you. What Noha is seeing is no gold gather from Dragavan. So like if I'm Noha, I'm saying, oh nice, I've got Lombos, that's a premium archer. I can get Steeled Arrow and kill you. He has no clue that there's a proxy base with food, wood, and gold. Dragavan does have that Camel Archer we talked about, by the way. So this is really smart. The idea is he's going to beat the initial Horseman, and then when he moves across the enemy side, and the second wave of Horseman comes in, he's going to have a Camel Archer to debuff them. Ooh, terrible way for Noha to get caught as well. Luckily, he gets the other one away before it gets pinched, but that's still a loss in a situation where you're already getting outnumbered. And look at this. Limitana get queued up, but the fact that we've got more Camel Archers coming. Remember, Camel Archers actually got buffed, guys. They cost less now. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, right? 240 resource unit going down to 230. But it's still something, especially if you know they're a good unit to have. And I think Camel Archers aren't the worst of ideas here. Like, against Limitane, the base damage reduction is annoying, but you still have such a high base that you do significant damage. And this is exactly what I was worried about. Archers caught out in the middle of the map. Oh, boy. That's expensive. And right now, Noha doesn't have a defense against this. He has 4 Limitane against 11 Horsemen. 9 of them are wrapping around now. Only 1 Limitane out on the berries. He's about to discover how difficult that is to hold back. Charge comes in. Dragavan going to wait. Baits them out, pokes them down. That's really smart. There's no point giving over an edge here. Right now, his eco is getting bigger. And this is the cool thing at this stage in the game. Abbasid can test the Byzantine eco reasonably well. 14% gathering speed buff versus a 15% increase. You're ahead. And then eco-wise, you're 10 ahead. So there isn't really an advantage here for Byzantines. I mean, you could argue that Olive Wall's not too bad, but it's not a drastic lead here. Undermesh now being prepped. So this is smart. Dragavan has waited to get the blacksmiths until the army's big enough, because he doesn't want his opponent to know that he has got these techs. One scary thing for Dragavan here, by the way, that Horseman reveal, you need to keep pressuring, because if you don't, Noha's just going to go Castle Age. Right? He's seen the Horseman count. He doesn't want to contest that. You'd think he'd be okay with the idea because of Hippodrome. It's just pointless. You're trying to now scale into the same comp from behind. Even with Triumph, it's a waste. So if I'm Dragavan, what is making me paranoid is that my opponent should be looking for a castle out. So I can't wait too long with this play. Bloomery's coming. Love it. Notice that he prioritizes Bloomery over Steeled Arrow. It's not just the number difference in terms of quantity. It's also the number difference in terms of damage scale. +1 on 9 damage is a lot more than +1 on 12. Archers get caught out. Horsemen are going to have to back away here. Camel Archers are going to sneak into the economy. I can already feel it. Looks like there was a dive into the main. Didn't really work out though. I can't believe Noha's sending it. I think this is the way you lose this, right? Like, if I saw this many Horsemen, I'd question how his economy is this big. But I think Noha's just thrown off by this. Like, he didn't see any stone gathering. He hasn't seen any TC. You understand why he thinks this is 1 TC versus 1 TC. This is completely disorienting for a player. He knows something's wrong now. The numbers just don't add up. Dragavan? Wait. Okay, no, that should make you suspicious. What the... Oh my god. What is happening? Villagers are coming home as well. The gist might be up. The goose might be cooked. Some weird stuff is happening right now. Dragavan's moving out for more pocket resources. He's going to have to fight soon. Kyro Siphons are moving in. That important thing here, guys. Kyro Siphons actually get countered by fire armor. Your damage gets reduced. So you don't actually kill buildings that quickly. They haven't fixed that yet. Houses are one thing, but bigger things might be problematic. Horseman. Wait, just kill it. It's completely unguarded right now. Camel Archers are going in the meantime, and oh my god, he found him. So 4 workers down. He did lose whoa, 2 Camel Archers for that? That's not good. Horsemen. They're gonna have to fight. And the weird part is if he just built archers, like he could hold this. Dragavan is saving for Castle Age instead. What? No. No, you can't. Like, it's not possible. It's impossible. He's fighting Limitane with horsemen, not like this. No, we're so close. We're so close. Don't do it. The thing is, if he just dives the economy, he can kill him, right? Like, send a few horsemen, a few camel archers in. That's good enough. But instead, oh my god, the longbows are unguarded. That's exactly what he needs. So now if you get the camel archers out, the Limitane die. What a sick wrap, Dragavan. It looked like a throw, but it wasn't. Horseman now fighting against Limitane. Wait, okay, no, I spoke too soon. This is turning into a throw right now. He's too busy microing 2 camel archers. No! No! I want to go eat. He almost had it. It was so close. Horsemen coming out though. Kyro Siphons are going to get stabbed down. It's not over yet. But right now, he desperately needs an archer transition. He's like, oh, Kyro Siphon's gone. Okay, back into the TC. I cannot believe this, man. This is actually somewhat working. This is unbelievable. We just lost Golden Age 1. I don't know if I've seen a player lose Golden Age 1, you know, like ever. I can't recall a single time I've ever seen it deactivate. Oh my god. Here's the funny thing, guys. Dragavan could just go Castle Age. He's tempting fate, right? Like, he's got way too much food. He's not spending it quick enough. Wait, the camp... Wait. Wait, what? I mean, there's low HP villages, right? There we go. This is adding up, by the way. So here's the crazy thing. Noah still doesn't know about the TC. He's gonna facepalm, dude. He's gonna kick himself when he discovers this and looks back at this replay. Because from his perspective, he's winning, right? Look at the worker kills. He's a mile ahead, right? Like, oh, it's 1 TC versus 1 TC. I've got him. You'd think the Eco Wing choice would have made him suspicious, but like Noah is so confident that he stopped the TC. He doesn't believe it exists. Ah, now this is too late. Dude, Millie Wing's on the way. He sees it as well. Noah should see this. This is where I would have giant alarm bells going off. Like, something does not add up here. Something stinks. Oh my god. The freest kill on a Kyro Siphon imaginable. In and out like a fast food restaurant. New Kyro Siphon coming in. His time's not going to work here. The Millie Wing's going to upgrade before he kills this. He needs 2 more Kyro Siphons right now. Even then, this is going to be close. If the tech comes through, Dragavan should just win this easy peasy. If he gets blocked, if that dies before he gets Castle Age, he's going to go round 4. You see him waiting. This is not going to be quick enough. He's getting castled. He's goddamn doing it. Camel Archers once again just prowling around the back. He's gathering wood in the middle of nowhere. Oh my god, what do you even need this for? He's got archers coming. Horseman, baiting. I think Noah made a mistake. He needed to be burning. If he was burning as well, he would have stopped the Castle Age. This is a blunder. 21 archers. Oh my god. He wants composite bows. If you get composite bows here, it's GG. Even without actually. Just okay, yeah, I went a bit overkill, he says. He calms it down a bit. Actually, no, they just spawned. What am I about? Noah's just like, just GG. The game is over, bro. Why are you wasting my time? Oh my god, I'm gonna landmark snipe you. Just die. Little does he know. There is one problem here, guys. Once this landmark goes down, you're one landmark away from death. So Dragavan cannot wait very long here. And in fact, I think the archery range back here may have been a mistake. The fight's in his base. What? Noah's leaving. Oh my god, he sees the cut. Horseman camel archers moving in. Attention's being drawn. Noah, he needs to gather gold himself now. There's a big mistake being made. His brain is scrambling at this, and I can't blame him. This is so confusing. Villagers moving in. Looks like Triumph's getting activated. Camel Rider's just focusing on it, though. Another Kara Siphon likely to go down, and all he needs to do is buy a little bit more time. Dragavan, at this stage, Noah's like, he's dead, right? There's nothing he can do. Wrong. You could not be more wrong. You're more wrong than ordering a salad at McDonald's. My boy is coming for you. Dragavan up to 30 archers. Noah needs to gather the gold right now. He's trying to go for a landmark snipe. This just doesn't work. Triumph's not going to last long enough. You can't torch through this quick enough. There's no way. This is over. It didn't take him more than what I could count on a hand to do this. Third time is the charm. That's it. I mean, the crazy part is like Dragavan, he missed macroed a lot, but so did Noah, right? Like it balanced out. If Noah had just been teching up at this time, it's fine. But he's sitting on 2k gold, 2k food right now. He's only now getting the gold. And this isn't a like, oh no, I'm in trouble, I need to tech. This is like a, okay, fine. If you're not gonna like let me end the game, then I'll just do this. And then you'll GG, right? Wrong. Somehow it's still a 20 villager lead. And oh my god, he might get scouted now. He's taking the one thing that's hiding away, the stealth forest. Noah is going to wrap, which means Dragavan needs to go soon. This game is absurd. Worst thing Noah could do, he just gave it away. Dragavan can now run deeper, and he's going to do exactly that. The lumber camps everywhere here. Oh my god. Car stage complete. He cancels the rams. He's going to go. He's like, wait, that's too slow. What am I doing? Face palms and realizes the mistake he makes here. I mean, I would have said build one ram here. Build one ram and kill the houses. That's a critical error. One ram is worth it. He needs to eco kills right now. Noah just queued up cataphracts. Jesus Christ. Now, if you're wondering, noob, why no boot camp, why no composite bows? That would require a House of Wisdom. And that thing's going to take a bit too long to repair. So now he's going to build a mango. Okay, this is a problem. Cataphracts actually will beat this. This is really, really bad, guys. Dragavan needs to with spears. Camel Archers in the meantime. Wait, what? No, 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 no. We have a problem. Wait, no, go, 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 go. Wait, what? Dragavan actually just had a free load of kills there. There was no reaction coming out. Noah, stop chasing. Oh my god. The raid's still in the base as well. There's a Mangonel in play. Archer's now diving in. Mango shots coming through. Not the best though. And the Cataphract. The Cataphract can just go for it. Trample in. Mango has to get these kills. Second Cata should be a go. Mango needs to run though. Instead, wait, what? The most fumbled misclick. Oh my god, Dragavan dragged him in. The Mango should be going down now, but it has served its purpose. A lot of losses there. Noah losing these expensive cataphracts. Still no composite bow, though. This is a problem, Dragavan. Like, this comp works if you have a House of Wisdom. Thankfully, he's finally doing it. 14 villagers rushing the repair. He has 2.6k wood. He needs more archery ranges right now. This is just too slow of a production speed, right? Like, you need to get additional buildings or get military academy. One or the other. Frankian are actually getting sniped down right now. If he somehow does this, he's still 2 TC versus 1. He now has almost a 30 villager lead, and his opponent isn't building enough units anymore. Okay, this is the definition of feeding right now. Noha is sending Cataphracts one by one to die. By God, I think he's done it. Lombo count is pitiful. This is it. This is over. Noha! This is not the way he wanted to get his name out there. Oh my good God. Well, it's a good thing is Swiss, because they are renowned for their defensive capabilities and their neutrality. I just feel like someone really wants to kill you here and they're not going to let you live. Oh no. Camel Archers as well on the backside. No. It's over a 30 villager lead now for Dragavan. The House of Wisdom is about to be repaired, and once Composite Bows is in, there's no doubt in my mind that this is over. Noah has one hope to strike back, but here's a funny thought for you guys. Cataphracts get countered by Camel Archers. If he brings the Camel Archers here, the aura means that the Cataphracts tickle. It's a pretty hardcore tickle, but it's still a tickle. In fact, funnier detail, Dragavan could just build Camel Riders right now, and it's over. He could afford it, but here we go. Composite Bows queued up. If Noha waits 1 minute to fight, he's dead. There can be no doubt about it now. Level 2 ranged armor's in. Houses are being hit fast. He's going to need to reboom behind this. The good news is he's got border settlements, right? Which means he can rush these up. The bad news is his wood is terrible right now. I can't believe this. All the way out for the pig on the other side of the map, so Noha has food for more Cataphracts. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this game. Trample coming in. Composite Bows isn't complete yet. Dragavan goes back into the choke point, though. Uh-oh. Yeah, you needed Trample for this, because now he's just going to stand his ground. There's even Spearmen in here. It took him 25 minutes to build spears, but they're on the way. Oh my God. Dragavan, the one who has the title of biggest throw in the history of AoE 4 esports to his name, simultaneously now has this as an accolade. Military boot camp's on the way. Composite Bows has been activated. Noah surely can't keep the Cataphract spam up. He immediately just sends the archers in to trade with the Lombos. Those are not vetted, by the way. That's contracts now only coming through. He's going to have none left by the time it completes. Spearman count is only a handful, but that should be enough. Dragavan has lost a lot of archers, admittedly, but I don't know if he's lost enough. Right now, if I was Noha, I'd be like, why is there wood gathering going on here? What has happened back here? It's a long triumph, but it's not going to be long enough. There's just not a big enough army. And now he's switching back into Frankian. Oh my God, this game. I love how, even with what this game was, I'm just going to blame Highview. It's going to be a long game. I'm not going to get to eat tonight. Okay, maybe I am. Noha's kind of throwing troops away unnecessarily. Veterancy Spearman's coming in, and we've also got agriculture. Yes, you heard that correctly. He's building farms. Triumph did not last long. The Spearman could just clear this up, right? Maybe not. I think he needs to slow down. Dragavan needs more. How many farms have we got? Because that's the big problem, right? It's in the middle of the farm transition. Okay, 49. All right, boy. Send it. Just full on send it. War Chief noises of war. Go. Spears Veterancy's coming in soon. I mean, once the Veterancy's in, I actually don't think Noha can fight anymore. He's trying to put him angry now. Well, this may actually end up being the most entertaining game of the day, that's for sure. Trample comes through. It's just not good enough. He gets pinched on the way through. And Veterancy's now in. Spearman need to back up for the time being. Phalanx is also on the way. Dragavan is like, maybe I need more. Crossbows are now coming through. I can't believe this. This is insane. Razor hitting the back as... Wait, what's the scout doing in here? Fighting the choke point. Noha, his numbers are actually catching up. No, dude, don't lose like this. You were so close. It was so close. Archers fully back up. Spearmen are going to clash. Now, composite bow archers can clear the Vrangin. That's fine. It's just the cataphracts and the horsemen that are the problem. I think this is fine. The cata count's going down to just like, what, 1? Maybe 2 on the front line. Berserk does get activated. Dragavan needs to be careful. This is fine, though. Like, once again, it's just the attack speed. All of a sudden, your opponent has no armor. As long as you target them down, he's dead. This is it. Cuts to the back line. Composite bows onto the long bows. Back line, absolutely fine. And now we are fully stabilized in a game where gold is becoming a problem for Noha. He's running out quick. And I don't think, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, he has not got enough production. It is very rare that you get to say that about the Byzantines. And all of a sudden, the Gullims get queued up as well. Dragavan. Can he do this? Can he make us a believer? Can he do it in just 3 attempts? Mango. Unguarded. What? Oh, Noha. I don't blame him. This game is exhausting and confusing. Imagine how often... Like, imagine you're Noha in this game. With his vision, you're like, I'm ahead now. Wait, what? No, I'm ahead now. Wait, what? No, I've done it now. I'm definitely... What? This game has to be so mentally exhausting for him. But I think we're getting to the conclusion. Dragavan up to 74 military, only 15 now for Noha. There's no comeback. When it was just archers, yes, but spearmen, archers, crossbows, he's got everything he needs. He's a fully fledged infantry boy. Right now, he's making Noha look like an infant. Push comes in under the TC. This will be a dive straight towards the Olive Groves, and once they're shut down, once that valve has been turned, that is going to be a full stop. It took 30 minutes. It took 3 attempts. We had a bad feeling that a rank 300 would be harder than a rank 600. I think we can agree that rank is simply a number. Or maybe Dragavan's just on a whole other level. Watch out for this guy in the Norwegian land. That's all I'm going to say. You never know where he might be building a base. Spears now coming in the second wave. That means Cataphract's going to be cleared up. It's a dive towards the eco, and there's no doubt about it. Noha, if he knew exactly how this game had happened, he would not leave until he's missing every single population. But I think he's going to have to admit that this one is now over. That's 2/3 of his economy running for their life. The main base is just getting blitzed down. What an incredible performance. Big shout out to Dragavan for taking this challenge, barning it up, saying challenge accepted, and proving that it is doable against Conqueror level players. He done it! Yeah! Dragavan! There's my boy! Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that one is going to have to be edited together. We're going to put all the takes in there. Incredibly well done, my friend. Wow. Just wow. I am gobsmacked by what I just witnessed. Can we get golf clappers all around, please? Golf claps. Where are my clappers? Where are my killer pogs? Where are my killer hypes? All right, this man deserves it. Here's a god amongst men. Oh, what an incredible game. Man, that's made me want to keep the stream going. I kind of don't want it to end now. God damn. Let's see. Do I go eat and come back and cast more? We've been going 7 hours. We could end on the high, or we could keep going. Can Dragavan Challenge be a recurring segment? I would welcome it if he wants to do it. Hell yeah. You know what, guys? I actually think we're going to come back and cast some more after this. Dude, this has been way too fun. So, guys, we'll come back and cast for a bit. What I'm going to do now, I need to go eat. My food is cold. I'm going to put up a replay But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, who knows, maybe Dragoman's going to have some more spicy games for us. We might even do community games when we come back, if there's enough people still around. I definitely need to go eat, though. We're going to have to find a way of rewarding Dragoman somehow. But let me get a game for you guys to watch for the time being. And when I come back, we will have some more fun here. Maybe it'll be community games if we've got enough people. If not, we'll find some creative ways to entertain. So let me have a look. I think what we'll go for. Trying to find one now. Did we do the Wham bait tower before? Actually, no. You know what? I've got ones local. There's some local ones we could watch. Did we do Anatam versus Wham game 2? What was that one? We're not getting away from... Iabids versus Byzantines, maybe? That could be a fun one. All the other ones. You know what? Let's do this one. Let's do Vortex versus Wham. So I'll put Vortex versus Wham up, guys. That'll be playing while I'm eating. When I come back, we can hop into some more live games, either community games, 1v1s, or possibly 2v2s. We'll see what the future holds. But for now, enjoy this really cool game between Vortex and Wham. Quite the nail biter, actually. You'd be surprised how close this one ended up looking. But enjoy it, and I'll see you all very soon.
All right, folks, let's get to it. We've got Vortex
so
up against Wham. Ottomans versus Abbasids. Now, this is a very interesting matchup. Abbasids have been making a resurgence ever since the slight tweak with fresh foodstuffs being moved to the mill and a few other nice little weird details like camels being cheaper. That one doesn't matter. But I think what does matter is that the Abbasids, this slight change in their timings with fresh foodstuffs, this 2TC build has been looking dominant. And in conjunction with the Ottoman nerfs, I gotta say, this matchup, even before that change, I actually favor the Abbasids. I now think this is like an 80-20 matchup in favor of Abbasids, ever since the change that now makes 2TC all that much smoother for Abbasids. Now, the only counter to that is if an Ottoman player plays double TC. But the worry I have about these Otto double TC builds that were starting to take over a few months ago is that they got heavily nerfed considering how much weaker your Feudal Age play is now. Remember, they not only nerfed the passive production of the Ottomans, they also nerfed the unlock points for Vizier points. It takes a lot more units to get those points now, and that hurts your potential, especially against civs like the Abbasids that already have very good Feudal Age armies. Remember, they've got the Boot Camp, they've got the Golden Age, they've got ways of contesting you. And should they ever reach Castle Age, Lord have mercy on your soul. So, looking at the spawns on this opener, pretty damn good spawn for Vortex not be pressured too hard. Looks like the type of spawn that if you want to go 2TC, I'd highly recommend it. Out on the deer here, you've got a double deer pack close together. What the interesting part on the other side of this, though, is from Wham's perspective, it's got a very nice kind of TC drop opportunity on the 4 deer or the retractor berries back here. What I can't see... Oh, God, yeah, no, this is bad. So I'm expecting this to likely be a deer drop TC that we're going to be seeing coming out from Wham. It is going to be the military wing opener. The reason the military wing is a really big deal here is that it forces the Ottoman player to dance to your tunes. Usually in Ottoman player, the optimal opening for Ottos was to go into the Sipahi, right? You can't do that here. If you open with Sipahi, you die to the Spearman archers. So you have to open archery range if you want to contest. I'm curious if Vortex is even going to try, though. I wonder if with the gold spawns and the woodlines that they are, if he tries to do something a bit more greedy. Considering he's got 3 people on gold already and we aren't even teched up yet, I'm hoping this is just about blacksmith techs and maybe wheelbarrow. Because I feel like the fast castle build for the Ottomans is now weirdly enough too slow against Abbasids. Especially with how aggressive their TC timings are. First Spearman coming out. He does know where the stone is, so that's the good news. The bad news is in 45 seconds, this Spearman is worthless. So honestly, I'm a bigger fan of Vortex with this opening spear, and I genuinely think like a lot of people are spending way too much effort trying to do this Spearman play, by the way. Go to the deer. Just straight away go to the deer, shove them in. Shove them in towards the berries. If that's as far as you get before the other scout comes in and lames you, great. You now have a pretty optimal mill drop location, right? I'm not a big fan of this Spearman play because even if it had been a 4th spawn gold, at the time you arrive at that first Spearman, because of the nerfs to the passive production, your opponents already start the tech up. And you know that what will happen as a follow-up is by the time you arrive, you have to leave, as we literally just saw from Vortex here. So yeah, don't my advice, people don't do this. I know some people getting in the comments, whoa, 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 whoa. You can't tell Vortex what to do. He's like a top 10 player, easy peasy. But I think Vortex is going to come to the realization that deer shoving is much better. Like, if you wanted an opinion on it that actually matters more than just my lowly plebism, Wham and Poppy Paw have been doing the deer shoving any opportunity very civ that they can get their hands on. So that should be enough convincing on its own. Straight away the comments in chat. So tech up complete. Outpost going up. We are getting a fast castle build from Vortex. Yeah. You ever get that feeling you're watching way too many Age of Empires 4 games? I don't know, like, chat, is it me? Like, we've had a lot of correct calls way ahead of time today. I need a patch, all right? Like, how many weeks ago was it? Was it 2 or 3 weeks ago we had a patch? I need another patch. Let's spin it up. Who do we buff? Order the Dragon. Juji, let's go. Juji now can, like, you know how the Ayabids have access to the Tower of the Sultan? We should give Juji the ability in Castle Age to build a ginormous Shuganu. It's like a terracotta soldier moment, right? They build a giant terracotta soldier the size of the Trojan horse, and they climb inside it. All right, I'm going to stop. What's my rank in 1v1s? I don't play. I spend my time analyzing, breaking down games. I have beaten conch level players. So, I don't know. Be that what it is. TC drop on the deer, though, as we expected. And notice he's left the spearman here to shove in. He sent one spear with the 2 archers. That's a very smart read by Wham. It means he gets the deer shove in while still piling pressure, because at this stage in the game, Vortex only has spears, right? He can open archers, but the whole reason, you might be wondering, well, why does Wham bring a spear then? The reason he brings a spear is because of the timings for Vortex after that outpost drop. If he was to rush his stables and push his Sipahi out, you'd now still have an answer to a Sipahi. So that is a very high-level optimization coming out from Wham. A lot of people would have either A, brought all the units, or B, left them all at home. This divide and conquer approach means he's getting even more eco-inflation while looking to prevent Vortexes. I mean, the reason I don't play is currently I stream on this channel at least 4 days a week, on average 8 hours each day. Okay, we are okay, Wham, stand ground has never looked like such an enemy before. That was actually hilarious. Talk about farming the wrong key. Still, this is fine. Like, overall, Wham's in a very good position. There's no play coming into Sables. It's literally just military school and fast castle. Other side of this, Wham already now has the TC up. He's got fresh foodstuffs. He won't be as quick to crack Castle Age, but the logic is that now if you scale into archers, by the time Vortex is able to ramp into this aggression that you're threatened by, you should be in Castle Age with 30 to 35 archers and composite bows on the way. That's a really, really scary timing for the Ottomans, because it puts the pressure on them to come in with men-at-arms and try to get rams. But men-at-arms are going to struggle against Castle Age archers with composite bows. They will just get Gatling gunned down. So, yeah, pretty smart play, actually, overall from Wham. This TC build, I've seen him do it before, even tighter than this, sometimes in the gold. Had this been a forward spawning gold for Wham, you would have seen him do that build. If it had been gold at the front and deer at the back, he would have just optimized with the TC there. The whole point of this build is to direct attention towards the secondary TC, and then your opponent has to all-in that target, because this is only optimal one. You can't rush down this House of Wisdom landmark, especially with the fire armor. And yes, this game is indeed live right now. Memo and Imperial Army on the way, pre-8 minutes. Will take about another minute to complete, though. Now, something that always worries me with this type of build, you see he's already gone for the Imam point, but that's a heavy investment in itself. If I'm not... Am I right in this? That he didn't go for the... We can check, actually, because it's live. Did he not go for... He didn't. Okay, that's really bad. No Anatolian Hills. That's a lot less sheep to work with. Means you're going to have to spread wide on the flanks. The good news, at least, is like with this fast castle build, it makes sense because your opponent's not going to be able to press you there. But look at the catch-up. Holy crap. Can you add some mayonnaise while you're at it? Because ketchup... Yeah, guys, I'm having a hard time. I'm watching 8 hours of AoE 4 a day. Give me a break. All right. Well, I don't think Wham's going to give everyone a break here. What? He skipped Eco Wing. So this is interesting, actually. The Culture Wing build. I've seen Wham do this a few times in fast castle builds. The logic behind this, by the way, is POC allows you to get all these techs very cheaply, which is important when you consider that your pop is going to be about, what, like 48? It's going to be under 50 by the time you level up. Culture is the norm now? Actually, no. Eco is quickly becoming the norm, Eagle. The thing that you're seeing is these fast castle builds require Culture Wing, because usually if your opponent's doing this type of tech up, Vortex has a timing attack ahead of him. So the Culture Wing is much better from the logic that when your economy is smaller, like Eco Wing isn't going to serve a purpose in the next 5 minutes, right? You're not going to be farm transitioning in 5 minutes. But POC is immediately valuable for getting composite bows reduced, for getting your veterancy on archers if you want to go there. For the blacksmith upgrades, there's a lot of value points there. But like, my point is, this is for the fast castle build. If you are spending a few minutes in Feudal Age, this is the trash option. Culture Wing to me only makes sense before like 12 minutes. Yeah, I love how chat's like, wow, this is really optimal. He's got no eco techs. You goober. No, he's going to at least wait on the military boot camp and the composite bows. But this is that scale into archers we talked about. Knights are on the way on the other side, but this is always the dicey thing about building lancers. You know, the issue of building lancers here is you're building into a unit your opponent can counter from Feudal Age. He doesn't have to wait to get access to crossbows to deal with this like he would Men-at-Arms. However, Men-at-Arms also feels terrible here because it's 2 TC Gulen play, right? So tech up complete. Lancer's going to raid freely on the backside. The spin there to mirror out. Villagers are going to get pushed back, but remember right now, the problem with Vortex's approach here, compared to an all-in Ottoman build, you're trying to raid, you're trying to chip damage, that means the TC is always going to survive. And this TC is very maintainable. At this point, Wham is barely spending more food a minute on villagers than Vortex is. He's spending 64 food compared to 50. It's an insane upside. I remember I was talking like, if the Abbasids seemed that weak, the clear buff that the devs could give is they could just actually improve fresh foodstuffs by making it free. You can see it's not even needed. It's not free, and yet it's still such an absurd tech. Spinman are going to lose out to the initial lances, but now with the second wave coming in, with the upgrades starting to come through, I mean, these archers become threatening. At this stage, remember, Vortex actually hasn't gone for a single tech upgrade. He has at least got relics coming his way, but the negative of this is now, with these archers going up to veterancy, the damage, base damage going up to 7, almost half of their DPS is hitting you. So this is where Lancers are going to struggle to keep scaling. Love the wall coming in from Wham as well. He's just creating that funnel point. Only one entry, and the cool thing is, remember, you know, when you're up against Cav comps, there's double reason to do walls. One, they'll move so fast you can't mirror them. Two, of all the comps available, there is only one comp worse at burning through walls, and that would be to go archers. Well, or crossbows. But the point is, because you're using less entities, you have less torches, so burning through walls takes longer. 3 relics now in from Vortex. Veterancy being prioritized. Undermesh is on the way, but here's the funny thing. Notice that Wham prioritizes going composite bows instead. He has got the preservation knowledge tech, and now we get the blacksmiths. Jackpot. 40 wood, 100 gold each. That 20% savings is kind of nuts when you consider that when you need to go in for the level 2s, you've already kind of like got a free tech in that in terms of the 20% savings overall, right? Very powerful mechanism for this Civ. Wall on the back. Looks like someone got a bit cheeky here. Vortex actually stuck into the back of the base. So that relic's not going to be coming home. But now we reach this blunt timing we're talking about, where you hit the second TC. But now look at Wham. By the time you're ready to attack this, he's now 15 villages ahead. He could afford to lose the town center, and he'll still be okay economically. Even against the military school surging, rather, because you only got 2 of them plus the Mehmed, right? Although your eco is ramping with the relics and you've got all this passive production, you're still notably behind, especially when you add in the golden age with 15% increased gathering. So yeah, very tough Civ matchup for Ottos. We'll have to see if Vortex is able to overcome it, because I think you are at a disadvantage here. Your knight count is at least very good. However, Gulems are now on the way, and that's going to be the damage soaker that makes this more difficult. Also, I 100% think Gulems is the second best melee infantry against Siege. The only one that's better is Varangian, because Gulems have double strike. Actually, I'd argue that Gulems are better than Varangian because they move quicker, and their double strike DPS in its total is higher than Varangian. So let me correct that. Varangian are the best infantry, melee infantry against Siege. Smyrl now coming out. That Smyrl's like, this is dangerous. Wham is getting a bit too content with the state of things. He's not strong enough to hold against mass lancers here. He needs to be careful. They are going to commit in, and Wham may have misread this entirely. He's trying to switch into crossbows, but only 2 deep. Night count lasting just long enough. Archer's now diving in. And that Springald, it's going to lose it. Oh, man. Dude, what a timing. Wham, way too aggressive against one of the most aggressive players in AoE 4. That was a complete misread. Wham should not be playing out past these choke points. Got a bit too gluttonous, and now he's being punished for it. TC is down, so any eco losses feel permanent here. And with a Manga now on your base, the problem that Wham now has is how do you build a Springald when it's up in your face like this? Not just that, guys. A second Mango's on the way. Wait. Well, it stopped off for coffee and some ice cream. He'll be here soon. Yeah, I'm actually worried now for Wham. I think he completely misread that fight. That was expensive. Losing, what, a third of the archers, most of the spears, any crossbows you had. Not to mention the fact that now gold is blocked out. You have to play corner gold. A lot of idle time there. Means a lot less siege, a lot less crossbows, and all of a sudden a lot more pain for you. Vortex marches in. Lancers, not really phased by this. There's no spearmen to contest them anymore. Only one left alive. And just enough Lancers left to soak this in. Archer's now turning on the villages. And all of a sudden, like, Wham, he could lose the entirety of his eco lead here. Oh my god, Vortex, just one night in. Second one coming in. The Archer's going to camp here. Mangonel now arrives. Good dodges at least coming in, but double Mango underneath the TC. All of a sudden, we have a game where Vortex has full control. Oh my god. I actually think Wham may be dead. Think about his food location as well. If Vortex peels a Knight to check the flanks, this is over. And he has to know, right? Like, he's checking the berries back here. Vortex has scouted that back corner. He knows there is no food deposits there. He did see a few sheep when he dove, but he'll also know that the count wasn't that high. So overall, the only remaining play here is you just camp the flank resources, and then Wham has to think about a farm transition with Culture Wing. I love watching Vortex, man. Like, these aggressive timings. I mean, sometimes, I'll be honest, I'll be the first to say it, sometimes watching Vortex can be underwhelming from a GG point, right? Like, sometimes you just, even when the game looks over, you want to see him try to recover. And Vortex is one of those players that very much believes that a game is done or dusted at a certain point, right? And he looks to move away. But the cool thing in these type of games is, like, Wham, with a Civ like the Abbasses, they can come back from worse. So we are actually going to still get quite a bit of distance in this game. Vortex, he's made all the right moves so far. Wham has rewarded him in some ways. He's kind of given some freebies away. I think this fight that happened here was atrocious. But he's not out of the game yet. This is still a strong point in the game for the Abbasids. He hasn't got boot camp, but with the composite bows, it gives you a very cost-efficient army to build into. Even with a lack of food access, remember, the thing he can afford here is massive wood gathering. And Vortex does not know. Wait, yeah, he doesn't know about the 4th relic down here. So it's going to be 3 relics only. Wham really needs to get some siege. It's the only thing he can really afford as well. Comms bow archers. Nice step back. Wham, just desperate for this food. If he doesn't play Springles or Mangonels, he's never getting it. I'm wondering, Wham. He needs to wait for 2 Springles. The good news is there's really not much more Vortex can take away from him. Wood is the thing he can keep accessing, because he can actually move to this side, short wall here, and then gather the wood line here, right? So actually, like, Wham, the more he leans into the wood, the better it gets. Gold is also fine for him. He's about to exhaust his initial 4k. He still has 2k behind him. So he is on the clock here in more than one way. But right now, Vortex has full stringent control. He's going long wall. He could even go 2TC. In fact, he went 2TC. You crafty son of a gun. I love this. Delayed 2TC play now. So all of a sudden, Vortex, the idea of going into Imperial Age, going like 30 minutes in this game, doesn't phase him, right? The Abbasids are the ones weak for it now. And remember, the Abbasids have no true scaler point right now. There's no trade wing. There's no eco wing. So Wham isn't even remotely prepped for a long castle into an immediate pop into Imperial. He's weak by that standard. Vortex. A lot of damage on those mangoes. Spirals is at least going to give a bit of breathing room. So Wham should now be moving out onto the berry patch. She's still got about 1,000 resources here to gather. Vortex. That's expensive. Well, these mangoes are free, right? But that's a lot of control removed. I think that Vortex may have overshown his hand here. That type of move out, like, you know, that type of retreat, the way you just done that, told Wham a lot about what's happening here. Either A, you're teching, or B, you've got multi-TC. So now Wham has the confidence to go out and get the walls and now play out towards the Sacred Sites. I think that may have been a bit of a blunder by Vortex. The mangoes are free, don't get me wrong, but now, like, look at his army. This army completely wipes anything here. Because without the mangoes, there's nothing to counter-composite those. Yeah, this is a bit worrisome now. Because if you think about it, Wham's been quite efficient surviving here with no food. He's now got the berries. He's then got the deer pack to the south side he can access. And he's still got a little bit left on his berries, right? So he might have to add in some farms, but he has a surge point. And considering that Vortex went for 2 TC, he's, by comparison, weak right now. Lancers also now being produced. Good read, unfortunately too late. Vortex anticipated the likelihood of this. Man, these two are so enjoyable to watch. I mean, Wham. Is he going Imperial Age? By God, he's going Imperial Age. This is going to be Eco Wing. That is incessantly greedy. If you get spotted doing this, if Vortex has any inclination that you are going Imperial Age, you are now locking in 3,600 resources to that tech up. And by the way, that's not accounting for the time it takes you to get those resources. That's another like minute and a half, I'd say roughly, like gauging this kind of point. Because it's got villager production as well before you start a tech up. So you are 3.5 minutes away, almost, from going Imperial. Let's say 3 minutes to be fair to him. That's dangerous, man. That is insanely dangerous. Oh, wait, no, fair point. He got the POC, right? So it's a little bit cheaper. But that is still 3,000 resources, basically, right? The question mark is, does Vortex know? Because this is the interesting thing. These type of plays can look throwy or really bad, but what you have to be conscious of is there's a difference between what you know and what your opponent does, right? I always like to use poker analogies because I think they're perfect for RTSs where you have counters and fog of war, these type of things. This is like someone all-inning you, and your brain is like, oh man, they've got pocket aces. They've started this hand with aces. And then it turns out that they've got like 5, 6 suited. That's a better hand to try and like cool, right? But your perception of their strength, what that they're showing you, is much better. Now, the interesting thing about Abbasids is they hide their hand until the river is dealt, until all 5 cards are out. Because although they may start the tech up now, unless you pressure them, unless you reveal what they're doing, you won't know that they've committed 3,000 resources to tech. That's the crafty thing about this play that feels a lot more feasible for this Civ than a lot of others in this situation. And yeah, Trade Wing is going to be the choice. He's already walling off the south side for it. Mass Supply here from Vortex as well is someone I don't like to see because this can be countered by Mass Spears. He's going to try to run through. Nice pincher there. Gets a bunch of the Sipahi initially. And you know, keep in mind, Vortex doesn't have a scout, so he still doesn't know. He does, however, spot the farm transition. Dive in. He should see it now. There we go. Tech up has been confirmed. Unfortunately, he sent the Sipahi in alone. Archers are not here, and this is the moment where Vortex has to be face-palming. This has to go Imperial on both sides. Now, keep in mind where Vortex is running here, there's no way out. If Wham splits up the Spim into 2 groups, sends one up here, then one round here, these guys are all dead. So I think Vortex probably knows that these guys aren't getting out of dodge. I think it would take too long to burn through the walls as well. Dive in. And that is going to be a wipe. Phalanx Spearmen are no joke, folks. Vortex now on his way up this Symbol Observatory. Wham is going to get there first. Walls are coming up, and he is already prepping for a market drop in the corner. I do wonder if Wham could have been a bit more efficient about cutting this off. This is the classic following in their shadow. His spearman count isn't insanely high, so I think he was paranoid that if he sent half spears, the Sipahi Knights would have fought back. But now he'll just peel off a few spears. He'll keep hunting. It's only 5 Sipahi and 2 Knights. And they are injured. Does need to be careful with the gold, though. I mean, honestly, if I was Vortex, I'd charge this right now. 12 villagers feels like it's worth it for kill. He's got a second wave coming in. Another group of Sipahi. Knights are going to go in, so it's going to be pulled back there by Wham. It's going to be pushed now into the tree line. Raxes are being rushed up here. Trade also has been scouted. And the main army is on the way. So Wham, he may have survived into Imperial Age, but the question now is, how long? Good brave with the Spy. No 4-2 coming out. Would have been an opportunity to snipe down the initial traders. But he keeps these guys alive, he keeps them prowling, and that means that Wham is spending more time running around his own base, less time prepping a defense line on the front. Keep in mind, Wham still hasn't added in a second TC, so his whole eco-inflation is now traders. So, what is the winning comp for Vortex? Janissaries are really interesting here. Janissary Sipahi is kind of it's a weird comp because the issue is your Sipahi get countered by this Phalanx Spearmen, and then archers deal with the Janissaries. So I feel like actually you do yourself a disservice just leaning into that idea. I would love to see maybe, it's gonna sound a bit weird, but like Great Bombard's Men-at-Arms might be a better call for Vortex. He's adding in Sipahi, I don't mind that to raid with. You can't fight directly. So I think Vortex's perspective on this is slowly build up in the Great Bombards and keep raiding the Sipahi. Because he now knows that it's only one TC in its trade, right? And, well, what better way to snipe out trade than mass Sipahi? Okay, he is actually prepping Janis. This is a bit surprising. I guess the logic for him is his eco's just bigger. This does feel like you're kind of fighting the most resisted way possible, right? Because you're building Janissaries and composite bow archers. That will always slap you around. But I guess his thought process is, if I just have enough Sipahi, I don't care. The other thing to keep in mind here is he has longer term gold access. So there might be a thought process that actually it's very difficult for Wham to get all the techs. Like, for example, I don't think we have a university yet. Yeah, no uni whatsoever. So it means he actually doesn't have access to incendiary arrows, he doesn't have access to elite army tactics. Meanwhile, Vortex already on the way towards biology. I think Wham's getting peeled like a banana. It's a good thing he's yellow for that reason. The problem he's having here is he's running around with his entire army, so if Vortex ever gets 2 groups of Sipahi together, you lose economy, right? And that's going to keep happening on repeat. Now, the good news is at this stage of the game, with how cheap your traders are and the fact that you can just build these marketplaces that almost feel like cheap TCs, you can reinflate quite quickly. And also, because you're Abbasids, late game trade is unrivaled. There's no Civ that does this better. When you get into Grand Bazaar and Spice Roads, you make the entire late game look busted. But he's not there yet. And that means that Vortex, if he starts headbutting these fights, very strong timing for him. One thing I don't like is he's about to be popped and he's not really pushing. This is really important because at this stage in the game with the passive production, if you're not constantly fighting and keeping yourself away from 200 pop, it's bad. And oh my god! Talk about good though. It's 10 pin Abbasids. Oh! If that was not for boot camp, so many of these units would be dead right now. And now you see the importance I was talking about with elite army tactics. It's so hard to fight into Great Bombards for the normal person, like any person really, right? Like it's an incredibly impressive comp. But without elite army tactics, it becomes a kind of dead brain maneuver to even attempt. Now Vortex, I mentioned being at 200 pop is bad because like what you have to realize is if you're at 200 pop as the Ottomans, because of your passive production, you're losing resources. Because you can't produce the new ones until you've used them, right? So you're just blocking pop. So this time to dive in, even if you lose villagers, 100%, even if you lose Spy rather, it's 100% worth it. If you kill 5 villagers and you insta replace them in the next 2 minutes, that's a jackpot. So I like that he's sending these guys in. Would love to see him just maybe even committing some of the archers in, because I don't feel like you necessarily need the archers now that Great Bombards are in. But I guess for him it's maybe more efficient meat grinder. Because if you try to body lock with Janissaries, well, 1, you only have 4 of them, and 2, archers would disintegrate you, right? Yeah, you guys remember when they didn't buff Springhounds and whatnot when they got nerfed recently, before this most recent patch? Great Bombards are real fun then, huh? Count your lucky stripes, they're less tilting than they were. The raid in by Wham. Love this move. You can't win the direct fight. You're playing poor man's raids right now. The problem, though, is that archers, if they see you coming, they can mirror the move and get there much quicker. How many traders for Wham? 16's not bad. He's got the Grand Bazaar, but he has not got Spice Rose yet. Spice Rose is a game changer. Such a powerful tool. He's not really lacking gold right now, which is why he's not rushing towards it. Love the keep in the mid-map to secure some 4K. And the Spear Ray looked really stupid, right? But what you need to remember is not only did Vortex lose a little bit of eco there, he reacted to it. There is advantages to be gained in someone reacting to these trash raids. Vortex sent 30, 40 military to do business here. Like, that's a lot of breathing room, and you can see what Wham done with it straight away. He moved in, he secured 4K gold. He could not have done this if that army was sitting here. So that was actually a really smart move by Wham. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see his transition to hand cannoneers. I'm getting very worried for Vortex. Military bootcamp hand cannoneers are no pushover. And with the trade online, he's never running out of what he needs to grease this wheel. Vortex once again pops. I don't like this approach. You've got Sipahi push. The other thing is, you know, you haven't even got your premium army if you think about it. He's queuing up all these Janissaries that are coming out the military schools, but they can't come out. Same as Sipahi. But he's holding on to archers. So he's essentially crippling his ability to get his good comp. It's not even an argument of he's at 200 and he has the best units. Basically, half of his bio is archers. Which is atrocious when you're now up against mass hand cannoneers and archers. Once again, Wham just pulls to the back corner. Buys himself room behind this, right? It's kind of crazy to think of all the worker kills that Vortex has got, and yet Wham is firmly still in this game. Not only that, he's now starting to escalate a lead. Love the fact he's actually going in for armored caravans. Makes it a lot harder for Spy to dent you. Basically reduces their damage by 25%. Great Bombards have finally arrived, though. Wham actually hiding extra waves in the corners. Quick move made by Vortex. Has he got the movement speed? Oh, that's cool. Wait, I think did he have the movement speed? He definitely did. Oh, that's really cool. So he got the meta movement speed here. I think. I swear I just clicked on a Janissary moving at 1.12. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, ignore me. I'm going insane. If only there was a way to check this with Capture Age. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so Castle went down. Ooh, that's bad. Only got 700 gold out of that. He's doing a really good job of just preventing that big engagement, though. The problem is Vortex is slowly clawing his way up to the golden 6 bombard count. He'd be clawing his way a lot quicker if, admittedly, he didn't have pop block all the time. Like, you could say credit to him, he's actually building up a reserve, but what you have to remember is, like, the Abbasids, as this game goes on, their reserve building is just superior, right? They have a better economy. It's just undeniable. So, like, you know, the fact that you're not just throwing away units, replacing them passively, you can still be scaling this economy like this while throwing away units that are free. That's why I like these raids. I just wish they were coming a bit more frequently from Vortex. All right, what do you guys think? One's if you think Vortex has got this, two's if you think Wham has. Because we're officially in the late game, and this is meant to be the stage where actually the Abbasids take control of the game. This is the bread and butter. If they can get 40 minutes into a game with trade, they take over. And we're not seeing comparative from Vortex. I think he's invested too many Vizier points elsewhere. So the idea of going trade bags and mass traders is a bit more difficult for him. Interesting split here. So we got majority twos. I think it's 5 to 3 in favor of twos. Well, I'm funnily enough adding in bombards. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess he has got these keeps to get through. Really annoying when these great Bombard defenses come in, though. Funnily enough, so far, Vortex is not spent on that. Jesus, I just realized Vortex's best opportunity to take a fight may have just passed. Chemistry hadn't even been there this whole time. Wham has 40 hand cannoneers before he goes to this tech. Good lord. And Wham now getting those culverins that I was worried he didn't have. So boxes are being ticked, right? We're reaching a point where Wham's going to have gold reserves even after he takes a fight. That's scary territory for Vortex to find himself in. His great Bombards, if they get sniped out, they're expensive. 800 gold each to replace. You get free out of your gold reserves. Trader count is now just getting kind of out of control. We're up to 34 traders. I think Vortex has to end the game now. And the longer he waits, the worse this is getting. Elite Army Tactics now only on the way. Like, this is crazy how long Wham has bought time. I think Vortex overreacted to those flank raids, sent a few too many troops. You need to be sending more supply in like this. These raids are good, but by the time they come around again, the damage he's done has been repaired. And these raids, by the way, are going to less impactful in 35 seconds. That extra 20% damage goes the mile. Not to mention the fact that I'd say level melee tech 2 is worth it, free as well with this comp. The wall's now going up. Stonewall's on the south side. There is one way into the trade, and it looks like he's actually going there. Unfortunately, there's just so many of them. Bloody hell. And the keep over here should be able to protect the trade to a certain extent. Vortex is doing the right thing here, by the way. Killing Eco is a lot easier than killing traders. These traders have the armored caravans, so they're 90 health. That's already more than textiles, and they have 5 extra melee armor. It's difficult to kill. Ball's now going up from Vortex, though. Ooh, nice snipe there. Keeps the gap open. I'd actually love to see him just stand on the walls. The problem is the great Bombards will still destroy you, right? Remember with this, the wall buffs, Siege still hurts like an absolute... No, we're not going to curse. We're a good boy. Oh, wait. Sometimes, guys, finishing your walls is a bad idea. Just love how that is still somehow open. So we're carving up the map now, but what I'm seeing is a situation where Vortex, although he's gathered a lot of gold, he doesn't have a trade transition in mind. He has got a premium army together. He's got 4 great Bombards. He's got 45 Janissaries. Very strong. However, 48 hand cannoneers and prepping reinforcements. And here's the crazy thing. Like, think about the rate of production. You know, usually we talk about how broken Istanbul Observatory is. 1, takes ages to run from base, sure. 2, though, you're up against the production rate of the Abbasids. They only take... Wait, really? Okay, they are only meant to take much less than this to get hand cannoneers out. It turns out he hasn't got military academy. I imagine we're heading towards that soon now that reserves are coming in, though. Military academy should be a high priority. I'm hoping he hasn't forgot about it, because right now he doesn't even have the Golden Age effect. He's 5 away. So you need to be conscious of the military academy detail, because you're going to need the crap tier units, right? You're going to need to spam spearmans to absorb. Hand cannons need to be careful here. Wham. Oh no. No, 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 no! Oh dear. That is exactly how you can't take a fight. What the hell are the Cobras doing? No way. Wham! Bam! And thank you, ma'am. He's gone. I can't believe that. The Cobrans ran around the House of Wisdom. No way. That's it. There's no coming back from that. He lost half the hand cannons in an instant, and GG gets called. Woo! What a crazy game. Wait, why did I put this? Oh, I know why I put this down. I was getting a new tie. I think the yellow worked better, guys. All right. Can't really talk about it, but drinks o'clock. We need a drink. Cheers. Hopefully you guys are having a good evening settling in. So, we have got to see what people want to do. I'm going to put the option in your astute and wonderful hands. Do we keep casting 1v1s, or do we do community games? What to do? Cast 1v1s, host community games. 2 minutes. Get the votes in. Cast Voldemort. Oh no. I feel like we gotta be kind to Voldemort. Very rarely, every once in a while. Can I come with a recommendation to play a game? Play the game versus Voldemort. Great match all the way. Played on your Smurf. Only what? Wait, only Rams was you. Interesting. We were asking about that earlier. So right now we've got 7 to 5 votes in favor of casting 1v1s. Gotta let the community decide, right? Oh god, someone's asking about that Delhi Fast Imperial game. That might also be an option. We've definitely got choices to make here. Some pretty cool games to check out. My outfit looks like I work for Vault-Tec. I mean, they don't have ties this beautiful. Let's ignore the fact it's flickering. I'm definitely not irradiated, I swear. Hug me. It's okay. I won't burn you much. Don't be weird. Do we need to turn the chromas down? We do, because I think that flickering is going to be a bit tilting. There we go. It's a little bit better. Love the tie of the collar. I know, right? Like, the one we had on earlier didn't work. We fixed it. But yeah, we might check that one out, MSN. How do people vote? Okay, it looks like 1v1s is winning at this rate. Community games is behind by 4 votes. So, let me get the game started up either way. We'll probably look to go for maybe a few more hours. I might make this a long stream, and because there's some bad news, like this got. Don't worry, it's nothing to worry about for now. Yeah. I might look to take either Thursday or Friday off, but I'll figure that one out. Like, I'll have notifications going for live. We might just still do the 4 streams. Definitely can't do Saturday. It might just be I just don't do the Sunday stream. I'm gonna have to find some time this week to carve out time for some important stuff, but we'll figure that out. You can get close up. What's the pattern? The pattern should just be flowers. Look, pretty flowers in blue. It's quite a nice one. Why is that? We need to button that down though. God damn. We have 8 players for commie games. That's true, Dragavan, but also we have double the votes for 1v1s. It's the thing. That's fine. There's other days for it. We'll let them cook. We'll find another day to do it with you, Dragavan. Maybe on like Friday or something like that. Fridays usually, like, I find more people are interested in playing free-for-alls and whatnot on Fridays anyway. Because it's like welcoming the weekend type stuff, right? A bee tie. Okay. Okay, so just having a look live and seeing what we've got on the ladder. Because we've got a bunch of people on now. Everyone's getting home. Everyone's getting ready to party. Let me have a look. We'll check live games. If not live games, we've got some recommendations. We've got the Fast Imperial Delhi build to check out. Myriad put us onto that. And now we've got an interesting one between MSN and Voldemort. So options. But first of all, let's have a look and see if we've got anything live. Because live, we usually can't catch, right? Depending on the players. And also, I just love not knowing. So there's Tankir versus El Yono as a possibility. Don't remember the last time I saw Ottomans versus Malians. Feels like one of the rarer matchups, actually. A lot of people are playing Malians on the ladder at the moment, at least from the games I've been watching either. Makes sense. Malians are mostly figured out. 300 peeps. I know, right? Popping off today. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm sure we have some new faces in here compared to what we have already in the community. Always happy to welcome new people in. So, shall we check out a Voldemort game? You guys love Voldemort. I got a feeling whatever this is not going to love it being cast, though. Let me update the stream title as well. We can check out some Boldy. Sup, Hamza? How's it going, buddy? Just checking out some 1v1s. Like I said, we'll check Thursday and Friday. Maybe we get some commie games there. Sorry, Dragavan. We'll find a way to reward you for your valorous efforts on the ladder. Oh, he played on his Smurf? Okay, is your only Rams one hidden? Are you a good boy? You're a good boy. There you go. Little pat. Is it only Rams exclamation mark?
because that one's viewable. The Conk 1 account. Yeah, dude, you're viewable. What map did you say was Gorge? Was it the IABID Byzantine game? Your worst nightmare. Is that Voldy's Smurf? Alright. Let's check that one out then. Sounds like, let me where's that timer? It's very important. So how many days has it been since we cast Voldemort? I think it's only been like 2, right? Wait, did we cast Voldemort yesterday? I think we cast Voldemort winning either yesterday or the weekend. You guys remember? Am I being generous? Guys, can anyone remember? Was it Monday or was it Saturday that we cast Voldy? I think we cast him yesterday. I just can't remember it. God damn. I'm a little bit confuzzled. Alright, whatever. This one comes by recommendation. We've got 2 familiar faces, actually. Your worst nightmare. You've seen his face, you understand what I'm sorry. Okay, that was uncalled for. This is Voldemort on the Byzantines playing on his Smurf. Funnily enough, he's not the one in the blue, though. We've got another Smurf here. This right here is MSNDK, who is, correct me if I'm wrong, MSN is 14 years old, right? 14 years old, it's either 14 or 15, I remember. Very young person. So we have got the kid versus the toddler. And it's going to be a fun one. Byzantines versus IABIDs, 2 very strong civs at the moment. This is a matchup that actually heavily favors Byzantines from my experiences with it. I feel like the Byzantines just have really good timings to block out what the IABIDs want to do. I'm actually checking recent statistics to see if this supports this still. Byzantines versus IABIDs. Byzantines has a slight loss on the win rates. If we go to the previous patch, though, Byzantines versus IABIDs, where it's more played out, yeah, that's interesting. 56% win rate for the Byzantines. I take that as a more honest assessment, considering that Byzantines got buffed since that patch. The only reason that the win rate is lower is I think a lot more people are trying to experiment with them right now with all these new builds. Whereas the IABIDs didn't really get changed, right? They are the same impressive civ. In fact, you know, people ask me, like, what civ would you recommend learning if you wanted to, like, quickly rank up? I don't recommend just cheesing a rank up, but at least once you're past Diamond, IABIDs is, it feels like one of the safest picks. If you can execute the Castlage build cleanly, you will statistically win a majority of your games. There's no doubt in my mind. Probably between 60 and 70% until you reach, like, Conk 2. They are that bloody good. They are one of the most ban-worthy civs in the game. In competitive, the only ones that I rate above them is Rus, and I might put China above them because they are a little bit more flexible and a little bit more oppressive. Whereas IABIDs are quite rigid. If you're playing IABIDs, you're basically doing 1 or 2 builds. You're doing Growth Wing into Advancement, or you're doing what he's doing right now, what MSN's doing in blue. He's doing the Desert Raider into Growth Wing. This is pretty kind of etched in right now. There are a few people experimenting. I think there's some really cool builds around Industry Wing that are being explored, and also Logistics play occasionally. Outside that, you know, Master Smiths very rarely hits. Trade Wing Bazaar is bizarrely bad. And Atabegs, I beg people not to build that. It doesn't seem to fit. It's kind of surprising as well. You think in the hyper late game, I think the one way that Atabegs can work is if you do not go Trade Wing at all, which makes sense, and you're in Imp Plus, it can work. And we've got any favorite civs to play personally? Well, MSN, hold on a sec, mate. I do play occasionally. Just not that much these days. I really enjoyed playing Japan on release. Actually, I didn't lose a single game. We even streamed those. I kept winning games for the entire stream. Thumbs up. But Japan's quite nice. I like French. I used to like playing a lot of French. Rus and HRE when the game first came out, and not because of Aegis Ringwald. I just really enjoyed the interesting timings on those civs. But yeah, I think if I came back and started grinding now, I might main Japanese. I think they're a very fun civ. The thing about Japan to me that I find very enjoyable, and you're kind of seeing it right now at the Byzantines, but it's a little bit too oppressive, is the tempo timings. They come out swinging very quickly. I'm a much bigger fan of those type of civs than the boomy civs. I actually love that right now, the entire meta is kind of focused around attacking, right? Like, it's not as boomy. You get a few Castlage builds, but even then, there's some presence. Even from the IABIDs nowadays, they've realized that actually being somewhat present in feudal pays off. And that's a big part of this Desert Raider play, right?
it allows you to get that initial aggression in and punch your opponent. But the reason why I don't like this build much against Byzantines is javelins are the easiest counter imaginable. All you have to do, drop the jabs, kill the Desert Raider, and then hunt. And I love this play already. This is something that Byzantine players have started to do to adjust their spawn. You have to do this, especially in a spawn like this where you've got a forward berry. One outpost is all it takes to protect this. And the interesting thing, you guys may be noticing this, a lot of the new civs are having some sort of interesting element around stone. I think the one exception is Ottomans, like brand new civ, not even variants. Right? Ottomans don't really have much outside they need stone for the military school. Malians have a way of generating stone from feudal. The Byzantines have a way of generating stone from Dark Age, as do the Japanese. There's a lot more flexibility in ways of getting your hands on stone. And what players have noticed from that is it makes it a lot easier to get away with these more greedy plays. Hence the outpost into immediate arrow slits. And for that, you had to spend the low time of 0 seconds gathering stone. Olive Grove's also coming in as smart. You need this because you are now trying to inflate into level 2 system. Usually, you could actually get away with just dropping like 1 Olive Grove, maybe 2, and then you can chain in the second assistant. He's going to have to spend a bit more because he went for these arrow slits. So, in a way, Blue found some value. It's not insane value for the Desert Raider play, but this is all about distracting. What you've done right now is you forced your opponent to build an outpost, commit arrow slits, that's 175 resources down the drain, and it's also made the level 2 system timing suboptimal. So you actually did tick a box. It's a pretty big one because you didn't have to do too much in return. In fact, I'd argue you didn't even need to do this. This outpost coming in with the arrow slits, I think was a bit overzealous. I understand the thought process, but considering how far out your stone is, right, on the opposite side, I just don't rate it that highly. The reason he's doing it is because this should be Javs. We're going to find out in a second. Oh, what? That was a very manly way of questioning the play. All right, guys, I don't think I'm going to be resetting that Voldemar clock. Because this is not a good contract against Ibids. Lanceneck kind of suck against Ghoulems. You get annihilated. Lanceneck will suck against Camel Lancers. Lombos will do okay against the Ibid Archers, but you get countered by the Manchiniques. There's a lot of thumbs down type elements to this build. I rate the Silk Road 10 times higher than I do the Western up against Ibids. The reason is that Javelins are incredible against the Desert Raiders. They are incredible against Archers on the enemy side. They have decent base damage to even kind of tickle away Camel Lancers. They have more mobility. And then layer number 2 is the most important one to the cake. The reason why Silk Road is so good against Ibids is that Camel Riders are OP. You never thought you'd hear me say that. But Camel Riders destroy Desert Raiders, and they also destroy Camel Lancers. So you handcuff your opponent. Lancenecks suck versus Ghoulems because Lancenecks do not have any armor, and Ghoulems double strikes. They kill you very quickly. And also, you're cleaving into a unit that has inherently more HP, right? So you're not mopping up the front line very quickly. And also, like, if you try to rush into Lanceneck, it's small numbers of Ghoulem, you're just going to lose that even more convincingly. You always say Jav's the correct contract? That's not true. English matchup, I actually think that the Western contract is better. Against the Chinese, you should always be going Western contract as well. Lombos pressure early, and then Lanceneck beat the crap out of Palace Guard. Right? So, and same with Spears. So there is actually some different builds where it makes sense. But this is one of those games where I'd say about 80% of the time you're going to be going for the Javs. Yeah, interesting choice. Castle Age is already on the way on the other side, right? MSN's almost done with it. Is Growthwing as expected? So far, the game has played out exactly as you would expect. I've been informed there's going to be some twists. Now, I always try to get out of my way not to be spoiled. I want to surprise myself, so I don't know the exact details. But I am told this is not going to be your atypical experience. And in fairness, it already doesn't feel like your atypical experience. Going for the Western contract has already turned this into a very different game. You know why I think Voldemar went for Western contract? Do you guys remember the other day, at least on live stream, I don't think it's going to make it on YouTube, we were watching a game between Voldemar and Numinon, where Numinon was playing the Byzantines and Voldemar was playing the Ibids, and he beat the Byzantines. Now that led us to reset the timer. I think actually the timer was reset down to 1 day. However, that matchup was disingenuous. I think there was a lot of things Numinon done wrong, such as not getting into the Camel Riders, and also he spread a bit too wide. He got caught out in the middle of the map multiple times. So yeah, I think if you do play a clean Silk Road contract, it's quite a dominant one-sided affair. Instead, things are going to get more spicy. Castle Age now on the way out of Voldemar. Now, one tricky thing is he's playing quite a naked build-up here. Like, he only has longbows to defend, right? And Gorge is quite a vulnerable map. You don't have much that's well protected other than the tree line. And when you build a Grand Winery forward like this, because of the berries, you leave yourself a bit more exposed. So there is a risk that Camel Lancers will just start to leak in here. Desert Raiders for the time being are not a big threat. They'll die to the static emplacements, but with Undermesh on the way, these first 3 Camel Lancers could do a lot of damage. That's why I'm expecting to see some Rax drops quite quickly. We've already got one here, but it seems like he's waiting for the Varangian, which is surprising. It kind of makes sense, right? I think the Varangian timing is really strong here. You can actually flood Varangian to outnumber Camel Lancers. In the meantime, though, I love what we're seeing. Dervish timing on point out of blue. They're going for the relics on the wide, and they are playing for the more aggressively postured relics. You'll see a Camel Lancer probably guard on the north side here, or east side rather, and then the Dervishes should be taking the mid relics. Yeah, so this right here is a fight Longbows will lose. Like, funnily enough, actually, Blue could just go in right now. I think he's just giving a little bit of respect. Diving into the main comp is a little bit dangerous because you're going to take notable damage as opposed to just chipping away at your opponent. Now, at this point in the game, you're usually going to see the switch up into archers coming out. Right now, it's only a single archer range. You usually want to escalate this up to 3 quite quickly. It's a little bit tricky against the Byzantines by comparison, though, because the Varangian spam is expected, and archers get less value. So you're probably going to see Blue in this situation stay 2-1 in favor of Camel Lancers. He can kite. He can kite to a certain extent. You're really underrating how good Camel Lancers are when they charge. Because the 2 movement speed, right? Like, this is the crazy thing. I think people quite often forget this when they use these Lancers. Compared to normal Lancers, where you're used to them going up to, like, was it 1.8? You're getting double the extra movement speed you would on a normal knight. It's like, Camel Lancer speed's pretty good. And when you eventually hit, your wallop one's down straight away. But like I said, it makes sense that you want to wait, because you are correct in that because you have 2, you're not going to, like, kill much, right? You'll kill 3 or 4 longbows, and then you'll probably lose 1 in return. So it's all about whether you think your opponent's coming out. Like, your play isn't wrong, by the way. I just want to highlight that. Like, really important to emphasize that. Your Camel Lancers are very valuable, but very expensive. Well, that's kind of saying the same thing. They're very important, but very expensive is the better way of saying it. In this matchup, they are incredibly expensive, because if you lose any, Varangian destroy you. Like, this is why you're seeing me with Varangian. This is really smart out of Voldemar. The micro we'll talk about later. But the whole idea is when you outnumber these guys, you just berserk. There's certain matchups where you do that, right? I think it's similar with Sipahi, where you can Fortitude, even against melee sometimes when you outnumber them. So what you're doing right now, trying to keep Camel Lancers alive, makes a lot of sense. Especially considering you've got archers coming. The archers are fine, by the way. Like, you can build Manjaniques. You could argue crossbows are better, because you could build crossbows and then get Manjaniques. But the problem with crossbows is you're going to take away from your gold source, and you're exhausting that between Dervishes and Camel Lancers right now. This is not great. Letting him get 2 relics potentially is kind of rough. Okay, no, you're fine. You got the 4th over here. So 4-1 split's pretty good for the Ibids. Usually you're looking for a second TC timing, but you're going to have to fight for that first. This is probably the most scary point in the game against Byzantines right now. I actually don't think that any point in the game is stronger for Byzantines than early castle. The early mid-castle transition ramps up so quickly. Raid coming in the meantime with the Longbows. So a few villagers getting sniped down. Still a decent eco lead, right? Like, you've already done some chip damage. You've still got Camel Lancers, Desert Raiders that should be raiding. In fact, I'd love to see the Camel Lancers going in towards the farms. The farms are not well guarded right now. This is a good fight, though. I don't like these longbows getting thrown away like this. He kills a few villagers, but it's quite expensive. In some ways, they're disposable and replaceable. But this is now where the range shifts towards Ibids. And that's dangerous, because I don't know if these Landsnake are intentional. I'm hoping they're not. No, they're just an auto queue. You don't want to build Lance in this matchup. Knights Lancers go faster with charging? Yes. They go from 1.62 up to 2. Most units get an increase in charge when they attack. I think the exception is Horsemen. Horsemen don't. I think everything else, actually Desert Raiders don't either. Typically, anything on horseback that changes weapon will get a charge, and then any infantry will get a charge. So, for example, Onibigisha go from 1.5 movement speed up to 1.82 when chasing. And here's the transition point. Manjanique's coming in. I do kind of wonder if Manjaniques are that critical here. It makes sense now that you're going crossbows, but if you were just blobbing archers, you have the lead now. Like, Voldemar isn't competing with this longbow count. He threw away the lead. So you could argue that building a few extra camel lancers might have been more worth here, because you're almost at parity here, right? You've almost got the same amount of camel lancers as Varangian. Dive coming in. This is where you want to start scudding the farms. Like, actually, right now, I'd switch over into the connect. There we go. There we go. Firebomb time. Wait. Okay, Varangian to force the fight. So camel lancers, weirdly enough, like, just walking them in like this, not desirable. You should have went for a charge. Your enemy doesn't have any spears, so you want to get maximum damage out of that initial hit. Nice push in now, though. Archer's following up as well. Paling's being dropped. It's not going to work out here. I think that's a bit of a panic. Paling's coming out. Mango here is going to be a whiff. The Camel Lancer count should be okay here as long as the Archers start prioritizing that low HP Varangian. This is getting dangerous, though. Like, where are the rest of the Lancers? I think production's slowing down a bit too much. Remember what I said about this being the most scary point up against the Byzantines? You're doing a decent job. You've got crossbows coming out, which means the Varangians are going to get stripped back. Like, the best thing you do right now is tank with the Archers and let the crossbows kill. Right now, running away like this is going to cost you more, and he bums it. He sets all the units together. It means the Manjanique is going to go down, but it also costs him more infantry. All of a sudden, by some miracle, the Varangian spam holds on. Okay, I say that in the most sarcastic fashion. These guys are ridiculous. Varangian, it's absurd how good they are, and most of it comes down to production. There are not many civs that could have got that many men-at-arms out. But you see what I mean? Like, when you're against Lancers, this is weirdly the desirable comp, because Lancers take 35 seconds. These guys take about 18 seconds right now to produce. 16, actually, right now with the level 3 system. Is there a good video covering micro? How did you put this nicely? Don't watch Core's games. No, okay, I'm sorry. I was like, who do I bully today? I mean, where to begin? I think you'd have to have a coaching session on that. Micro is not something to be simply summed up straight away. It's micro, a big part of it, and the way of getting good at micro is kind of like personal. Like, how close do you want to zoom? How far away? These sort of things. The control groups are pretty good, usually. Control groups make microing a lot easier. So this is getting a bit rough now. It's crazy to think how big a Camel Lancer charge would have made in that initial fight. I think several Varangian would have just straight away died, and then you would have snowballed. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a game where you need to go for some sort of backup plan. I don't like that I'm seeing no stone being gathered. You've got Voldemar on the defensive. Build that eco lead. It seems really greedy, and your instincts are telling you don't do it. But this is a comp now where Voldemar doesn't want to rush out, right? Like, I feel like you've got him by the long curlies. I wonder if Archers is the way to go. I mean, in fairness, you have now got Limitane coming out. So, presumably, the thought process here is MSN, he looked at the map and he saw, oh, gold's gone. So, he's now trying to block the flank, and it means that Varangian spam slowed down. So, actually, like, I think this is the right call. Big thumbs up. Sol's Mamluks is on the way. A little bit of a miss micro of the Lancers. Yeah, so this is how we lose Lancers quite quickly. Yes, you're 15 to 20 villages ahead, but like there are games where you double down, there are games where you greed a bit, right? So what I'd ask you right now, MSN, is do you think you can end the game in the next 5 minutes? Because my feeling on this is like when you... Yeah, so if you don't think you can end it, like what are you building towards? Are you building because you're threatened he's going to attack you? I'm guessing it's because you're threatened he's going to attack you. There's two approaches, right? Like, you take all the sacred sites and force them out, or you go 2TC. Now, you are capturing sacred sites, so maybe that's the thought process, is I want him out of the base. That's not a bad choice. One of the awkward things that I'm seeing in this game is, like, the archer count is very high, but you've got nothing for all these Varangian. There's a very big risk that with the teardrop shields coming in, you just lose. Flash near the winery. Wait, where are the long... Okay, the lulbows are not here right now, so that's why. The weird part is even without the lulbows, this is still a very hard fight for you to dent. And yeah, well, so you can either go Imp or you can go 2TC. I would personally say go 2TC, because if you're going Imp, like, you're flattening the cache for 2 minutes, you're stuck. You can go Advancing Wing, which isn't too bad. But, like, what are you getting in Imp? I'm assuming you're thinking Hand Cannon is, but this is where I think Voldemort was planning for this phase of the game. By going for the Western contract, he has the counter to Hand Cannon is. Lombo's the counter. So actually, like, going 2TC makes sense, and bulking first. Because if you go 2TC here, right, like, you can play out onto the berries on the deer more freely. One big concern I have is, like, you've got farms, which I'm impressed you've even got farms down this early. It's a hard transition, though. When you have 2 TCs, you can afford it a bit more easily. And because you've got 4 relics, you can easily afford to even sell some of that across to get extra food out to pad the difference in the meantime. So it looks like the Archer count may be a mixture of you being concerned about the Lombos and Lansk. The Limitane are helping justify it. The interesting part to me now, though, is with an 8k gold vein, I'm expecting this Varangian count to just surge. Because right now, if I'm Voldemort and I'm looking at this game, I haven't seen you give me a reason to not build Varangian. I'm waiting for you to make me change my build. This is good. This is what I want to see. Crossbows, smart. If you build double Manjanique with crossbows, this is very hard. Because the Byzantines can't rush out siege here. You're seeing he's transitioning it now, but I think if you keep up the Camelance of the crossbows and add some siege, it's very easy to push him back. And as you already highlighted, you've got a substantial eco lead. Your opponent's still playing 1TC. The other thing that I'd highlight about the argument if he's 1TC, I feel good now. Remember that the systems are buffing up. We can see it's level 3 here, but you have to play this as if he's probably at level 4 already, which is believable at 21 minutes. If he's at level 4, he's got, what's that, 22% increased rate. So add 22% to this eco count. All of a sudden, you're not really far ahead, are you? Like, now, in fairness to you, you've got the Golden Age, right? So let's add 12%. But even 12%, the lead is less than 10. The relics are a big deal for sure. But the thing I always like to highlight is even when I use these mathematical numbers, Byzantines are kind of BS because of the extra olive oil. It's insane. I'm trying to think if there's another civ that is more deceptive with their economy than Byzantines, right? Like raw eco count, there aren't many that are more efficient. They rival even the HRE in the late game. All because of the oil. Leave me up, daddy moment. Lombos are looking to fight. Great wall for the Mangoes. Hitting into the Varangian that early is important. Follow-up shot to the backside. And it looks like this is going to be a good pushback. Now, careful with these Lancers. You keep 1 or 2 of them alive, you can snipe out the siege. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Lansk are being kited well, though. Barely any melee mix in the backline. And now, all of a sudden, it's a Lombo versus Archer exchange. One that simply cannot be won by Voldemort. Good fight here. Exactly what I want to see out of blue. And you do not switch to Ghoulims unless you are Imperial Age and are ahead. If you go Ghoulims, you lose to Varangian. Varangian destroy Ghoulims because they're more cost efficient. They have extra melee armor, which means your double strike does less damage. And once they have the teardrop shields, they attack ridiculously fast. So he's actually correct to not go Ghoulims at all. There are a lot of matchups right now where I watch Ibids and I kind of shake my head because Ghoulims would be better. This is not one of them. He's 100% right to stay away from Ghoulims here. So Archer count getting pretty high right now. This makes sense if you want to play more Siege. I think actually getting like 2 free Mangonels makes a lot of sense. The Spring count's a bit worrisome, right? So I understand why you're not rushing into it, but then again, like if this Manjanique is important to you, a second Spring makes a lot of sense, right? Like you should be expecting your opponent to respond with Siege because his comp doesn't reach the back. The only way that full infantry can play into this is by having Siege at the right. And that's what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted the first time around. Manjanique scudding farms is insanely powerful. Springles are looking to counter him out. More shots coming through. And that's exactly why you need 2 Springles, right? Like 2 Springles there, he can't target the Manjanique without losing the siege. Flash coming in, and the funny thing is actually, like, this is the mistake. The A-click right now. Little micro trick. Split the 2 groups, go right, go left, and then when you're close enough, A-click. That would have resolved the problem. Instead, the Springles have been tanking everything, and it's keeping Voldy alive. Finally, the gap close comes in, though. Lombos are going to be cleared out, and this is the point where the game gets really uncomfortable for Voldy. He's down by 30 villages. Credit to you, you've actually made the 1 TC build work here. There was definitely an opportunity to be more greedy when you leapt back on the aggression, but you found the timing again. I'm a little bit surprised that Voldemar hasn't tried something greedy himself, because he's definitely up against the ropes. What he seems to be relying on is the idea that as this goes much later, he'll feel better. He's won the Siege War? Okay, so do you really think he's won the Siege War when you know you're 30 villages ahead, roughly, right? You should just be able to build Springles. You should be able to build more Springles than he's capable of here. Because his economy is weaker. Oof, not for long, though. Okay, so Voldemar. I said he needed to do something. This is really sneaky. You probably wouldn't expect the TC over here, and you're still playing 1 TC. So this has me a bit worried, because now you're trying to dent a base that's already hard enough to break. This once again comes back to the idea that either going TC or going Imp makes your game 10 times easier. In fact, you know what would have broken this wide open? I don't know if you would have had the food income. I was going to say Adabegs with 7 Rax's Golems. It's probably safe to do the advancement, though. Because the logic is you can on a delay get the Golems anyway, right? Like, if it goes post-imp, you get the second tier up. Only when you pop, though. So Military Academy in the way. This tells us that blue is 100% going to be double down. Rams are now going to be able to start denting these defenses. It is not a Mangonel placement, thank God. Otherwise, this would be 10 times more depressing. Archmass pretty big. Siege is definitely proving a problem. I mean, even the Rams aren't going to do enough, and it's because of the Springolds. This is the tough part, right? Like, you made a choice to start adding Rams when you needed more Springolds. At this stage, I think you can slow down crossbow production. You just took a fight, and you didn't see any Varangian, right? Like, you saw barely any front line. It's very difficult for Voldemar to keep justifying Varangian when the gold is getting low like this. Like, the funny thing is, if you stop producing crossbows, you could get more Springolds. So where's Voldemar's win condition? Voldemar is basically playing a zombie survival game right now. His goal is to gradually get into Imperial Age and close this eco lead. I think every time Voldemar is a little bit paranoid you're going towards Imperial Age, but when you keep committing, it makes it obvious you're not. This is much better. If you can't go into the main base, take the flank resources. You know he has gold on the flanks. You should probably also be sending 1 unit to the north, just in case. But this is exactly where you need to strike. Outposts are going to make this a little bit annoying, but really you need to be going in here. Because even if you just draw this army to the east, your main force can attack again. Springle count is going up, and I've suddenly got a smiley face. Unfortunately, it's followed quickly by a frowny face. Double Mango, and now 6 Springolds. Alright, this is bad. This is really bad. You're going to have to bail. If you hang around, you lose all the range. In fact, he's going to lose the range, and he's going to lose the Springolds. He's diving in. Camel Lancers have now arrived. He has got back in time. So, well played to recover that. The ball did get dropped, but MSN quick to bite back here. Siege gets taken out, and all of a sudden, your opponent doesn't have the Mango count. He doesn't have the front line to defend. This feels really good. I would say at this point, you want to take the Camel Lancers to the right side and just get away from the army, because this is free raid territory right now. Instead, it's going to be a dive under towards the main TC. Difficult to do, right? These choke points can actually allow Siege to recover the game. And your melee count is not very high. You've basically just got archers here now. Okay, credit to you. You're keeping this real close. Voldemar is practically out of military. The one negative is you now have a lot of archers trying to attack Mangoes. And you're feeling it. It's going to be marching by the Camel Lancer. Clutch repairs by Voldemar, though. He keeps the Mango alive. And this is the problem, right? Like, you come in again, you target the same location. I see this a lot outside of, like, the top 30, is you're very focused on killing his main base. But what you need to be asking yourself is the question, always get to the question that needs to be answered. Where is he getting all this gold? The answer is obvious, right? It's on the flanks. Like, that's the intentional design of Gorge. Is it's meant to make it harder to do what Voldemar's doing right now. But you're getting so excited about ending the game, you're not playing the flanks. now 3 TCs. Jesus. How do people feel about this, like, this commentary, by the way? Like, we're bringing the hype, I feel, but we're also... It's almost like it's a coaching session instead of an analysis and commentary. It's very different when the player's in chat. So second TC, big claps, big clappers. Could have been a little bit sooner, but you at least got there. The problem is now with Voldemort going up to 3, it makes it more annoying. This probably should never be capped, so decap should be coming through soon. I actually think like that's the other thing that's perplexing to me, is you had an opportunity to capture all 3 sacred sites several minutes ago, and you didn't do it. Like, that's how you make the fight you're looking for. You keep going in, right? And it's like, it's good that you're going in, but answer the goddamn question. How do you win this game? If the answer is 2 hours in, I keep headbutting the wall, and after all my teeth have smashed out from my gums, and I have got serious migraines, the wall breaks. That is a depressing way to win. You should be going for sacred sites to force him out. And then this siege advantage doesn't matter, because he's playing out into an open battlefield. And Imp should be on the way now, right? So you're going to trigger... I think you trigger advancement. You could go the full. You are actually throwing away troops. Actually, the full makes more sense. Because you don't want it quick and efficient. You're 2 in a pop. You're going to keep raiding. Camel Lancers are going to discover the second TC. That's the second TC to you, even though we know it's a third. Because I don't think you ever saw the back to the TC, right? Like, the Camel Lancers don't quite have enough vision to know that. Wolves are going up. Unfortunately, not quick enough. Camel Lancers are just going to keep him dancing around his own place. And this is really important because now you cover your tech up. My boy, MSN, the 14-year-old prodigy, he's got it. This is now going to be the Golems with Alabegs. This is really cool because your opponent has stopped building Varangian and he's running out of gold. Meanwhile, look at what Blue's got. He's got about 6,500 gold. He's got 4 relics to boot. He should have 3 sacred sites. It's easy peasy, right? You can easily now just outmass your opponent, and he only plays Lombos and the Matane, right? Golems will destroy all of that. Okay, I'm starting to like this now. I won't say this, like, I wonder if this could have been cleaner. I don't want to, like, outright say, oh, you done this, that wrong. Like, I think you took an interesting approach. You can see the potential that MSN's got, right, chat? The thing that I take away from this is understanding your win condition and how you reach it. Like, it's one thing to say, I win at this point. It's another to discover how you get there, right? And stress points are really important in games like this. The best thing you can do when you're in positions like you're in is force your opponent to do something they don't want to. How do you do that? Aging up is one way to make them panic. I still think this was the key way. On a map like Gorge, Sacred Site victories put a lot of pressure on people to come out. Instead, you let this game get to a wall state where Voldemort has been way too defensive, but he hasn't been punished for it. Bim's going to be big here. And remember, because you've got the Golden Age, you're going to unlock it very quickly. Culveron's also a really big deal. You lost the Siege War, but now you can recover it. So this is going to be really cool. We do have the increased reduction rate as well, right? Yep. The only thing we're missing is a camel attack speed. Please, please. It's not going to happen. We need a Dragovan game for that. Tech comes out. Voldemort now needs to punish this. The problem is he's outnumbered. And if he's not quick, he's going to be outgunned. Golem upgrades coming through. No Culverins is a big no-no. The Culverins are the most important thing right now. The only way you lose this fight is to Mangonels. You've got some ground to back up into, but that isn't going to last forever. Farms on the front side have to be bailed. Lombos are attacking farms. Okay, this is perfect. Voldemort just missed microed. The Lombos aren't attacking right now, and he's already lost the front line. There's a very big risk now that Voldemort loses the siege. Good split micro. Staggered formation might work a bit better here. It's going to be a forced retreat, and the Golems can just zerg out. Elite upgrades coming in, and Voldemort has overextended. That one misclick may just cost him the siege ball. Golems are flooding. Wait, please send the Apex back. Select all army is not always your friend. Needs to get some Raxes set up here. Apparently they're burning some coal. He's like, yeah, I beat him. The kid is dead. Oh, wait, why are you guys... So I think we need some Ford Raxes, right? Oh, that's interesting. So you're going hand cannoneers. I
I mean, hand cannon is still like the most optimal unit because of the unit you're going to run out of. I actually think Golems are just unkillable here. This game looks pretty over. I don't know how Voldemar is going to save up now. He lost way too much army in the push. Okay, that would explain it. So, hindsight's an evil witch. This is the point where I'm imagining MSN wishes he'd built a Culverin. Because right now, the one risk you have of losing this is the Mangonels are still alive. In fact, this entire game is being held onto by the Mangos. Golems. Wait, the Mangos turn around for the fight. The Golems are insanely tanky, by the way. Oh my god! Despite the memery, the silliness of actually even trying to take a fight against this many Mangos, it's going to work out. Just enough Golems seep through. And this has to be GG. Voldemar, he starts to stockpile up for Imperial Age, but now has to double down on the defense. Mango count is basically gone. Golems with the double strike are super effective against this. The Mamluk's Bravery makes it even easier. And at the tail end of it, you may have cleared up wave number 1 of the Golems, but Schmiegel is on his way. 15 more marching across the battlefield. Well played. That looked a bit shaky. I actually kind of appreciate that you didn't back away from the fight, because if you did, this would be an imp on imp. It was a really shaky fight to take, but the micro came through, right? Obviously, Golems, you can kind of just run past things quite casually, but you still had to get around it. And the targeting was right. You didn't just target one Mango and get cheesed. And now, I think we're going to see Voldemar get cut up like Swiss cheese. Mango barely being kept alive. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way, but guys, this is not a winning play. This is borderline death. He saved up 3.4k Oliver. He's looking to get into the cannons to save him. I feel like, actually, if anything, you need Streltsy, but even then, like, Streltsy against this many archers feels like a death sentence. They're going to be way too slow. Definitely not the cleanest game. I think you'll acknowledge that, but that's good, right? Like, that means you can see that you've got something to improve on. I think MSN shows a lot of potential there, dude. Like, this guy, once again, it is 14, right? Not 15. 14 or 15, let me know. Like, either way, 14 or 15 years old, and he's playing like this. And this guy on the other side, like, knows the matchups very well. He literally gets paid to coach. 15, thank you, MSN. 1 whole year old. Okay, this is less impressive. You're 15. I thought you were 14. And more impressive, you're 14 years old. GG. No, 15-year-old kid, dude. The toddler has beaten the kid. This is like watching the 12-year-old beat up the 16-year-old in the playground. Especially when you consider that I'm pretty sure Voldemar has been playing a lot longer. So really promising actually coming out, especially in this matchup where usually I would favor Byzantines. Voldemar definitely took a very odd turn in the Western contract. He invited this door into the late game, and what impresses me most is that when we get there, you see how powerful Ibids can be. When you snowball that Castle Age, when you come in with things like Mamluk's Bravery, the tankiness of Golems, Attabeg plays, for example, all of a sudden you look like an unstoppable beast. AoE 4 is your first RTS. Look at that. Look at that. Fisher-Price's first RTS. GG gets called. The kid has been toppled by the toddler. Cool game. I'm not changing that timer. That timer don't need to change at all. Ah. Not gonna lie, reading someone type MSN the GOAT just makes it sound like they're full-on boomer remembering one of the original instant messaging platforms. Yeah, really cool game. Thank you for that. Hope that didn't seem like condescending on like the feedback or whatever, by the way. I kind of prize myself on making sure I'm fair to people and I'm like trying to see it through. I think the points I made was fair. I always aim to praise where praise is due. You played really well. But like those differences are the difference between being like a top 200 player and being a top 20 player, right? It's like once you get that understanding the killer instinct to just like close the game when you close, like because it is easy for me to sit here and say it, right? Like you in the moment don't have the vision I have, so it's a little bit harder for you to read. But there were some elements I think, especially that you could see in hindsight, like you didn't need 100% vision to know. You're top 100? Well, okay. Well, I mean, clearly that's only because you pick Ibards. If you do what I say, you'll be top 100 justifiably. Still, pretty well played, man. That was a fun game. Okay, so... God, I've got so many pings going off. I'm going to have to get off at some point to sort those. I think we can do at least maybe one more game. Let's see if there's any live from the ladder games. I do love some live from the ladder games. So let's have a look here. Kiljadi's in one. What have you got for me, darling? Male Libi. Who on earth are you? I've never heard of this person. Oh, also, I'm now marking your Only Rams account, so you can't get away from me knowing who you are. GG. Wait, why do you show up as Denmark? That was the thing that... Oh, wait, you are Danish. Yeah. Why do I think you were from somewhere else? Yeah. All right. So, MSN Alt. Gotcha. They tell me their games, and they cannot escape. Mali Libi's your 2v2 partner? Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Let me have a look. What rank is he? I've never seen this guy before. Rank 287. Okay, not bad. Let me just double check. Because we might do this one. I just want to have a look at if there's anything else going on. Oh, no. I just accidentally opened something on my PC and I don't know what. So Lash, I think, is still watching community games or something. Let's check Elyona. So we'll either do an Elyona one or we'll do a... Okay. For a second, I thought he was up against a controller player, which would have been great. No. I think we might check out your 2v2 partner then. Because it's a little bit closer. Because they are... So it's rank 287th versus the rank 18th. Oh my god, dude. Adobe, stop opening. Jesus Christ. You want the rest? Only camels, only rams. Yeah, I know ABBA 14 TC is yours. Dude, why are you offering these up to me? Thanks? God, I can't be asked to go like type those all in now and lock them in. Yeah, you're only doing 14 TCs? So rookie. I mean, dude, you're 15 years old. At least do 15 TCs. Oh. Kiljadi's game just ended. Bad news for your 2v2 partner, MSN. I don't think that ended well for him. Okay. So, what we'll do, we'll check live. If not, ooh, dude, Kalb's playing? Holy crap. He should stick to 2v2s, clearly. What trash. Okay, no, dude. Kalb has a particular playstyle that I'm not a fan of, especially when you put it in a free-for-all environment. Nope. Get me out of there. Guys, did you know I almost have 2,000 hours in AoE 4? God damn. I need to get laid. Just realized I haven't actually spun up Dota in quite a while. Dota still wins by a mile. I have 8,000 hours in Dota. I really need to get laid. Need to give observers XP? For real, dude. Yo, like, if I watch a conk level player win, I should just get elo, right? That's how that works. Playing AoE in chess doesn't get me a whole lot of girls, not gonna lie. Yeah, dude, that's because you gotta hit the gym as well. That's when it... Cause like MSN, I'm giving you the tips in life, right? Because like, when you're the Giga buff guy, but you're also the Giga genius in AoE in chess, but you're buffed up, you stand out straight away, right? What's that classic saying? In gaming, a 7 is a 10. You know what I mean? Boom. The amount of people like, you calling gamers ugly?
dude, of course. Like, we don't get, was it vitamin D for the skin? We spend way too much time in the basement. All right. So, let's quickly check the 1v1 ladder. If not, we can wait a sec to see if Killjadi is going to get a game for us and bless us with his ways. You've been doing this entire thing wrong. Like, actually, like, you do know that being physically fit is really important to succeeding as an esports athlete. Like, I'm not even, no cap. It helps a lot because it's been scientifically proven that the amount of adrenaline and like those type of chemicals rushing through esports competitors when they play is like the strain on the body from competing is comparative to like Olympic swimmers. No cap. I'm not like chat. I'm not even kidding. Like this has been scientifically tested. It's that crazy. Because like if you think about it, it makes sense. Like if you've ever been in a high intensity moment when you're like playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, actually I guess maybe before people haven't been, that's it. Like tens of thousands of dollars, right? You feel it. It's insane what it does to you. But that's why a lot of big esports teams now try to have gym pushed as part of like what their team does, right? Like go to the gym together, work out. It gives you more energy. It makes you feel more positive. It actually makes you more alert. And then also when you're in those high stressful environments, like you're doing an 8-hour day, like people think that just doing an 8-hour day playing games in front of a PC is easy. It's actually not when you're doing it to compete for something. A lot of people struggle to do that just playing. Imagine you're actually competing. Sorry, it's very loud. It's coming out of me. Okay, so what is... Killjadi's now in lobby. Let's see if we get a high rank game. Be cool to have a good one to bang out the scene. Bang out words today. A good one to bang out the stream. Bang out the scene sends a very different message. Tens of dollars. Oh yeah, sorry, Faye. Sorry. Do we need to get you into a meme show match? Mod servers are back. Kaivayu. Is it public? Chat, do you want to see someone special? Poogers. Persia, who gives a crap about that? Is there just loads of new mods now? Not that many. Wait, someone made a Delhi variant civ. Wait, Hosen! Bruh. You made a variant civ? Oh, that's cool. They start with a spearman that can build any building. What? Up to them use it for eco or early aggression. Right, so people are basically going to build... They're going to outburst rush their opponents. You've got dynasties. Universal, you don't upgrades. I don't know, a lot of this sounds kind of broken. Oh, they're weaker in combat, but they can construct buildings and letting your villager to gather resources don't waste their time. That's pretty good. They get them more berries. They gather them quicker. Oh, darling, you're inviting dangerous things. Markets cost less and traders cost less. Oh no. Men-at-Arms have a powerful charge attack. Dude, have you just given them a lance to charge with? Okay, because that would be brilliant. Alright, might have to check this out. Dude, Hosen is cooking, man. Hosen's doing what Microsoft should be giving us. Alright, so we're going to check out this new map. Oh, have a quick glance at it. This is laggy as all hell. So, I was given some deets to Kaivayu on something I really wanted to see. And shout out to them, they actually worked really fast on this. I made them a promise I'd try and get this in tournament play if it comes out well. And I want to try and do a few show matches on it to test how good it is. So, if we go down to... We called it Pigeon View, didn't we? Damn right. Look at me, no mistake in who asked for this. The ego on this pigeon. Oof. So, go standard. Do micro. And then we want to go and reveal. Whatever, we'll do high. Wait, how do you get the civ then? Wait, did you do it with Tuning Pack? And you have to pick Delhi, right? Is that what you've done? Delhi, you pick Delhi? I'm guessing. Creative way of doing it. Okay. Well, I would never do this thing, because I don't play Delhi. Screw that. Dirty Civ. Okay, so guys, basically, if you remember a few days ago, I said that Highview sucks for very specific reasons. Kaivayu fixed those reasons. Look at the map. Do you notice something different about it? Welcome to non-sucky Highview. No corner sacred site, no back trade. It's all in the center of the map. And you still have the fun stealth forests that let you ambush or even proxy base your opponents. No tree in middle. That's probably something we're going to need to tweak still. Because I think some of the spawns could have that, right, Kaivayu? Let's have a look. Because you sent me a bunch of pictures. I think some of them did. Yeah. Some of them will spawn with a big stealth forest in the center. It's a little bit patchy, but there are big streaks quite often. Less tree. What do you mean? Yeah. He's going to keep tweaking it. But the goal is to get the stealth forest going through the center as well, so that you're on a plateau. But basically, the idea is to get Highview with sacred sites and trade posts in the center. That's the #1 objective. All right, look, dude, guys, I've got a little spear boy. Rudkin Castle acts as a town center, but produces villages at 3 times the cost. God damn. Provide free eco and military upgrades. I feel like Gundus Spa is secretly going to be OP. So you can just tech up with him while gathering resources then, right? So you've got emergency tax. Prepare to collect tax, but reduce worker gather rate by 50%. God damn. And then you've got the dynasties. Yeah, so you basically went Age of Empires 2 with like this dynasty thing sort of, right? That's intriguing. Alright. I won't dive into this too deep, but we'll definitely have to check this out at some point. Because I think Killjoy's probably going to have a game ready. Oh man, what a pleb, what are you doing in my base? Dude, get away from my TC, bro. Stupid AI. Yeah, die. There we go, I beat him. He's 2 AI intermediates and 1, I just beat him. GG. What the f... Eh? But yeah, this is coming along nicely. Definitely needs some passes again, but I'm going to probably try to organize some show matches in the coming weeks on it to get it ready for entry in EGC tournaments. I'm basically going to bully Pesty into adding it. I'm going to be like, look, Highview sucks. This is 10 times better. You have a plan about this mod? Ooh, I look forward to hearing it. Thank you very much. All right, so Killjadi is now getting in game, so we'll probably catch a Killjadi game. I might make this the last game of the stream. Just give it a sec to load. After stream, okay. Yeah, I've probably got enough time for one more cast just because I have got some things behind the scenes that I need to chase down on now. So, we'll rock this one. Is he doing a private game? Okay, wait, no, my game's lagging. One sec, let me restart. Dude, AoE 4 has memory leaks for sure. Dude, this chorus song is so goddamn good. Memory leaks? I can't remember. Ha ha! He's got a noise. Update your drivers lately? I don't think too recently. Probably needs another update. Alright. Have we got Killjadi? Or are we peacing out? Don't make me peace out, Mr. Killjadi. The people need entertainment. Did I prep any other replays? Let me have a look. There was that fast Imp Delhi game I got told about, right? That could be an option. Okay, I think Kiljadi's doing scrims or something, or practicing something. I mean, I got 32 gigs of RAM, dude, and I still feel the lag. Maybe an Elliona game. Let's have a look. Oh, dude, he's still in that game? Oof. My commiserations. You've ended up in late game English. No one likes going there. Alright, let's check out this game that Mirai told us about. There's a Highview game where we're apparently going to be watching Fast Imp from the Delhi. Yep, that's apparently a thing now, guys. Apparently Delhi players are doing that. Oh crap, there's so many Elazars. It's probably easier to copy and paste the other name. Who done it against him, did he say? Was the person identified? Let's have a look. Was this Neptune's account? No. It's an unknown rank 88 in the world. They formally are like a Conk 1. Interesting. Ah, they've got their data hidden. So I've got to find the right Elazar. Someone's doing it a few months ago, so someone trying to bring it back. I think it might be the same guy. They finished like rank 700 last season. Oh, I have to find which Elazar is Myriad now. Why are there so many Elazars? Like, why is this name even popular? Rogan? Maybe... No, my luck is the first one. Let's have a look. Nope. There's... I might just give up finding this game, guys. There's like 30 Elazars. Jesus Christ. Why? It's not popular, it's just how many ults he has. You know what? I actually believe you. MSN's just 15 years old and he has 4. Myriad's in his 20s. He 100% has 50. He has a job. He can afford them, you know? Just kidding. You don't need to afford things. Just get a family pass from Xbox, and then you, like, you know, get the accounts banned, and then they get, like, unbanned the next day. It's a very good system. Oh, wait. Wasn't he the eye? I think I got him. Big Pog. Okay, so it was a Highview game, right? Yep, got it. All right. Biz Imperial Age Rush. Here we go. You have one old RAM stick with 16 gig? Oh no. Just buy more. Just download more RAM, dude. Have you not downloaded more RAM before? Abnormality is the word of the day here, folks. We are in for something weird. I have been told there is a Delhi Imp Rusher that exists on the ladder, and this is them. That was a great way of putting it. A player from China that this season is actually ranking quite highly off of doing this strategy. Right now, they are ranked 88th in the world with just 43 games played. They usually rank somewhere between 500 and 700th in the world. So they're doing pretty damn well with this strat. And this person on the other side is no pushover. Not only are they a filthy Byzantine spammer, but they are a familiar one. This is Myriad. You guys may be familiar with Myriad. Myriad plays a lot of the War Chief Club type tournaments, does reasonably well for himself. Renowned as an English and Ottoman spammer. Becoming quickly a Byzantine spammer. And we are going to be on Highview of all maps. So I'm curious. Like, Myriad tipped me off about this game, which you might be like, whoa, hold on a sec, KP. If a guy tips you off about this game, it means he's going to win. I don't necessarily think that's 100% the case. I think actually Myriad is one of those players that has occasionally also sent me replays of games where he clearly loses. So what hooked me is the fact that this guy doesn't really care about anything but getting to Imperial fairly optimally, was the way it was described to me. And that's kind of interesting, actually, because I think something we've been starting to notice with late game Delhi is they're actually not crap. They're surprisingly effective. The early buff of the Tower of Victory, the mid-game buff potentially of House of Learning, and then the late-game power that is elephants or extra food for Ghazi and men-at-arm spam gives some level of agency to a Civ that previously was assumed to have none. The question mark is, how do you get there without dying? Everyone in chat wants to know that, right? Like, all of you like the idea of Imp. It sounds cool, right? Ghazi, better men-at-arms, elephants, a million keeps. But I bet more than one person watching this right now is like, I always struggle with the second step in the process. And what a weird first step we've got. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, right? For an Imperial Rush Delhi build, you're going to take a very long time to research everything. So going for Dome of Faith will give you that skill between the scholars. It's a little bit funky. I feel like giving up Tower of Victory makes this feel not worth. But the logic is you're rushing him, right? It's the same reason why the idea of rushing Imp with the Trade Network on the Ottomans makes sense compared to Madrasa. Because Madrasa is more about presence early on. Whereas if you just care about the gold, which if you're going Imperial as you do, then get the traders is better. Other side, pretty standard choice coming out, is just going to be the Grand Winery. We're going to hit the 2 times for the early phase here, just to get out of the Dark Age. Scout Hall so far is looking pretty bloody good. Both of them are allergic to the center of the map, it seems. But it looks like we've got an 8-13 sheep split, so really good beginning for Delhi. On top of that, they've got the berries. And this is all going to be incredibly important if this is a pretty naked castle Imp rush. In fact, he might even be able to get the center of the map if there's any sheep here. Yeah, unfortunately, he's scouting areas which have already been covered, so there might be some down here. I can't see any, though. Don't you just love how high view lags your PC? Level 2 systems coming in quick. Didn't even need to go for an extra Olive Grove to get this. I mean, that's the beautiful thing, right? You get a house, you get a lumber camp, you can afford level 2 system. It's that affordable. It's kind of bonkers that you can get a 14% increase this quickly. Because at this stage now, like if you look at the raw numbers, from a percentile standpoint, you're getting a 35% increased gathering rate on the berries, but only 2/3 of your economy is on there, right? So it's more like a 25%. So for the moment, like you're still more eco-efficient, but very quickly that's going to change. Like I expect there to be probably a bunch of people moving to wood at some point. And in most games, like when you're playing Delhi or other civs, you're not just going to be food and gold. So you're not going to be able to remain this much in the optimal cabin, right? Okay, I'm going to speed this up, because if this is genuinely just a full-on Imp... And, oh my god, it is. Okay, so I thought that we were maybe looking at a little bit of feudal play, a little bit of castle play. It's not. He's genuinely just going for it. This is like when you dare someone to eat their shoes, like, he won't do it. And then you're just watching in awe. It's Compound the Defender. Okay, so that surprises me. Considering that you only have 24 eco, you're not going to be rushing to drop keeps, right? That's way too expensive. So you're basically going to a tech choice that feels kind of weaker in my eyes. I feel like House of Learning... then again, if he doesn't want to build any units whatsoever, House of Learning kind of sucks. And oh my god, Murad is walling. Okay. So, let's be fair to Murad here. You're against a Civ that always sends it. No, he's just got the bad news. Right now, I wish I was watching the stream when he was playing this game. I bet he facepalmed in this moment. Okay, so the game just got really confusing for Myriad. Scouting who would do that? Dude, they have Ghazi. I don't want to lose my scout. He named him and everything. Like, Myriad got in this game, he's like, Timothy. Love Timothy. Really big fan of that guy in Dune. He's called Timothy. His name's Timothy. Can't let Timothy die. Just like in Doom. It's the main character. So he's got to protect Timothy. And Highview's a dangerous map, folks. You have to remember, Myriad was just on this map the other day,
when Dragavan proxy raxed him and rushed him. Oh my god, no. Now, you're about to say, that's excusable. Myriad, like, he ran into a piety scholar. Like, that's why he died. Guys, he doesn't have piety. It's 8 minutes in the game. He doesn't have piety. He just failed to kill the scholar. He didn't have enough limitane. Oh my god. What is this game? And the only thing he's doing is picking relics. He's already now going to have 4 relics back at home. Holy cow. This is wild. So he needs to get a second mosque up. I love the fact that he's so focused on food and gold, he doesn't even have the wood for a second mosque. No outpost is a sin, and you deserve to die for it. Textile's at least going to minimize the losses, but right now, this is the point where you might want to consider units. Units tend to be good, and I'm not talking about units of alcohol, although this strategy does make people look kind of drunk. Scholars, they get the top off and go back in. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Where'd the spears go? They got killed by the Lombos. They instantly got intercepted and killed. So Mira's about to get Castle Age. Like, his position isn't bad. Oh my god, he's legit just going to go for elephants. Oh my god. Mira, there's no way you lose to this. This guy's just circle jerking with scholars. He's not doing anything else. He's not even building a second mosque right now. In fact, like, wait, he's not even moving for wood to get a second mosque. Alright, so green on the way. Imperial's coming in soon. And the problem right here is that Myriad only has 4 spearmen, so he can't dive TC. Lombos will just die. Yeah. Green's like, I don't need anything but my town center. Million arrows, send it! Alright, that was completely pointless. I guess you stopped him gathering food. So, you know, there's that. But he's on his way for extra food, guys. He sniffed berries in the corner. Another awkward thing, you never decap the sacred site. That's even more gold trickle. Very important when someone decides to hold on to one relic and not even put it in the bank. We should now be getting a moss drop coming in, though. Myriad's like, whew. Well, that was a weird build. I didn't expect that before, but you know, I'm safe now. I got Castle Age. We're on the same age. We're in the same exact age. See the free. Great. Feeling good about this game. I really feel like this is my strong point. Playing the Byzantines. I'm going to build into Varangian. I'm going to rush his base. It's going to be so simple, so easy. The clappings never stop. In fact, I even know that he's over here gathering resources. Probably the berries. Okay, this is depressing. If the berries weren't here, Myriad would not look for this. But he's like, I know exactly what he's up to. Let's clap him down. However, Myriad is surging with confidence right now. He's like, great. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Cheers around the room. Claps. This is an easy game for the Byzantines. They are now 7 villages ahead. And remember, because of the system levels, they're very efficient. In fact, what the... Okay, someone's overcompensating with that. Jesus. Could have went for the 4 berries, but why do that, right? Like, you know, your opponent might attack you with Wallows, and those so far have not ended very well for Myriad in this game. He's now going to the Cairo Siphons. He's like, this is now an easy GG. Green is like a Magikarp on land. He doesn't know what to do. He's in for very bad news soon. You see, because Myriad hasn't scouted this yet. Even if he did, the scholars could be peeled and he could heal. In fact, Myriad is making one big whoopsie. He's not looking. You know what they say about like looking both ways before you cross the road? Myriad ain't looking, he ain't crossing. Which is weird. It's not a very good metaphor. But then again, this is a very confusing game. Because for some reason, pre-13 minutes, I have a Delhi player who is top 100 in the world who is Imperial Age. What? And immediately the scholars come across. We got a new job. What's our job, guys?
We're going to teach elephants how to make luck. Can I please get a new career? Castle also now coming, because guess what? He already got village fortresses. That 9 villager lead doesn't feel so big now. Double Kara Siphon, they're going to try to burn through this. Funnily enough, he queued up Boiling Oil instead of going for slow burning defenses, which ironically would have been a lot better here. But he has got the keep up. He still has not built another mosque. Please. I beg you. And now Mira's like, got you now. Right? Full Vader voice. He's going for the eco. Where is the eco? And why is all the eco on trees? Because you're going to need a lot of trees. A lot of peace treaties against this. The elephant's coming, guys. 5 seconds until the Gatling gun elephant is here. Combat defender's going to be down, but who cares? You can just, like, I mean, you got keeps for that. But the Tau elephant with 7 ranged armor. The Varangian need to go, dude. Like, you actually have to jump him right now. Oh my god. This can't be happening. He's even queued up Howders. No. Please. He's heading to the keep. Oh my god. No. So Mirad is right now panicking a little. You see, because Mirad was streaming this game live when it happened. And no one wants to lose to this. You know, there's things that make you want to announce your retirement as a player before your career really kicks off. And this is one of them. Because right now, these Varangian are kind of struggling. They cannot go near this castle. In fact, the Scholar's coming over right now. The TC is being torched down. The Rams are basically being ignored at this stage. Like, there's no way this should work. Once the TC's gone, like, eco-inflation doesn't really exist. In fact, right now, like, what the f... Are you kidding me? He legit doesn't have anyone on food. Green has looked at this game at 35 villages and went, this is fine. I don't need more. I just need scholars. Like, the elephants don't cost food, right? They feed themselves by gouging upon the organs of the enemy. This is such a weird build. And now he's got a mango. Oh my god, what Mirror? No! Not into the choke point! He's diving now. Skulls are going to pat each other on the head. Mango is going to be dove for. Still, it just doesn't matter. What matters is the elephants. If this count goes up to 3, I think he's just going to lose. Scholars continue the head patting. Madrasa is being built up now. The elephant is being brought low, but is still alive. Kara Siphon's now hitting onto the castle. Elephant goes down. Second mango comes out, but that's going to be the wallop. And this is it. Mirad's getting sent home. Villagers continue to get sniped. Food is still not being gathered. Let this be a message to bronze level players that stop building villages at 40 population. You too can become Conqueror rank. Oh my god. Elephants should just be hitting the Rams now. Yeah, so they'll clear this up. Madrasa, like, dude, he's so worried about biology. It's not even being queued up. This Madrasa is just sitting here. And now the Scholars are pulled. They can just heal this damage off. He's finally adding in farms. Finally, a few minutes into this Imperial build, like, was 3.5 minutes into the Imp build, Green wants food again. He's like, whew, that was tough. I lost 2 of my 35 villages. I need to rebuild those. And the elephants are let loose. Yeah, don't build more Kara Siphons, please. What is the play against this? Like, wait, why are we even thinking about this? Just build Limitane. Right? Limitane with teardrop shields. And you just run in with shields dropped and pinch them. Like, I hate to trivialize this, but it is kind of that straightforward. And yes, Myriad agrees. He's had a moment to think. He's had a moment to breathe. He doesn't think he's just going to die now. He's probably going to die still. Longbows in the meantime are looking to hunt. However, we can see that Green is playing it very safe in his base. I love the fact that we're almost 20 minutes in this game now. Like, he could just drop it in the mosque. He could do it. 80 gold. But the boy has to brag. Look at what I have that you'll never have. Sacred Site is finally being decapped. Okay, so Myriad is now trying to force his opponent out of his base before the elephant count gets too big. Do you want me to let you guys in a secret? Come closer? No, 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 closer. Come closer. 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 There's already too many elephants. Uh-oh. They just got the health increase. Howda just came through. Boot camp. Oh, sorry, boot camp. Elephant boot camp. Biology just got queued up. Myriad. What? Building longbows against elephants. No bueno, guys. I think the logic in Myriad's mind is he wants the elephants to be taken on by the Varangian and always melee, right? And then he basically wants to use the Lombos to snipe out the scholars. That makes sense. In theory. But then again, we're so deep into theory, who actually does this build anymore? We've reached past the points of practicality. The elephants want to fight. Whoa, boy, whoa. And there you go, shield drop, look at it. Now, this would have been great if he had more than 4 Limitane. Elephant, elephant, please! Just die! He goes down. Oh my god, he was so close to getting in! The problem was that dive actually cost you a lot, though. The elephant was free, the experience was not. Myriad lost quite a few Varangian on that dive. He's going to retreat back again. And yes, he doesn't have this many elephants. Remember, the population is the count, so he has 3 of these elephants, and he gets it in! Now, really never ever ask me how an elephant gets in a door that small. Some weird bone noises are going to occur, and there's probably going to be a lot of butter rubbed in, but they made it work. Dumbo lives. At this point, Myriad is thinking, there's no chance I lose to this, right? I mean, he's just got a castle. What can he do against the grand might of the Byzantine Empire? He can shoot you in the face. Shooting you in the face is pretty effective. Wait, not when you do this. Oh my god. He's so tanky. Biology is still 6.5 minutes away. There's still time to fix your mistakes, Myriad. Does get one of the elephants. Comes at a cost. Mango now ready to play again. And we have got Trebs coming. Now you might be wondering, why does Myriad not just go Imperial Age? Going Imperial Age with less than 70 villages is a very polarizing experience for the Byzantines. He needs more farms to justify foreign engineering company. Palatine School could also work here. The Limitane spam is pretty good, but once again, you need more farms. He has 13 olive groves right now. It's not enough. And the reason he's not sniping the scholars is, keep in mind his vision until that outpost went up. He's playing blind. Bombard. Oh my god, no. Dude, he's just going to cheese him with siege. I mean, you don't have the range advantage here, right? It's going to be a retreat. Mangonel starts to smush them. It's going to be focus fire down by the longbow mass, so well played there by Myriad. However, you're now in range of the elephants. You have no melee! Oh no. 12 ranged armor. Everything hits for 1 damage. Oh my god, he's actually going to lose this. There's no doubt in my mind now. The Spiral's being chased away by the Bombard. Reload, just not quick enough, but I don't think it matters anymore. The elephants have won. And the reason he's making crossbows to answer that question, so he can do more than 1 damage. He can do 2 damage. Oh no. Elephants go in, they get the siege. These guys hit too hard. 35 damage times 2. Ah, this is over. I can't believe this. Fast Imperial Delhi. A different kind of fast Imp greed in AoE 4. We've all seen the Ottomans do this. Elephanto boys got their number though. If I had to choose between a Great Bombard or these guys, I'm backing these guys in a fight. Oh my god. I think Myriad's just going to GG. fact he's stopping off for houses is the most pointless thing imaginable right now. Just go. You won. Pick up your trophy. Lift it high. Mr. Delhi Imperial Rush Boy. Poke and Prod continues. More elephants coming. Siege as well. I mean, it just doesn't work now. Like, the Limitane count is way too low. Even if you close on one of these elephants, you'll die too quick. Nice snipe at least on the Siege. But once you just regroup these Ellies, this is over. Landmark snipe? With what army? Let me check. Did Myriad have cheat codes in this one? No. He's not getting an army that's going to landmark snipe here. He has 2 landmarks still to take out. That is never, ever, 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 ever happening. If you want to debate that, take it up with these guys. They won't see you in court. They'll see you in a zoo enclosure. So I guess you could say they'll sue you. That was a... wait, one sec. That was that bad. I'm not sure what the bigger joke was. That or this strategy. Myriad has armed the villagers. In fairness, they actually do decent damage because there's no melee armor on these guys. Also, in fairness, they are basically going to insta-die. They do not have textiles. Oh. Well, I'm expecting a lot of messages and comments on the videos down below about how people tried this and they got to Conqueror. Because this guy done it. Whatever this name says was a ranked 600, 700 Conk average player. They are now ranked 88th in the world after 50 games of this. And Master Limitane could have won, but you would have actually needed Master Limitane, not a trickle of Limitane. Oh my god, he's so committed to getting this snipe for the Scholars. No! He doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't want to say this beat him, but he has no choice anymore. The elephant count is simply too big. Biology is coming in just under 3 minutes. If you can't beat it now, you're never gonna beat it. GG gets called. 13-minute Imperial Delhi Rush is able to destroy a top 3 Civ in this game. Get your pencils and papers out. It's back to school. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. That was so good. Like, Myriad's no pushover, by the way. He's a very talented player. He got made to look like a clown in that game. Holy crap. Please upload this to you. Oh, yeah, dude. It's going up. It's chugga chugga choo choo its way onto the channel. Oh, my God. What a game. Need to show it someone? You can show them the VODs in the meantime. All right, so let me have a look here. What do we call that one? 13 min Delhi age 4 rush. The most embarrassing build to lose to. Yep, that'll do it. You like my tie? Thank you. I like this tie as well. Don't wear it as much as I should. Oh my god, dude. Thank you, Myriad, for your humbleness. Myriad came in and recommended that game. He's like, check it out. Embarrassing. Oh, dude. Sadly, I don't think people would click on it. What do you think, guys? Would you click on? Be real. What would you be more likely to click on? If the thumbnail had 30 min Delhi age 4 rush, or if it said embarrassing and the title of the video afterwards was 13-minute Delhi age 4 rush. The first or the latter? I really want to use that embarrassing now. Yeah, but see it from the POV if you haven't seen it, right? Because you've seen it, is the thing. Do I get a vote? All right. Let's put up to a vote. What will YouTube video be called? So the first part is the thumbnail. "13min Delhi age." So it'll be 13min Delhi age 4 rush, or will it be 13min Delhi age 4 rush? And then the text for that would be "the most embarrassing build, ... God, I wish the polls could have longer choices. Put embarrassing in the thumbnail. Because, like, basically the thumbnail then would be... So I don't think you call it the most embarrassing build to lose to. You actually call it the 13-minute Delhi age 4 rush. Because I think it has to be called 13min Delhi age 4 rush build or something like that. All right, so embarrassing wins. Well done, Faye. Big golf flaps. So embarrassing will be on the thumbnail, and then 13-minute Delhi age 4 rush builds will be the title. Or do it, wait. Actually, no. Like, I think we titled that better. We'll call it Delhi Go age 4 in 13 minutes. That reads better. Where's Aragorn in the Army of the Dead? I know, right, dude? Wait, wasn't that the land snake at the end there? He didn't hit very hard. All right. So I think now's probably a good time to round out. I mean, we done a good length stream, right? I think this was, a 9.5-hour stream. Not bad. Golf flappers for everyone that turned up. Thank you, everyone who actually stayed, tuned in, and hung with us. What we'll do now, we'll get ready to unwind, and we'll get ready to... Can you vote? Yeah, of course you can vote, Bidlin. Assume you already did. I got crap tons of stuff to catch up on behind the scenes, but I didn't want to leave you guys too soon. It's been a good day. Love the ongoing support and all the new people have been turning up over time. Fingers crossed we can keep growing. Like, you guys are making it more and more realistic to think of this as a career that I can make a living off of each day, which isn't easily said or done. But you guys make it seem more and more possible. So thank you very much for that. Let's find someone to raid. So, well, we've got to give her a cheeky raid. She does raid us all the time. I'm going to monopolize this bitch. We're going to send you... Wait, when I say that, I don't mean her. I mean, we're going to monopolize the category. Jesus Christ, I just realized as soon as I said that. We're going to monopolize the category. I'm sending you all across to Warm and Q. You gotta have some fun with Marika. She's practicing for the 2v2 tournament versus Marine Lord, although weirdly enough, she's doing it in 3v3s. She needs all the support she can get. She's stuck with Cow on her team. And well, Tim will only play Roos, which can work out, but he has a fetish for horses. So go and have some fun with them. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much for tuning in. We should be back either Thursday or Friday, so make sure you mark in your calendar, and I will hopefully see you all then. Toodaloo! That was very manly.